Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is March 24th, 2020. Today's episode is called The Breakdown of QAnon Post Number 111. Now, whether you're a fan or not of QAnon, or whether you believe QAnon or not, this episode is one of the most important breakdowns of the posts. And so I asked the listener to set aside your opinions on Q for this specific episode. Now, in total, QAnon has coming up on, I think, 3,900 posts or drops since October 2017. Coming up on 2.5 years that Q has been around. Many people discount Q, but in order to get it and understand it, you need to pick up the breadcrumbs and follow the clues. And of the 3,900 posts, post number 111, I think, is easily in the top 10 of most important posts by Q. Some would say probably in the top 5. So this broadcast will go over this post, and there's so much to it, and there's so many tentacles, but I think it makes sense in the big picture, in the much larger picture, and the things that we're seeing today in the Trump presidency, and how there's so much confusion of what's going on, and so much distraction to make him look bad. So, Q's post 111 was done on November 5th, 2017. A pretty long drop, a pretty long post. And so this was back on 4chan, posting when Q was posting on 4chan. And so what I'll do is break this down and go over each of the rows. So let's start at the top. Huma and Obama. Right off the bat, we get Huma. Notice that it's all capital letters. Some thought this related to Huma Abedin, and it could. Q tells us that there's multiple meanings, and double meanings on purpose. But this specific post is mainly using all capitals. So let's go through the posts. I'll read it top to bottom. Important context. What have you learned about Huma? What organization is Huma? Which U.S. president is affiliated with Huma? Why is this relevant? What year did this occur? Who funded on behalf of this president? Why is this relevant? What year did this occur? What just happened in SA? That's Saudi Arabia. Who was arrested? Funds frozen. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? Repeat. Important. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? Why is the relevance? Was the MB affiliated to any of these organizations / people? That's Muslim Brotherhood. Fast forward. Why are the events in SA, Saudi Arabia, so important? Why was JK in SA recently? That's John Kerry, former Secretary of State. Why was POTUS's last tweet regarding SA prior to the happening? Why was POTUS's Twitter taken down days before under cover of a rogue employee? Refocus again. Who was arrested in SA? Any ownership stakes in U.S. companies? Why is this relevant? Twitter. Las Vegas. Recent events. Why would investment be made in a former president pre-political days? Get how we get this again for reference, for importance, the repeating. What years did this occur? What faith does Huma represent? What faith does the MB, Muslim Brotherhood, represent? What faith does Huma, not uppercase, represent? This is lowercase now. Huma Abedin. Who are the bad actors? Who funds majority of U.S. senior politicians? Fantasyland, Fantasyland. Was the former President of the United States groomed to be the Commander-in-Chief? Is this possible? Is the U.S. political/election system corrupt? Who owns the poll machines? Soros? Why is this relevant? They never thought she would lose. They never thought she would lose. Fantasyland, Fantasyland. The complete picture would put 99% of Americans, parentheses, the world, in a hospital. POTUS is our savior. Pray. Operators are active. We are at war. Good night, B.O. Snow White, Godfather 3, signed Q. So let's break this down. Important context. What have you learned about HUMA? What organization is HUMA? Well, let's start right there. HUMA, Harvard University Muslim Alumni. HUMA was started in 2004 by a number of interested alumni who felt that the Muslim alumni community could be strengthened by an official organization. So this is part of Harvard. Part of Harvard. The Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Islamic Studies program at Harvard University. So, what have you learned about HUMA? This is at Harvard program for Islamic students. What organization? Which U.S. president is affiliated? Why is this relevant? Who funded on behalf of the president? Why is this relevant? What year did this occur? What just happened in Saudi Arabia and who was arrested? Well, let's start there first. Saudi Arabia had a new mass arrest of 298 government employees on suspicion of corruption relating to human rights concerns. And so this was in 2017 in November. Down below is the link if you'd like to pull up this story. And this is one of the first things Q talked about when Q came on board as far as President Trump taking down the deep state. Remember, the deep state is not just bad actors in the U.S. It's a worldwide deep state. Trump is taking down the deep state from the top down, starting with Saudi Arabia. So this was 2017 back in November. 298 government employees taken down. The section there after the yellow indicated the detention of dozens of prominent businessmen, royal family members, current and former government officials for 3 months at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Riyadh. And so this was big. It didn't make big news here in the United States, but this is big happenings that went down. So they announced the arrests. They went after all of these people. Now, one was Al-Walid bin Talal. This is a Time article from Time magazine. Saudi Arabia arrested more than 200 princes, senior military officers, businessmen, and top officials. November 2007. And this, I think, went in and out of the news fairly quickly. So bin Talal was one of the arrests. He's a prince. He's got his own Islamic studies program at Harvard. He's part of HUMA. Now let's get into the funding. New York Times reported that billionaire investor Prince Al-Walid bin Talal was arrested Saturday night. And here we go. The link is down below if you'd like to go in there, along with 10 other princes, 4 ministers, and 10 former ministers. But now what the New York Times is not reporting is that this is the same Al-Walid bin Talal who helped Barack Obama get into Harvard Law School. Their relationship came to light late March 2008 on a local New York City show called Inside City Hall. When asked about the Obamas Obama by the show's host, Dominic Carter. The respected black politico, Percy Sutton, casually explained that he had been introduced to Obama by a friend. The friend's name was Dr. Khalid al-Mansour, and the introduction had taken place about 20 years prior. So this is 2008. 20 years prior would have been 1988. According to Sutton, al-Mansour was raising money for Obama's education and had asked him to please write a letter in support of Obama, a young man that has applied to Harvard. Although Sutton did not specify a date, this would have been in 1988 when the 26-year-old Obama was applying to Harvard Law School. And Sutton gladly obliged. Sutton described al-Mansour as the principal advisor to one of the world's richest men, Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal. So Talal wanted to give some money to Mr. Obama, and so al-Mansour was the principal advisor who gave it. This was the same bin Talal whose $10 million offer to help New York rebuild after 9/11, Rudy Giuliani rebuffed, didn't accept it. In September 2001, Giuliani was in no mood to hear out the Israel new theories, even from a benefactor. So after 9/11 took place, bin Talal was the person who offered Rudy Giuliani $10 million to help New York City rebuild, and Giuliani said no. Bin Talal was one of the richest men in the world. This was back in 88. 2001, he was still up there, and now to this day, he is up there but has been arrested. And so the connection is to raise money for Obama's education. Now, the third row down says the connection between Khalid Abdullah Tariq al-Mansour, born Donald Warden is an Israeli-hating Islamist supporter and top advisor to radical Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal. So that same college student, a young Obama, found al-Mansour's favor and one day be president as Israel was abandoned by America and the Middle East burst into flames amid a sea of presidential apologies. In a televised interview in 2008, New York's all-news cable channel, NY1, 88-year-old Percy Sutton, a former borough president of Manhattan and a credible mayoral candidate in 1977, made some interesting revelations about his links to the young Obama. Sutton told Dominic Carter, "I was introduced to Obama by a friend who was raising money for him." Once again, is the principal advisor to one of the world's richest men. He said, "I know you have a few friends up there because you used to go up there to speak. Would you please write a letter in support of him?" Sutton said. Sutton did. Now, at the time, Percy Sutton, former lawyer for Malcolm X and a former business partner, was raising money for Obama's graduate school education. And Mansour was representing top members of the Saudi royal family seeking to do business and exert influence in the United States. These revelations by Timmerman were dismissed as the ramblings of an old man with fading faculties and memory. Now, more dots have been unearthed and connected by blogger Frank Miel at dailyinterlake.com. He cites a 1979 column by TV commentator and respected Chicago Tribune columnist Vernon Jarrett with the title, "Will Arabs Back Ties to Blacks with Cash?" If that name sounds familiar, the late Vernon Jarrett was the father-in-law of one Valerie Jarrett, who would go on to become what Miel calls the consigliere of the Obama White House. Mr. Jarrett was a colleague and one of the best friends of Frank Marshall Davis, the former Chicago journalist and lifelong communist who moved to Hawaii in the late 40s and years later befriended Stanley and Madeline Dunham and their daughter Stanley Ann, the mother of Barack Obama. So you see why I wanted to break this down. This is just 1/4 of the post. Talks about Huma, What president is affiliated with whom, which is Obama? Why is it relevant? What year did this occur? 1988. Who funded bin Talal? Why is this relevant? Once again, what year did this occur? What just happened in Saudi Arabia? That was the arrests. And who was arrested? Bin Talal. Let's get on to the next section. Funds frozen. Why would this former president be funded pre-political days? Repeat, important. Now, part of the arrests of the 298 people in Saudi Arabia in November of 2017, the deal was also not only to arrest them, but was to freeze the funds. Freeze their funds. Stop them, essentially cutting off the head of the snake. A lot of the corruption in the deep state is run by Saudi top officials because of their unlimited funds. And so part of the deal is to freeze those funds. Now the question is very good here. Why would a former president be funded pre-political days? So President Barack Obama was funded before his political days. He wasn't even in office. He didn't even have a political career. This was 1988. He was in graduate school, and he was being funded. So it goes on to say, once again, why would a former president be funded pre-political days? Why is this relevant? Was the MB affiliated to any of these organizations / people? Fast forward. So the relevance is this. Was Barack Obama being groomed from an early age to do this? And why was the Muslim Brotherhood affiliated to these people? Now we fast forward. Why are the events in Saudi Arabia so important? Why is John Kerry in Saudi Arabia? Let's go to John Kerry. Website here. Here's the actual link to the article. John Kerry speaks out on the Qatar crisis and the Saudi corruption crackdown. The article date here, November 8th, 2017. He was the former U.S. Secretary of State under Obama. Under Obama. Kerry's words, let's go down to the middle there, it appeared to echo a two-part Twitter message sent hours earlier by U.S. President Donald Trump, who was in Tokyo for something else. So John Kerry is there to help things out. Remember now, we've got a corruption in our former president, Obama. We've got corruption with John Kerry, and we have corruption with the Saudi Arabian royal family and the officials. Here's what the tweet said. Donald Trump, I have great confidence in King Salman and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia because they know exactly what they are doing. Now, this is very interesting because to this day, many truthers and many people who do not like Trump say that Trump is kissing the behind of Saudi Arabia. They say Trump is really becoming cozy with Saudi. And really, the only time that he said or made statements like this is they know exactly what they were doing was the good people or the white hats in Saudi that have taken down the 298 corrupt people. Donald Trump here is saying, thank you, good job, basically giving them an attaboy. Not agreeing with the corruption, but agreeing with those taking down the corruption. And the tentacles of Saudi Arabia go very, very deep. At the very bottom, he says that some of those have been milking their country for years. So John Kerry's there trying to make this go away, while Trump is there taking people down. Why was POTUS's last tweet regarding Saudi Arabia prior to the happening? Very important. He said they did good. They did really good. The things they're doing is very good. John Kerry quickly flew over there to make this press release because of the bad guys. MB, Muslim Brotherhood. Next one. Why was POTUS's Twitter taken down days before under cover of a rogue employee? Refocus again. Who was arrested? Because this is almost 2.5 years ago, you may not remember this, but this made big news. The President Trump's Twitter account was shut down for a period of 11 minutes back in November before all this took place. But was it done on purpose? Remember, Twitter, the organization, is in with the bad guys, part of the deep state. Donald Trump was saying some very interesting things, and they could not afford to have him ramble on, so they shut him down. What they did was blame it on a rogue Twitter employee who deactivated Trump's personal account. They used this as their cover. A rogue employee shut him down. Not the case, but that's what they used. Who was arrested? Bin Salman. Any ownership stakes in the U.S.? Why is this relevant? Twitter, Las Vegas, recent events. Let's go back to this. Bin Talal. Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal, Las Vegas shooting. Connection grows. Remember the Las Vegas shooting, the Route 91 country music festival, where a rogue person, Stephen Paddock, allegedly was mentally ill, started shooting out at the concert goers below. Now, we know that that wasn't legit. Now, I'm not saying it was a hoax, but it wasn't legit. People were shot. People died. Stephen Paddock's body was found already in rigor mortis, meaning the body was dumped there, or who was killed earlier. Someone else carried out the shootings. What did Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal have to do with any of this? Well, let's read down at the paragraph at the bottom. The prince was arrested in King Salman's anti-corruption crackdown. Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal, who, together with Bill Gates, owns the Four Seasons Hotel that is located within the top 5 floors of Mandalay Bay Hotel in Vegas. That is the same Mandalay Bay in Vegas that was the site of the deadliest mass shooting in our nation's history. The Four Seasons Hotel, within a hotel, boasts its own private elevators and separate entrance. So remember, Mandalay Bay shooting, everyone remembers that. A wild nutcase was shooting people down below from the 32nd floor. Well, remember the top 5 floors is a separate hotel called the Four Seasons. Bin Talal and Bill Gates co-own the Four Seasons. Bin Talal was in Vegas during the shooting, and more than likely in those top 5 floors with a contingent of other people that took place. The shooting was October 1st, I believe. Was there with a contingent of top royal family members and Saudis. What was going on? And why was the cover used to have Stephen Paddock allegedly kill all these people at the concert below? Was that a distraction from what was really going on? Here's the next section. Did he or his cohorts have access to the 32nd floor? Prince Al-Walid's arrests was the result of King Salman's decree to create an anti-corruption committee chaired by his son, the Crown Prince. Getting confused yet, it says? The allegations against Prince Al-Walid include money laundering, bribery, extorting officials. Now, Prince Miteb is accused of embezzlement, hiring ghost employees, and awarding contracts to his own companies, including a $10 billion deal for walkie-talkies and bulletproof military gear worth billions of Saudi royals. Prince Al-Walid bin Talal is also Twitter's second largest shareholder. Twitter allows ISIS, Antifa, and anyone who threatens to assassinate our president free rein on their platform, but blocks conservative American patriots' counts. The prince's investment company, Kingdom Holding Company, is a major shareholder in Time Warner Cable that owns CNN. They also own a major chunk of AOL that owns the liberal multi-author blogging platform posing as a news source called Huffington Post, the HuffPost. So let's go back to Q's post. Does bin Talal have any ownership stakes in U.S. companies? Why is this relevant? Twitter, yes. Leading shareholder, Las Vegas, yes. Four Seasons, directly at the time of the Mandalay Bay shooting, which is referred to here by Q as recent events. Why would investment be made in a former president pre-political days? Once again, funding, Saudi funding by bin Talal. Before Obama was even in politics, he was being funded. 1988. What faith does Huma represent? That's Islamic. What faith does the MB represent? Muslim Brotherhood, Islamic. What faith does Huma represent? Lowercase. This is Huma Abedin. Let's go to Huma Abedin. Huma Abedin. There she is. Keep in mind the connection down below in the yellow highlight. Her spouse was Anthony Weiner, the infamous Weiner's laptop that was used as the insurance policy to ensure President Trump does not get elected. Personal life, Abedin practices Islam. Very close to Hillary. Read that last paragraph there. Hillary Clinton has been described as a mentor and mother figure to Abedin. In 2010, at Abedin's wedding to Weiner, Clinton said, "I have one daughter, but if I had a second daughter, it would be Huma." During a trip that Clinton and Abedin made to Saudi Arabia, Abedin's mother said to Clinton, "Hillary, you have spent more time with my daughter than I have in the past 15 years. I'm jealous of you." So here's our connection. Here is our connection. We're dealing with all of these Islamists, Islamic, Muslim Brotherhood. Who are the bad actors? So we know that the bad actors are bin Talal, Huma Abedin, bad actor. Huma was really basically a handler for Hillary Clinton, who's another bad actor. And we've got Barack Obama, bad actor. We've got John Kerry, bad actor. Who funds majority of U.S. senior politicians? Fantasyland. Now, in the many Q posts that are out there, Fantasyland is Saudi Arabia. Who funds the majority of them? Many senior politicians in the U.S., Democrat or Republican. Remember, they're bought and paid for. It's coming in from Saudi money, Saudi funding. These senior politicians are compromised. They're owned. Q says many times this is not a Democrat-Republican thing. This is not a two-party system. senior politicians. Regardless of the party, there's black hats or bad guys, and there's white hats, good guys. A lot of bad actors. It's all stemming from Saudi Arabia. Now we go to the last page, last post, last part. Remember, this is all single one post, 111. Was the former president of the United States groomed to be commander-in-chief? Is this possible? Yes. Looks to me like he was groomed. He was getting paid, funded, got to Harvard for free, and was placed there. Remember, Valerie Jarrett. Valerie Jarrett essentially was the handler for President Obama. President Obama for all these years. Also, Muslim Brotherhood. Muslim Sisterhood, many people have even say. But you can't say this out loud. You can't say it. You can't claim it. Bad things happen. No one's supposed to know this. Is this possible? Is the U.S. political election system corrupt? Yes, we know that. Who owns the poll machines? We know that. Many of them are Diebold machines owned by George Soros. Why is this relevant? They never thought she would lose. This is Hillary. They never thought she would lose. Hillary. Fantasyland. Saudi. Fantasyland. Saudi. The complete picture would put 99% of Americans, the world, in a hospital. POTUS is our savior. So let's go back to Valerie Jarrett. Valerie Jarrett, like I said, born in Iran, Muslim Brotherhood. And what we're getting at here is the infiltration of U.S. politics. U.S. government has been infiltrated by bad guys, infiltrated to the very top. Do you remember when this came out? Tweet from SG Report. That's Sean, good guy, making a simple tweet about Julian Assange and the Obama CIA spied on the French presidential candidates. Someone named Michelle Park posts later, second one down, saying those Obama's secrets are now coming out more and more. This is getting very interesting. What a crooked man. He hid it well. The next post says Jarrett helped hide a lot. That's Valerie Jarrett. That was her role, to be Obama's handler. Roseanne Barr responds, Muslim Brotherhood and Planet of the Apes had a baby equals VJ. This was a powerful tweet. Powerful tweet. Muslim Brotherhood and the Planet of the Apes had a baby, and it was Valerie Jarrett. Now the response to this was not good for Roseanne Barr. Sarah Gilbert, this is an incredibly sad and difficult time for us all. A show we believe in. Wanda Sykes, I'll not be returning. Emma Kenny, I'm hurt, embarrassed, and disappointed. The racist and distasteful comments from Roseanne are inexcusable. Now, remember, this was not a tweet, not an original tweet by Roseanne, but yet a reply to an already existing tweet. And she just mentioned Muslim Brotherhood. Huge. But the focus was Planet of the Apes. The media turned to the focus because she was black. They're calling her a monkey. That's what the focus is. See here how Twitter, remember Twitter owned by Bin Talal, and they're slanting all of the articles. Here's another response from Emma Kenny. As I called my manager to quit working on Roseanne, I was told it was canceled. Remember, they canceled the ABC series, Roseanne. Robert Iger, this is Bob Iger, recently stepped down from Disney. Another bad guy, another black hat. Goes on to chastise Roseanne by saying her Twitter statement is abhorrent, repugnant, and inconsistent with our values. We've decided to cancel her show. This was done by the man Robert Iger, who stepped down. And then Rita Moreno, you break my heart. You are a sorry excuse for a human being. How odd that as a comedian you've forgotten the meaning of a joke. Personal comment. They went after her big time. Remember, Roseanne apologized, said it was a joke. She didn't mean anything by it. The impact of that was the Muslim Brotherhood connection. They would not allow that. Let's look at Valerie Jarrett's 1977 Stanford yearbook. I am an Iranian by birth and my Islamic faith. I'm also an American citizen. I seek to help change America to be more Islamic. My faith guides me, and I feel like it is going well in the transition of us using freedom of religion in America against itself. Stanford, 1977. So she already was very strong in her feelings. Obama comes up in 88. They start giving him funding to go to Harvard. Harvard has the Islamic alumni, which is Huma. Funding comes in from Saudi Arabia. Roseanne Barr makes a simple tweet, which is right on the money. Muslim Brotherhood. Valerie Jarrett. This is damning. And what they did was cancel her show, and they made sure to discredit her, that she'll never get a job again. Now, a lot of memes came out of this comparison. A lot of memes on the internet. Think of it as you want. They did go after the whole Planet of the Apes thing. But in reality, it's the Muslim Brotherhood angle. Let's go back up. Fantasyland is Saudi. Complete picture would put 99% of Americans in the hospital. POTUS is our savior. Now that's POTUS. That's President Trump. For what he's doing and taking down the corruption and the infiltration. He goes on to say, pray. Operators are active. We are at war. Good night, B.O. Barack Obama. Good night, Snow White and Godfather 3. Now, Snow White relates to the CIA. And the reason of that, it's the corrupt CIA, the black hats. Snow White, because of the 7 dwarfs. The CIA has 7 superpower computers, all named after the dwarfs, the 7 dwarfs. So the CIA is called Snow White in this case. Now, Q has already gone on to say that the good people, the white hats, and the good guys have all slowly, over the course of the last 2 years, taken down those supercomputers. They are all offline, all 7. So CIA should be shut down shortly. The last line is Godfather 3, and then signed Q. Now the reference to Godfather 3 is quite interesting. Godfather kind of brings our connection back to Mafia. Mafia, Godfather Part 3, Mafia Kingpin, Michael Corleone. But it also goes after the fictionalized accounts of 2 real-life events. The 78 death of Pope John Paul and the papal banking scandal. So the movie fictionalized accounts, but they're talking about real-life events. The Godfather Part 3, the papal banking scandal. This is huge because what we've got in Q's drops are connections to the Pope and the Vatican. Number 1, who is our current Pope? Who is the current Pope? It's Pope Francis, right? Now, if you do a little digging, Pope Francis's real name is Jorge Mario Bergoglio. Now, that was when he was a cardinal. His name changed to Pope Francis when he became the Pope. But remember, this goes very deep. From the inception of his Vatican mandate in March 2013 until the sex scandal revelations in early 2018, Pope Francis was portrayed by the Western media and the international community as a left-leaning champion of liberation theology. But remember, going on to the bottom section there's an 11-page testimony about Pope Francis. He was involved from the outset of his papacy in March of 2013, involved in the cover-up of sex abuse allegations against former Cardinal Theodore McCarrick. In fact, they asked him to step down. So we've got a pope that's in power at the Vatican, and whether you're Catholic or not, whether you like the Vatican or not, this particular pope is a bad actor in a black hat and a bad guy. Got to his position because it's very good at covering things up. Priest sex abuse scandals and other things. He was involved in Argentina's dirty war that goes way back. For those who want to look into this, the dirty war. The allegations back in this dirty war were against Cardinal Jorge Mario Bergoglio. Bergoglio. That's him there on the left, the current pope. Back then he was just a cardinal. He was condemning the military dictatorship, including human rights violations, was very taboo. What the upper echelons of the church were supportive of the military junta. The grassroots of the church was firmly opposed to the imposition of military rule. But in 2005, human rights lawyer Bregman filed a criminal suit against the cardinal. This is current Pope Francis, accusing him of conspiring with the military junta in the 1976 kidnapping of 2 Jesuit priests. Several years later, the survivors of the dirty war openly accused the cardinal, same guy, of complicity in the kidnapping of the priests, 2 priests as well as 6 members of their parish. The Pope now, who was a cardinal back then, who at the time was a provincial for the Society of Jesus, had ordered 2 leftist Jesuit priests and opponents of military rule to leave their pastoral work, essentially firing them following the divisions within the society regarding the role of the Catholic Church and its relations to the military junta. While the 2 priests kidnapped basically by death squads in May of 1976, they were released 5 months later, having been tortured. 6 other people associated with their parish, kidnapped as part of the same operation, were disappeared. These included 4 teachers associated with the parish and 2 of their husbands. The current pope goes way back. Basically kidnapped, was involved in the kidnapping of these people who didn't belong, didn't do their work after they got fired, and were later disappeared, but were tossed into the hands of the death squads in 1976 in Argentina. This was big news back then. Big news. I think that's another reason they wanted to put Pope Francis into power here, to get rid of his name, because his name changes to something else and people are going to long forget Mr. Jorge. Very deep past this guy has. Keep him in mind when you watch the news. I think that relates back to The Godfather 3. You got Snow White, which is the CIA, Godfather, which is the Vatican and the Pope, Barack Obama, which is an infiltrator, basically Manchurian candidate, and Donald Trump is taking all these people down. All these people down. And that's why it is such a gargantuan task that he's doing. Please feel free to leave your comments down, ask any questions we'll possibly get to in another show. But once again, QAnon is 3,900 posts, 3,900 different drops. And this is, in my opinion, easily a top 5 as far as the information that's out there. My name is Dan Hennon. Today is March 24th, 2020. Thanks for listening.
Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle. Just an update on what's happening over in the Philippines. And I'm covering the Philippines because I don't really hear a lot about it on the news. And we all know what's happening here in America. Well, people should know. It's all over the news. But anyway, kind of 2 days to get caught up on. On the 23rd, they had 462 cases. And one of the persons was infected while they were in the U.S. You know, that was their only travel. They were fine before they left, came to the U.S. By the time they got back, they were infected. And they had 33 dead as of the 23rd. And I had to mention this to the person I was talking to. I said, you know, I don't believe in coincidences, never have, but it is interesting to me because they even did that here in Colorado. It always makes the news headlines when 33 people die. I've seen it in so many countries, so many states. We all know the magic number 33. So I've been keeping an eye on that, and yeah, we know. Now today, the 24th going on over there. Okay, they had 462 cases on the 23rd, and today they have 502 cases, still 33 dead, but they did have 19 people recovered, so that's really good. In fact, their recovery rate is better than ours here in the U.S. It's kind of scary. But the other main thing is out there is that now they've had 4 physicians die from COVID-19, 3 from their main hospital and 1 from a heart center facility. So that's a specialty doctor. 4 physicians to die in such a short period of time is not good. They don't have a lot of doctors out there like we have here, and they've lost 4 of them already. And so far they have 1 city out there, Antipolo City. Now I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but anyway, that is the only city that doesn't have any cases whatsoever. And I believe in the Philippines. I don't know if it's just on that island, but and the main reason what they're attributing the no cases to is because they're, I don't know, who do they call that? I don't know if they're called a mayor or whatever, but the person who's head of that city out there, as soon as they heard about the COVID-19, and I guess when it was coming to the Philippines or close or whatever, they shut their entire city down right away. They just locked it down. And right now they're the only place out there that doesn't have any cases. So that social distancing seems to be working really well for them. And something I think a lot of people have known for a long time. I mean, this is not news that should be a big surprise to anybody. We saw this, in China, and I will dispute China's numbers all along because as I've been following this and tracking the responses and what they started building up compared to what they were saying as far as who was dead, didn't add up. When they had 200, I talked about this in another video when they said they only had 200 people die. And again, 200 is still 200 too many. But they, when only 200 people were dead and they were putting in 20 new crematoriums and the hospitals were freaking out, their nursing staff was hysterical and screaming, you have people screaming. Well, and when you average that out, because they have 49 crematoriums with only 200, that's not quite 2 people extra for that day to go to each individual crematorium, which has multiple furnaces. Okay, this is what I'm saying. This is why the numbers are not right. And why they lied about this, I don't know. And why is anybody else lying about it? I don't know. I don't know. And again, there's still information being spread that, again, this is not a big deal. The numbers are skewed and they're not correct and they're not adding up and blah, 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 blah. Oh my gosh. You can tell these are people who probably never passed their math class. But it's incorrect information. Right now, the way that this is spreading is for every person that has it, it can be anywhere from 2.6 people up to as many. I think one person infected close to 30 people. So there's a huge gap. I guess they're saying the average in most places, it's almost 3 people. So one person has it and they'll infect 3 more. And then, but see, when you look at that exponential growth, I mean, that grows exponentially very quickly compared to the flu, where I think it's 1 or just below 1. So if one person gets it, one person. So for every 3 people, like you have it and you get 3 on down the line or whatever, it's just very minimal compared to what this SARS-CoV-2 is doing. And that is what makes this so scary. It's interesting how the people who are poo-pooing what this pandemic and who are saying that this is all a lie, it's just some big scam. They're not. You are hearing this from the people who are not on the front lines fighting this. The people who are actually on the front lines, the doctors, the nurses, the hospital staff. You hear them, and I have not heard one of them saying that this was not real and it was just some joke and it was overrated. Every single hospital from every single city that has been majorly hit has been begging every other country, please take these precautions. People are dying. And the old saying, this only affects older people, is that vernacular has to go away. Again, the statistics have proven for quite some time now that this affects everybody. I mean, I think the youngest children even get it, but I don't know if any of them have died. But we're talking teenagers, 20, 30, 40-year-olds are dying. Here, where I'm at, I believe, if I remember the statistics correctly, but it's not just here, you can look it up anywhere. But the vast majority of people who are being hospitalized are from the ages of, say, 30 to 44. That's the big group. And the higher death rates are within that age range. In fact, the 80 plus are actually doing pretty darn good for now. But this is what I'm saying. So don't just assume that if you're younger, you're going to be okay. There's no guarantee. People who are very healthy get this and they die. People who are very old and have other health issues will sometimes survive. So don't assume anything and don't think you're perfectly safe because the news media or statistics given out at any certain point led you to believe that your demographic was safe, because nobody right now is safe. And again, to stress this, those who get it, those who don't won't. But I pray to God eventually you do. I pray you get it sooner than later. Get the understanding, that is. But this is so serious because of how it spreads, how quickly it spreads, how long it lasts when it lands on a certain type of surface. The harder the surface, the longer it lives. It's just a real nasty bug. This is the type of bug. When I was in nursing school, I remember our instructor, professor, whatever you want to call him, he, as soon as on our first day of class for anatomy and physiology, he's just like, why are you guys going into this field? You do realize that you're going to be the ones who are going to be facing this more than likely one day, some new virus or whatever. And there's a lot of data out there that says that maybe this isn't so new, and that still has yet to be seen and to be proven. But I've seen a lot of I've read a lot of articles about this that lead you down the path that this might not have been just a big oops. This could be, not saying it is, but could have been a very deliberate act. Not saying by which country, because we don't know. We just don't know. But anyway, so please take it seriously. Listen to the doctors. If you really want to know, if you're one of the people who are following the mindset that this is being overplayed, overrated, it's just some big scam to get everybody to fall in line for martial law, Start watching the videos of the doctors who are handling this. In order for that theory to be true, every single hospital, every single medical personnel, every single person who has died, every single person who's been affected, every single country, every single government has to be in on this. We're talking billions of people. If you're talking about the entire thing, I'm not talking about just people who have it. They all have to be in on this. And the old, do you know anybody who has this question? What is the purpose of that? I find that question ignorant and irresponsible. I do know people with this. And I know people who have this. I have friends in the medical field who tell me people who have this. It's not, I don't know what it's going to take for some people to finally get it. And I know the gentleman on Peak Prosperity keeps saying that some people are slow to respond, and everyone has to do this at their own pace and accept it and process it at their own pace. But you know what? I think it's time you get a swift kick in your backside. Your time for procrastination and having your time allowed to get you to get this, it's over. Because wake up. Just wake up. You don't have to like it. You can still continue with your thought process if you want to believe it's a conspiracy theory. But whatever those theories are, right, wrong, or indifferent, doesn't change the outcome of this and doesn't change what it's doing. And that is what we all need to remember. And unfortunately, because people don't listen when their governments have said, hey, please stay home, keep your social distancing. And they're not talking about forever, but in order for these viruses to die, when you realize that they stay on surfaces for days, weeks at a time, this is why those precautions are put into place. It's not to keep you from having fun. It's not to keep you on draconian lockdown, but it's to keep this thing from spreading out of control too quickly. And that is what you have to look at it from a different perspective, and maybe it might be easier to process and handle. Here in Colorado, it's like, on the one hand, it's like our governor's like, you're like, yay, you're right on top of it. Good, you're doing a good job. And then right out the other side of his mouth, you're like going, wow, that was pretty stupid. So, none of us are going to be, probably the brightest bulb in the box all the time when it comes to this. But, if your city, if your county, if your country, if anybody is saying to you, suggesting that, stay home unless you really have to go out and go shopping, then stay home. But it's those who don't, which has caused, National Guards having to come in, people's military having to come in, the police having to come in, because adults can't seem to get it, And what I saw was pretty pathetic. I don't know. People here in Colorado, I'm like, oh my gosh, their priorities are not food. The mayor of Denver, I guess yesterday, went on the news and was listing what was considered essential businesses. And part of the ones that were not essential were liquor stores and the pot stores. And so what does everybody do? They all run to the liquor store and they all run to their pot stores because, they just got to have that toke when they're bored, and they have to have that alcohol, which everybody has been told that alcohol and that type of stuff, smoking pot for fun, when you're doing things recreationally, you're putting these drugs into your body, it's not helping you. And they know that, and they've been telling people, do stuff to be healthy, maintain your health. But no, Coloradans are like, oh, we want our booze and we want our pot and we want our toilet paper. So I don't know. Oh, again, that would not have been my first choice, to run out to the liquor store. Oh my God. And then an update on supplies for food. And again, I hear And I get a lot of flack from some people because I'm still going to stick to this. You people who are panic buying and buying out everything you find on the shelves, stop it. Quit. Your time to be a prepper was a year ago. To prep during a crisis, you are causing the supply chains to completely disintegrate and fall apart. And it's not in you people and the ones who are doing this. You go every single day, and I'm getting this information from people who work in these industries, and more than just one. This is being told to me by so many people who work in large food distribution centers. What else? I don't know what else to call them to keep the names out of these businesses out of the conversation. But so I'm being told this across the board. It is the same people every single day coming in. They're the first ones there every day, and they're buying out all the products every day. They don't care that they're not leaving anything for anybody else. How many cases of ramen do you need? How many cases of canned vegetables do you need? These people are buying thousands and thousands of dollars every day. They buy out everything they can. Walking out of the store every day, 2, 3, 4 shopping carts full. Not okay. And then now people are starting to get their panties up in a twist because the government is now saying, if you're hoarding food, we're coming to get it. Well, you know what? They damn well need to. Our industries and these food processing plants can only put out so much a day. If a facility can only make at maximum capacity 15 cans per minute, that's all it can do. But when these people are buying at a rate of 500 cans per minute, do you see the problem? Stop the hoarding. That is hoarding. That's not preparing. That's not putting out a little extra for a couple of weeks, 2, 3, not even 4 weeks. You know, that you would understand. You know, okay, 2, 3 weeks, I get that. Yeah, you want that set aside because these other facilities, because of people like that, are causing things to completely shut down and just break. I know a truck driver I spoke with the other day, and I asked them, and I said, okay, I've been hearing a lot about food shortages, and people are saying that there's no food coming in and no food being brought to the stores. And they said the same thing that my contacts at work in the unnamed food distribution facilities were telling me. They're like, are you kidding me? They said, we're so busy. We are driving 24/7, but we can't keep up with what's happening. People, you are going to be the cause of your own demise by your greed, your panic, and your selfishness. You are going to be the cause of someone else's demise because of your greed, your panic, and your selfishness. Stop it. Stop. What is it going to take? You want vegetables? You want canned vegetables? Well, guess what? We're in springtime now here in America. Plant yourself some freaking green beans. Can your own vegetables. Is that hard? No, actually, they grow pretty darn good. Start doing something proactive and helping yourself at the same time while leaving things for your fellow human beings in your communities. You know, it's pretty sad. It's a very sad day in America when our grocery stores, our larger food chain stores, have to set aside an hour or 2 a day so our elderly can get the leftover pickings from what those selfish hoarders are leaving behind. That's pathetic. We're Americans. We can do better than that. And the rest of America, don't put up with that from your neighbors. Don't put up with that from your friends. When you see somebody doing that, say, hey, no. That's not how you behave here. In America, we didn't grow to be who we are based on I'm talking about the average citizen. based on, the old "it's me and to hell with you." It was always taking care of each other. You know, yes, when, bartering at a time when there was nothing else and they didn't have any money, but they needed something else. They bartered, they worked together. Somebody planted this, someone else planted that, somebody would sow this, somebody would create that. That was the America that became such a great nation. But what is happening now? You're tearing us apart. Don't be that person. Just don't. Have a great day.
Thank you, God, you never leave my side. In the middle of a storm, you'll always be my guide. Please keep the enemy away from me. Fill me with the strength I need. In you I believe. There's nothing you can't do. No mountain you won't move. Glory be to God for all the good you see. Thank you, God, you came to rescue me. Glory be to God for the strength He gave to me. Came up against the odds, Grandma would be proud of me. She plants a seed and it blooms. Put gates all around it, nobody can move. He said, now it's up to you. Keep the blessing going, you know this ain't just for you. This past year I learned a lot. I finally found God. Yeah, thank you, God, you never leave my side. In the middle of a storm, you'll always be my guide. Please keep the enemy away from me. Fill me with the strength I need. In you I believe. There's nothing you can't do. No mountain you won't move. Glory be to God for all the good you see. Thank you, God, you came to rescue me. 2020 vision, I can see it so clear. When I keep you right here, tell me what should I fear. And even if we stray, lose sight or disobey, we will pray till the day we'll be walking through the gates. This past year I learned a lot from the battles that I fought. All these lessons I was taught, I finally found God. Yeah, thank you, God, you never leave my side. In the middle of a storm, you'll always be my guide. Please keep the enemy away from me. Fill me with the strength I need. In you I believe. There's nothing you can't do. No mountain you won't move. Glory be to God for all the good you see. Thank you, God, you came to rescue me. This past year I learned a lot, like who to trust and who to not. Finally found my way to God. He told me what to do. He said I got a job. So every stone thrown in my direction, just know that I catch 'em. Put 'em on the ground, turn the other cheek. Might not make a sound, we don't prey on the weak. This past year I learned a lot. I finally found God. You can see it on my face. Peace and happiness I got. So every battle you face, just know that He's with you. Keep seeking His grace. No mountain He can't move, yeah. Thank you, God, you never leave my side. In the middle of a storm, you'll always be my guide. Please keep the enemy away from me. Fill me with the strength I need. In you I believe. There's nothing you can't do. No mountain you won't move. Glory be to God for all the good you see. Thank you, God, you came to rescue me.
Well, thank you very much, and I see we have fewer people because of the virus problem, and we appreciate you being here. And this is getting to be more and more social distancing, and that's fine. That's the way it should be, and it's too bad. We extend our best wishes to the person affected, and we feel sure that he or she will be better very soon. And thank you for being here. America continues to mobilize every segment of our society to turn the tide in the battle against the virus. I want Americans to know that we will get through this challenge. The hardship will end. It will end soon. Normal life will return, and our economy will rebound very, very strongly. But right now, in the midst of this great national trial, Americans must remain united in purpose and focused on victory. To every single American, please know that the sacrifice you're making at this time is saving lives, many, many lives. It's very important that we totally protect our Asian American community in the United States and all around the world. They're amazing people, and the spreading of the virus is not their fault in any way, shape, or form. They're working closely with us to get rid of it. We will prevail together. It's very important. From the beginning, we have been working closely with our nation's best scientists and medical professionals, and we will continue to do so until we have defeated the virus. Our public health experts, who are terrific, are studying the variation in the disease across the country, and we will be using data to recommend new protocols to allow local economies to cautiously resume their activity at the appropriate time. We also have a large team working on what the next steps will be once the medical community gives a region the okay, meaning the okay to get going, to get back, let's go to work. Our country wasn't built to be shut down. This is not a country that was built for this. It was not built to be shut down. My administration continues to work with Democrats and Republicans to reach an agreement on an urgent relief bill for the millions of American workers and small businesses and large businesses that were badly affected by the medical difficulty that we've had. If you had a viable business in January, we are committed to ensuring the same is true in the coming weeks. In fact, we want to make it even better than it was before, and we're doing things to help in that regard. America will again and soon be open for business, very soon, a lot sooner than 3 or 4 months that somebody was suggesting, a lot sooner. We cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. We're not going to let the cure be worse than the problem. At the end of the 15-day period, we'll make a decision as to which way we want to go, where we want to go, the timing, and essentially we're referring to the timing of the opening, essentially the opening of our country, because we have it pretty well shut down in order to get rid of this invisible enemy. 2 weeks ago, we moved at record speed to pass paid sick leave and paid family medical leave and approved $8 billion, including money for the development of treatments and vaccines, and we're doing tremendous work on both fronts. The vaccines are coming along very quickly. Now Congress must demonstrate the same bipartisanship again and join together to pass the Senate bill as written and avoid playing any more partisan games. They have to get together and just stop with the partisan politics. And I think that's happening. I got a call a little while ago. I guess they're getting closer. It should go quickly. And it must go quickly. It's not really a choice. They don't have a choice. They have to make a deal. This should not be a time for political agendas, but rather one for focusing solely and squarely on the needs of the American people. We are going to save American workers, and we're going to save them quickly. And we're going to save our great American companies, both small and large. This was a medical problem. We are not going to let it turn into a long-lasting financial problem. It started out as a purely medical problem, and it's not going to go beyond that. We're just not going to allow that to happen. Our country was at its strongest financial point. We've never had an economy like we had just a few weeks ago, and then it got hit with something that nobody could have ever thought possible. And we are fixing it. We're fixing it quickly. And I want to just thank the American people for what they've been through and what they're doing. Our country will be stronger than ever before, and we fully anticipate that, and it won't be that long. Let me provide you with an update on critical supplies. FEMA is distributing 8 million N95 respirator masks and 13.3 million surgical masks across the country right now. Focusing on the areas with the greatest need, we've shipped 73 pallets of personal protective equipment to New York City and 36 pallets to the state of Washington. In the past 96 hours, FEMA has also received donations of approximately 6.5 million masks. We're having millions and millions of masks made as we speak, and other personal protective equipment, which we will be distributing to medical hotspots. We're focused on some of the hotspots. Across the nation, we're seeing an outpouring of creativity and innovative ideas widely shared between the federal health leaders, governors, and mayors, the scientific community, and members of the private sector. Really working together. Everybody's working together. I'm pleased to report that clinical trials in New York will begin existing for existing drugs that may prove effective against the virus. At my direction, the federal government is working to help obtain large quantities of chloroquine. And you can look from any standpoint tomorrow in New York. We think tomorrow pretty early, the hydroxychloroquine and the Z-Pak, I think is a combination, probably is looking very, very good, and it's going to be distributed. We have 10,000 units going, and it'll be distributed tomorrow. It'll be available and is now. They already have it. They're going to distribute it tomorrow morning to a lot of people in New York City and New York. We're studying it very closely, watching it very closely. You probably saw a couple of articles today came out where a gentleman, they thought he was not going to make it. He said goodbye to his family. They had given him the drug just a little while before, but he thought it was over. His family thought he was going to die. And a number of hours later, he woke up, felt good. Then he woke up again, and he felt really good, and he's in good shape. And he's very happy for this particular drug that we got approved in record-setting time. There's never been anything even close to it. And I want to thank the FDA, which has been incredible, and Dr. Hahn, Stephen Hahn, highly respected man, but they're doing everything possible to increase production and available supply of these drugs, not only this drug, but also others that are coming. Remdesivir is coming from Regeneron. A couple of others are also under study. But the one that I'm very excited about right now is the one we just mentioned. And I think there's a real chance. I mean, again, we don't know, but there's a real chance that it could have a tremendous impact. It would be a gift from God if that worked. It would be a big game changer. So we'll see. But distribution starts tomorrow morning early in New York, and I think a lot of people are going to be, hopefully they're going to be very happy with the result, but we're all going to be watching closely. It's something we have to try. It's been very, very successful in malaria, very, very successful. And countries with malaria have had a interesting thing happen. They take this particular drug. It's a very powerful drug. And there is very little semblance of the virus in those countries. And there are those that say because this drug is very prevalent because of the malaria. So we'll see what happens. I'm also announcing that we're postponing the deadline for compliance with real ID requirements at a time when we're asking Americans to maintain social distancing. We do want to require people to go with their local DMV. We will be announcing the new deadline very soon. It's going to be announced in a very short moment. Overnight, we successfully brought home 103 American citizens after they had been stranded for 10 days in Brazil. Following a cruise, we want to thank the Brazilian government and their great president. Most of those returned were senior citizens. My administration, in cooperation with Governor Greg Abbott of Texas and the private sector, coordinated their safe return to the United States. So thank you to Governor Abbott. Terrific governor, terrific man. Earlier today, I signed an executive order invoking presidential authority under Section 4512 of the Defense Production Act to prohibit the hoarding of vital medical equipment and supplies, such as hand sanitizers, face masks, and personal protective equipment. We have a lot of face masks, a lot of equipment is coming in, and we have some people hoarding. And Attorney General Barr is going to be speaking about that in a second. We want to prevent price gouging, and critical health and medical resources are going to be protected in every form. Under this directive, the Secretary of Health and Human Services is authorized to designate essential health and medical supplies as scarce. So he'll designate certain supplies and medical elements as scarce, and that means it will be a crime to stockpile these items in excessive quantities, which is happening to a relatively small degree, we think, but nevertheless it's happening. We can't let it happen. And we can't let them resell them at excessive prices, which some people are doing. Very simply, we will not allow anyone to exploit the suffering of American citizens for their own profit. So we're going to be watching that with our great Attorney General very closely. The Department of Justice will be aggressively prosecuting fraudulent schemes related to the pandemic. Yesterday, federal prosecutors took action in their first case, shutting down a website selling a totally fake vaccine, if you can believe that one. As president, I will always fight to protect Americans from being exploited. Thankfully, all throughout the country, we're witnessing extraordinary acts of compassion, benevolence, and unity. Construction companies are donating masks by the hundreds of thousands. Manufacturing workers are transforming their assembly lines. Citizens are volunteering to deliver food and medicine to the elderly. We're truly seeing America at its best. We're really seeing things that people never thought even could happen. Frankly, we never thought this could happen. But the way most Americans are working toward getting it solved and just doing what they have to do to make this go away has been incredible. It's been incredible. I want to take a moment to thank the everyday heroes who are making our vast effort against the virus possible. And thank you to the healthcare workers and the first responders. These are very brave people. Thanks also to the hardworking men and women of Federal Express, UPS, the United States Postal Service, and the truckers who are maintaining our supply chains and supply lines. We thank you very much. Great job. We also want to give our regards and thanks to everyone at our grocery stores working the night shift so that shelves can be restocked, and the restaurant workers and delivery drivers keeping our families fed. So many of these restaurants, it's incredible. They're doing service where people come and they pick it up, delivery. I mean, it's been incredible what they've been doing. Totally different business than they were in, other than they cook food. Other than that, it's like a totally different business. Most of all, I want to thank the American people for rising to the challenge and showing incredible courage, determination, patience, grace, and grit. From New York to Seattle and everywhere in between, your acts of selflessness and sacrifice and ingenuity are a powerful testament to the American character. It's really being shown. It's really showing up at a level that people are really respecting. All over the world, they're respecting. And the world has problems. We're at 148 countries now. 148 countries are affected by the invisible scourge. And all of the uplifting reflections of the American spirit are out there for everyone to see. Together, we will care for our fellow citizens, and we will win this war, and we'll win it much sooner than people think. And we'll be back in business as a country pretty soon. You'll be hearing about that also pretty soon. Now I'd like to ask Attorney General Bill Barr to say a few words, and we'll take questions in a little while. Thank you.
Let me start by thanking you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, for your decisive leadership in this unprecedented battle to save American lives. At the Department of Justice, we're working hard to protect the health and safety of our personnel while at the same time keeping our enforcement efforts at full throttle. So I'd like to thank all of my colleagues in law enforcement, not just those at the federal level, but of all our state and local partners, the police officers, the sheriff's deputies who are protecting and serving their communities, often at great risk to themselves. What I'd like to do here is start with a few remarks about the order that the President mentioned to ensure the availability of critical medical and health supplies from hoarding and price gouging. On March 18th, the President issued Executive Order 13909 invoking the Defense Production Act with respect to the health and medical resources needed to respond to the spread of COVID-19, including PPE and ventilators. We have started to see some evidence of potential hoarding and price gouging. And so earlier today, the President signed a second executive order providing the authority to address, if it becomes necessary, hoarding that threatens the supply of those necessary health and medical resources. Under Section 102 of the Defense Production Act, the President is authorized to prohibit the hoarding of needed resources by designating those materials as scarce or as materials whose supply would be threatened by persons accumulating excessive amounts. Once specific materials are so designated, persons are prohibited from accumulating those items in excess of reasonable personal or business needs, or for the purpose of selling them in excess of prevailing market prices. It is a crime to engage in prohibited activity. In today's executive order, the President is delegating to the Secretary of HHS this authority to protect against hoarding by designating these critical items. Now, no items have been designated yet, and the Department of Justice is going to be working with HHS to identify cases where hoarding may be impeding the supply of health and medical resources needed to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we convened our first task force meeting, a national task force that will be working on these supply chain issues and specifically on the problem of hoarding and price gouging. And we are designating in each of our 93 United States Attorney's offices a lead prosecutor who will be responsible in that district for pursuing these cases. I also want to say that we have not waited for this order to be signed. As we have received evidence recently, we have already initiated investigations of activities that are disrupting the supply chain and suggestive of hoarding. I want to stress that we're not talking about consumers or businesses stockpiling supplies for their own operations. We're talking about people hoarding these goods and materials on an industrial scale for the purpose of manipulating the market and ultimately deriving windfall profits. If you have a big supply of toilet paper in your house, this is not something you have to worry about. But if you are sitting on a warehouse with masks, surgical masks, you will be hearing a knock on your door. So with that, Mr. President, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Deborah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just to start, I want to really thank all the ministers of health around the world who have been sending us their data despite the fight that they're in themselves, particularly our European colleagues. They continue to send us primarily their mortality data, which is really very critical because when you're in the midst of this level of fight that many of the European countries are, following mortality data will give you the best insight right now on how the epidemic is proceeding in those countries because they really can't be testing at the level to really understand the depth and breadth of their new cases. In the mortality data that has been provided to us, there has been no child under 15 that has succumbed to the virus in Europe. There was the one 14-year-old in China. So we still see that there is less severity in children. And so that should be reassuring to the moms and dads out there. To Generation Z and to my millennial colleagues who have been really at the forefront of many of these responses, less than 1% of all the mortality is less than 50. And so this is, I think, also a very important point. That doesn't mean that individuals won't have severe disease. So still 99% of all the mortality coming out of Europe in general is over 50 and pre-existing conditions. The pre-existing condition piece still holds in Italy, with the majority of the mortality having 3 or more pre-existing conditions. I think this is reassuring to all of us, but it doesn't change the need to continue to protect the elderly. And in order to protect the elderly, we all need to continue to do the President's directives and guidance for the next week of the 15-day challenge. Finally, I wanted to really close by thanking the laboratory personnel that have been at the front lines. 250,000 tests have been run in the last 7 days. This happened because these large commercial laboratories are doing round-the-clock runs. And remember, all of them are being exposed to the virus in the same way from the swabs. Yet tirelessly, they have worked on and on to get those results available. They are still getting more tests than they can run per day. That's because we were primarily expanded into what we call the Roche high-throughput tri-core machine. Those results have been getting to the clients, and we've asked them to prioritize hospitalized patients. There was a breakthrough today, and I think you'll see this from the FDA, for all of those of you who are waiting for self-swabbing options. Those are going to be available sometime this week to be able to individuals do their own tests. That said, remember, these platforms are keeping up with those who need to be diagnosed in the hospitals and those who come to the emergency room quite ill, so that hospital beds can be freed up for those that don't have COVID. So that will be critical, that if you don't need a test, and if it doesn't change your clinical course, do not come in to be tested. And I think that mortality data that I gave you should be very reassuring to all of you. Finally, to conclude, New York City. The New York metro area of New Jersey, New York City, and parts of Long Island have an attack rate close to 1 in 1,000. This is 5 times what the other areas are seeing. Through the high throughput lab investigations, we're finding that 28% of the submitted specimens are positive from that area, where it's less than 8% in the rest of the country. So to all of my friends and colleagues in New York, this is the group that needs to absolutely social distance and self-isolate at this time. Clearly, the virus had been circulating there for a number of weeks to have this level of penetrance into the general community.
Thank you very much, Deborah.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met today, but we also convened, at the President's direction, a conference call with the nation's governors. And we focused on efforts at mitigation, at testing, and supplies. We discussed the President's recent approval of disaster declarations for Washington and California and New York. But we also assured governors who've submitted major disaster declarations that we will be reviewing them in an expeditious manner to ensure the full resources the federal government are brought to bear. The President wanted us to make it clear that the federal government will do whatever it takes to support an effort that is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. We reiterated that to our governors today, listened to them about their specific needs, and frankly made it clear to them that while the President has published at coronavirus.gov the 15 days to slow the spread for every American, and millions of Americans are addressing these common sense guidelines to prevent the spread of the coronavirus in the days ahead, we made it clear to the governors that this President and this administration fully supports decisions that governors are making in communities and states that are particularly impacted by the spread of the coronavirus, and we are grateful for their efforts. We also spoke to the governors about the importance of the legislation that is currently being negotiated on Capitol Hill, and asked them to encourage members of the House and the Senate to move very quickly. The bill that is currently being negotiated, the President said that he believes will be resolved soon, and we're encouraged by it. We'll speed direct payments to families. The average family of 4 will receive $3,000 directly. There'll be payroll subsidies for small businesses around America to keep people on the payroll while they might be required to stay home, unemployment insurance benefits, assistance to hospitals and major industries. And we continue to urge the Congress to act and ask the governors to engage their delegations. On the subject of testing, we reiterated our thanks to states across the country that are rapidly expanding testing at drive-through sites and at community sites. As Dr. Birx just reflected, because of the unprecedented public and private partnership that the President initiated with our commercial labs, we stand here today with 313,000 tests having been completed, with the test results delivered to Americans, and still somewhat more than 41,000 have contracted coronavirus. But this state-run effort is continuing to receive the full support of our team at FEMA and at the U.S. Public Health Service. We're deploying personnel, we're deploying resources, and testing is literally expanding around the country by the hour. As Dr. Birx also mentioned, the FDA has been in the process of reviewing less invasive methods of testing. The President and I both reflected on the fact that we have been tested, and we've been working with the FDA to make it possible for self-collected nasal swabs, where individuals could, at the end of their nasal passage, collect a sample. And I'm pleased to report that self-collected swabs can now be collected in clinics and at drive-through testing sites. This will expedite the testing process, of course, but it will also reduce the risk to healthcare providers for exposure to the coronavirus, and it will minimize the drain on personal protective equipment. With the current test that goes pretty significantly up the nasal passage, people have to wear gear and then change out the gear. And this new self-administered test will actually not require the drain on personal protective equipment, and it's all a part of our effort, as Admiral Polovchek will discuss in just a few moments, to meet the supply needs that we have across the country, but to meet them with efforts at conservation as well. On the subject of testing, it's important to remember, as the old book said, it is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. And so if you don't have symptoms, you don't need to get a coronavirus test. We encourage every American to adhere to that so that the testing resources are available for people that are symptomatics. We also will be issuing today from Health and Human Services new guidance to direct all commercial labs to prioritize testing for hospitalized patients. And that guidance is going out tonight. We also reminded the governors today that all state laboratories, all hospital laboratories, are now required by law to report the results of coronavirus tests to the CDC. On the subject of supplies, in our meeting today at FEMA, we received a report of the new Supply Chain Stabilization Task Force. Rear Admiral John Polovchek is leading that up at FEMA, and the task force is working to identify medical supplies that exist in the marketplace today, to evaluate the national stockpile, and also working with industries around the country to produce even more of the critical medical supplies. And as the President said, businesses across America are stepping up, and maybe as never before in our history. 3M, in fact, has diverted 500,000 N95 masks from commercial customers, and they're being delivered today to New York and Seattle. Facebook, we would acknowledge, has donated their emergency reserve of over 700,000 N95 masks to healthcare workers, and these are just a few examples of the generosity of businesses. We're also seeing companies step forward to repurpose their manufacturing facilities to create ventilators, to create equipment, and I know I speak for the President when I say how grateful and proud we are for that. We also discussed with the governors a real breakthrough on the availability of ventilators. We called on the governors to survey all outpatient surgical centers and hospital operating rooms, because surgical ventilators that anesthesiologists use, because of an FDA decision, rendered this last weekend, those can be easily converted now to ventilators that can be used for people struggling with severe illness from the coronavirus. And so we called on our governors in conversations with state leaders to survey all of their surgical centers and hospital operating rooms to identify that equipment, and with the new FDA guidelines, they'll be able to convert those to help meet the needs of ventilators across the country. We are now 8 days into the president's 15 days to slow the spread. And the American people are rising to the challenge. We're doing this. But in the days that remain between now and the end of the 15 days, we're going to need every American to take this seriously. Listen to your state and local health authorities, where there may be additional and stronger guidance in areas where the coronavirus spread has been more severe. But for every American, know that the part that you do, that your family does, and that you do in your community to put into practice these principles of social distancing, using a drive-through at the local restaurant, will make an enormous difference in lowering the trajectory of the coronavirus spreading across our country. It's going to take all of us, but with the ongoing cooperation of the American people, with compassion, with the ingenuity of American industry, with dedicated leadership at the state and federal level, I know that we can slow the spread, we can protect our most vulnerable, and we will heal our land.
Thank you, Mike, very much. Admiral, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I'm Rear Admiral John Polovchek. I'm the Supply Chain Task Force Lead at FEMA. My task is to increase the supply of critical medical supplies, which include personal protective equipment and ventilators, items like that. I just want to take a few moments to explain the organization that we've stood up this week, these last few days, and our approach. So you have a chart behind me. I have two focus leads, one on personal protective equipment, medical supplies, and a focus lead on ventilators. Operating under 4 lines of effort. First line of effort you see is preservation, and the leaders tonight have talked about that ability to make our stuff last longer. Acceleration. We have a team of people that are searching the globe for personal protective equipment, figuring out where it is, figuring out if we need to buy it or just transport it and get it here faster. We have a line of effort called reallocation. We're working with our industry partners to illuminate the supply chain. There are many vendors, many distributors, all on separate systems. Nobody has one site picture for that supply chain. We've brought our industry partners in. We're weaving that together to make better allocation decisions and understand where it is and where it needs to go. We have a line called expansion. You've heard some of that today. If those that have wanted to convert plants, those that want to get into the business, we have the tools to help them to go do that. So 2 focus areas right now, PPE and ventilators, 4 lines of effort working the problem of the task to get more here and increase the supplies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could, the Washington Post is reporting that the total deaths today crossed 100 for the first time. This morning, your Surgeon General on the Today Show said he wanted Americans to understand that this is going to get really bad. Do you share that prognosis?
Of course I do. It's going to be bad, and we have a lot of people dying from the flu, as you know. We have a very bad flu season on top of everything else. It's very bad. It looks like it could be over 50,000. And certainly this is going to be bad, and we're trying to make it so that it's much, much less bad. And that's what we're doing. I think we're doing a very good job of it. If you look at other countries, what they've been through, and you look at the kind of numbers and compare them to ours, which is a much larger country than most, the numbers are pretty amazing. And it started with the fact that we stopped people from coming in from a highly affected area and infected area. And that was a good thing to do. So yeah, it's bad, and it's going to, obviously the numbers are going to increase with time, and then they're going to start to decrease. And we're going to be opening our country up for business, because our country was meant to be open and working with others, but especially for our workers. And the engine for that whole system is we have to have companies, and these companies are loved by our workers because they're paying big salaries and big dollars to our workers, and we're going to get it all going again very soon, hopefully very, very soon. Please.
Sir, I'm just trying to reconcile the two things that you just said. One, that things are going to be very, very bad, and two, that you want to get the country open back up as quickly as possible. So I guess my question is, if in a week Dr. Birx or Dr. Fauci are telling you we need to continue these measures for the health of the vulnerable populations of the country, are you going to say, I'm sorry, the economy is too important?
Well, you'll see what happens. I understand the question very well. It's a great question, but we can do two things at one time. I will say this: our country's learned a lot. We've learned about social distancing. We've learned about the hands. We've learned about staying away, at least during the time that this is even a little bit around. This disease, or whatever you want to call it, many different names. You can call it many different names, but the virus, while it's around. And we can start thinking about, as an example, parts of our country are very lightly affected, very small numbers. And, you know, you look at a state, great governor, Pete Ricketts in Nebraska. You look at the kind of numbers they have out there. They have one of the great hospitals there, too, relative to what we're talking about. But you look at Nebraska, you look at Idaho, you look at Iowa, you look at I could name many countries that are handling it very, very well and that are not affected to the same extent, or frankly, not even nearly to the extent of New York, which is really, I'm dealing with Governor Cuomo, and we're dealing very well together. We'll be sending that ship up, by the way, as you know. We have a ship going to Los Angeles. We'll also be, the ship is coming out of a very large repair. It's all ready to go. It very soon will be. And over the next 3 or 4 weeks, that'll be coming up to New York. We'll go to New York Harbor, and it'll be fully supplied. So they're working on that right now.
And maybe Dr. Birx can speak to this. Do you share the President's optimism that in a week we might have a situation where we can say, you know, there's a few hot spots, but much of the country...
Well, I didn't say in a week, but I said soon. It's going to be soon. It's not going to be 3 or 4 months, as some people were saying, and a lot of people thought originally, but I would certainly let you answer.
And are you worried that some of the cities and states that haven't had the infection yet are lagging indicators and that we're going to start seeing cases?
So you've raised two important issues. One, I think you all know a lot of our tests have had to go to hospitals at this time so that we can diagnose people who are at risk, to give them options to get these new therapeutic options. None of these therapeutic options are available if you don't know your diagnosis. So we've been very much focused on that. With adding Abbott, Thermo Fisher, Hologic, and now Cepheid platforms. Cepheid's that new platform that is point of care, but slower. So, you know, you've got to match the throughput, the need to what kind of equipment you have. Now that we have all those platforms moving simultaneously, we can go back to doing case finding and surveillance in the areas that have the most lower numbers, as well as doing mitigation more aggressively in the places that have higher numbers. We went out with a very blunt force. I mean, we have to all be honest. We had to do that because we weren't sure where the virus was and where it is going. I think over this week, we're concentrated on figuring out exactly where the virus is and making projections about where it's going and the impact of our mitigation pieces. We learned this in tackling epidemics around the world. You have to focus the resources and the intervention and the structural prevention interventions in the areas where the virus is circulating. Otherwise, people never understand why you're doing this and they don't have any virus. So it has to be very tailored geographically, and it may have to also be very tailored by age group, really understanding who's at the greatest risk and understanding how to protect them.
But there's data showing that in 3 months, as the president said, we won't need to follow these broad guidelines that we've that he's
The
laid out?
only data that we all have, and I think you all know what it is, the two areas that have moved through their curve is China and South Korea. So those are the two countries that we're learning from. Those were 8 to 10 week curves. Each state in each hotspot in the United States is going to be its own curve because the seeds came in at different times. So Washington State is on their curve. They're about 2 weeks ahead of New York. And so each of these have to be done in a very granular way to really understand where we are. And it's the charge that the president has given us is to use all of our data analytics and all of our data inputs to really define those issues about where the virus is, where is it going, and what predictions we can make about where we are in that bell-shaped curve.
I think that's a great definition, and I will say we're going to be watching our senior citizens very closely. We're going to be watching certain hotspots like New York, and within New York you have areas which are troubling, and we'll be working with the governor and the mayor and everybody else on those spots. But at the same time, at a certain point, we have to get open and we have to get moving. We don't want to lose these companies. We don't want to lose these workers. We want to take care of our workers. So we'll be doing something, I think, relatively quickly, but we've learned a lot during this period. This was a very necessary period. Tremendous information was gained, but we can do two things at one time. You know, and again, I say we have a very active flu season, more active than most. It's looking like it's heading to 50,000 or more deaths, not cases, 50,000 deaths, which is, that's a lot. And you look at automobile accidents, which are far greater than any numbers we're talking about. That doesn't mean we're going to tell everybody no more driving of cars. So we have to do things to get our country open. But this has been an incredible period of learning, and we'll have announcements over the next fairly short period as to the timing. John, please.
Mr. President, I want to ask about these guidelines on testing. Obviously, Senator Rand Paul has tested positive for coronavirus. But he was not in contact with anybody who was a known positive, and he didn't have any major symptoms. Under your guidelines, under the guidelines that have been outlined here, he would not have gotten a test. He got one anyway. So what do you say to him? He's pointed out that if he hadn't gone basically in defiance of these guidelines and got tested, he might still be showing up to the Senate right now and infecting the whole U.S. Senate.
So that's why this was important. That's why this recommendation to the American people was important. Because we have been saying that there is a level of asymptomatic or mild spread. And that's why each person has to be responsible. Each person has to be responsible in the way that they decrease their interaction with others, the 6 feet, and you're all very social distance, so thank you. But also assuming that everyone that you're interacting with could be positive. And that gets into the hand washing piece, and that gets into the other piece we talked about is surfaces. I think until we really figure out the respiratory transmission versus the surface transmission, and this hard surface transmission, not fabric, will be really critical, because that is a way the virus could spread on subways or metros, where people would be holding on to things that other people had recently held on to. So that's the real question.
But if we can just keep with the example of Rand Paul, and obviously there are many other people that would be in a similar situation, but just keep with this one example. If he hadn't gotten that test, he would still be showing up to the Senate every day, to his place of work.
If he had
You
been
wouldn't want that,
following
would
these
you?
guidelines, he wouldn't have been infecting others because of the social distancing, washing your hands, doing everything that we talked about. So we've talked about also how people make choices because of their jobs, that they have to come in. You'll notice I was not here over the weekend. I think this is the part that we really need to take personal responsibility for. Saturday, I had a little low-grade fever.
Uh-oh.
So, actually, probably a GI thing. But you know, I'm meticulous. I'm a physician. I looked it up. I ended up piggy banking. I'm from Walter Reed, so I got a test late Saturday night, and I'm negative. I stayed home another day just
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, just to make sure. That's how we protect one another. So, unless everybody's taking their temperature every day, we can't say that he had no symptoms. These are the kinds of things that we have to do for one another. This is the personal responsibility that I'm talking about, that we all have to practice.
And Mr. President, when you say you don't want the cure to be worse than the problem itself, so are you saying that if we kept these measures that we're doing now in place for a couple of months, 2 or 3
Well, they
months?
will be in place. At some point, we're going to open up our country, and it's going to be fairly soon.
Weeks or months? Because you seem to be
I'm not
leaning more
looking
towards
at months, I can tell you right now. We're going to be opening up our country, and we're going to be watching certain areas, and we're going to be practicing everything that Deborah's referring to right here. I mean, we're going to be watching this very closely, but you can't keep it closed for the next, for years. Okay, this is going away. We're going to win the battle, but we also have, you have tremendous responsibility. We have jobs. We have people get tremendous anxiety and depression, and you have suicides over things like this. When you have terrible economies, you have death, definitely would be in far greater numbers than the numbers that we're talking about with regard to the virus. So we have an obligation, we have a double obligation. We have a great country. There's no country like it in the world, and there's no economy like it in the world. I mean, we were just blazing. We were coming out with numbers that some numbers weren't even reported because it was already, this had happened. They were meaningless. I got numbers about myself that were meaningless because by the time the numbers came in, it's a whole different world with this. But I will tell you that we can do both things, John. We can do them both at the same time. I mean, that's okay. What we have gone through is a tremendous learning process. And we've also solved a lot of problems, but we've gone through a tremendous learning situation. Now, we're building hospitals in New York. We're building hospitals in California. We're building hospitals in the state of Washington. We've been in touch with the governors. Today I spoke with a man that I happen to like. I spoke with Phil in New Jersey, and we're going to be doing something very meaningful in New Jersey. We're doing something. I spoke with J.B. Pritzker, called me today. We're going to be helping them out in Illinois. We're doing a lot of things in Florida. We're doing a lot of things. And between FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers and the Admiral in your group, in terms of the purchasing, that's what he does. He purchases. He's supposed to be great. I'll tell you in about 2 days. But he's going to do a fantastic job. So we have an incredibly talented group of people. But yeah, we'll be doing 2 things and 3 things at one time. Well, at the same time, though, we're going to be watching very closely the hotspots. We're going to be taking care and watching very closely our senior citizens, especially those with a problem or an illness. We're going to be watching them very, very closely. And we can do that and have an open economy, have an open country. And we have to do that because that causes other problems. And maybe it causes much bigger problems than the problem we're talking about now. You understand? Jeff, please.
Mr. President, following up on that same topic and on your tweet, do you think that the cure so far has been worse than the problem?
I think the cure has been very tough. This has been this was an operation. This was somebody going to a doctor and saying, you need an operation. And we've had an operation. We've learned a lot. And we fixed a lot of problems. One of the things we fixed is, if you look at the obsolete system that this administration inherited, it wasn't meant for this. It was meant for a small group of people. And even for that, it was not very good and very obsolete. We now have a testing program now that will hopefully be able to be used for many years into the future should we have another event like this. I don't think you'll have another event like this. This is very unique. You look back into time, you look back decades and decades. We can name them all, even if you go back 10 years. You go back to 2009, but that wasn't like this, as it turned out. But they lost a lot of people. We were early, Jeff, because of the fact that we closed early. That was a big move. Please, Kristen. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
You had said previously, I think from this podium, that the virus could still be with us through July or August. By suggesting now that we might, or that the government might change these standards or these recommendations
Well, it's
soon?
not change, it's no, we're doing things, yeah. This was a learning experience for the people of the country. And even for
Time frame
government.
has changed for you. The
what's changed?
The July-August time frame of when you think the virus will be under control.
Well, I think we've learned a lot. I think that there's so much discipline now that we never had. Nobody ever said, don't shake hands. I did actually before I became a politician. Once I became a politician, then it's hard getting used to not doing it because, you know, you do it with everybody, with literally thousands of people a week. You're shaking hands with big groups of people. You know, there's a lot of, we've learned a lot. There's a great discipline that this whole country has learned, having to do with distancing, having to do with shaking hands. I think a lot of it's going to stay long after the virus is gone. I really think it's probably good practice anyway, but I think it's going to stay long after the virus is gone. But we have to open our country because that causes problems that, in my opinion, could be far bigger problems. Far bigger. This is a medical, a severe medical situation that could cause problems far beyond the medical and then increase the medical problems to things that had nothing to do with this original medical problem. We can't let that happen to our country. We have the greatest country in the world. I'm not going to let that happen. But this 2 weeks that we have spent has been an incredible learning period and process. Please, Kristen.
For one, you said it's likely going to be weeks, not months, before you suggest easing these guidelines when you put out. Have any of the doctors on your team told you that's the right path to pursue?
We spoke to them today, and I was telling them that we have two things to look for. Don't forget the doctors. If it were up to the doctors, they may say, let's keep it shut down. Let's shut down the entire world, because, again, you're up to almost 150 countries. So let's shut down the entire world. And when we shut it down, that would be wonderful. And let's keep it shut for a couple of years. You know, you can't do that. And you can't do that with a country, especially the number one economy anywhere in the world, by far. Number one economy in the world. You can't do that. Because, well, it causes bigger problems than the original. That's why I talk about the cure being worse than the problem. We can't have the cure be worse than the problem. But what we have done, so this is not retracing, this isn't anything. We've done it really well, because this 2 week period has been good. And I'm not saying it ends at that time. You know, we have another 7 days or so. I'm not saying it ends at that time. But I am saying it's been like this incredible learning process. That's going to go into the future. That's going to go even as we open up our country. And we're going to be watching New York, and we're going to be watching California. We're going to be watching the state of Washington and other places. Illinois is becoming a hot spot. And we can do both. Now, we may quarantine, I mean, we will be quarantining many people in these areas. There are other areas that just aren't affected, or they're affected very little. And why would we close down 100% of the country? There are areas within New York where New York will be open, but there are areas within New York. Remember this, New York has the New York Stock Exchange. It has NASDAQ. It has the exchanges. To close the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ and with all of the great work they're doing, I mean, they've gone largely to computer. You look at the floor, it's incredible what they can do, but it's fully open. But we don't want to be doing that. But we can do, what I'm saying basically is that we can do two things simultaneously. And we've had this incredible learning period. Plus, people have been in a period and they won't be calling, oh, gee, because I've got many, many people that now come to me and say, we get it. We think we can really do it now and do it while we're open. So at some point, we'll be setting some guidelines. We'll be setting some date lines. And we'll be announcing them in the not-too-distant future.
Any of the doctors on your team endorsed easing the federal guidelines?
Not endorsed. We talked together, and I think they're okay with it, and I'm okay with it. But this could be a much bigger problem. This could create a much bigger problem than the problem that you start off with. Now, other nations are going to have to do what they're going to do, but they'll probably do something very similar. But in our case, much more so than anyone else, because of the magnitude of our economy, the tremendous size of what we've built and what we have, and the jobs involved. You know, you have almost 160 million jobs in this country now, the most ever, by far the most ever. The number of jobs, almost 160 million. So we can't turn that off and think it's going to be wonderful. There'll be tremendous repercussions. There will be a tremendous death from that. Death. You know, you're talking about death, probably more death from that than anything that we're talking about with respect to the virus.
If we continue with these strict guidelines than if we ease them?
No, I think we're going to do them both. I think that's what I'm saying. I think we can do them both. Now, we haven't announced a date, but we're getting fairly close to coming up with a date, and it's a much shorter period of time than I've been hearing the news report. And I think everybody should be happy with that. But great knowledge was gained. Please.
I had two questions for you, Mr. President. My second one is on what your economic advisor, Larry Kudlow, said today. He was talking about this, and he said that there are going to have to be some difficult trade-offs if you do ease these guidelines, because he wants the economy to be
You mean with the
open again.
Democrats you're talking about?
No, he was talking about how you said, the cure shouldn't be worse than the problem, and he was talking about reopening the businesses, getting the economy going again. What are those difficult
Well, it is
trade-offs?
true. I mean, if he said, I didn't hear him say that, but if he said difficult trade-off, sure, it's less convenient. Before you walk and you hop in the subway and you grab the handle and you go down to wherever you're going on Wall Street and you do all sorts of things and you go in and you open the doors going into your great buildings or into the exchanges, and now you're not going to have to maybe think about doing that, or you're going to think about doing it a different way. No, there are many trade-offs. It's a different life, and maybe it'll remain that way, frankly, after the invisible scourge is gone. Maybe it's going to stay that way. Not a bad thing to stay that way, but no, there are trade-offs. There's no question about that. But I actually think I think in the end we're going to end up being bigger, better, and stronger. We have learned a lot. Please.
We're seeing an increase of cases in Latin America, in the Middle East,
It's true.
in
Latin
some
America.
places in Asia. Are you considering a new round of travel ban?
No, we're not really. I mean, something like that could happen, I guess, but we're not really. They thought we were going to have bans within the United States. We didn't do that. We're not going to have that. Hopefully that'll take care of itself. No, in Latin America there's been an uptick. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, just quickly, a second question. What prompted you to say at the beginning of your comments that you're going to take care of the Asian Americans? Has there been something in particular that was brought to
because
you?
it seems that there could be a little bit of nasty language toward the Asian Americans in our country, and I don't like that at all. These are incredible people. They love our country, and I'm not going to let it happen. So I just wanted to make that point. Because they're blaming China. People are blaming China, and they are making statements to great American citizens that happen to be of Asian heritage, and I'm not going to let that happen. Please.
You say you want to reopen the country, but most schools across the country are closed. 2 states now are closed for the rest of the school year. How are parents supposed to go back to work and educate their children right now?
The governors of the various states will have a lot of leeway. If we open up, and when we open up, the governors in certain states, for instance, you go to some of the states I just mentioned, those schools are going to be open. In many cases, they're open now, but the schools are going to be open. In other cases, Governor Cuomo, Gavin Newsom of California, certain governors are going to maybe have a decision to make. Now, they may make a decision to keep them open in a certain part of New York and maybe in Westchester County or wherever it may be, they'll keep them closed. But they're going to have leeway. We're giving the governors a lot of leeway.
Do you agree with the decision to close it several months out at this point? These governors are saying they're expecting a peak in the next couple of months and have made a decision for the rest
governors
of the
are
year.
going to make those decisions. That's going to be up to the governors. And they're very capable. They'll be able to make the decisions. Please.
Sir, will you explain why a $2 trillion economic stimulus is needed if you are going to reopen the country in a period of weeks, not months?
Because the virus has had a big impact on our country. So we're going to give a stimulus so that the workers can live their life. It was not their fault. It wasn't the workers' fault. And we are going to give a kick so that it's a kick. And this way, we think the workers can get a fair start. The small businesses we're taking very good care of. We want to take care of these small businesses. They really are the engine of this country. A lot of people don't know that. You know, everyone thinks of these great, big, beautiful businesses, who, by the way, have been very badly hurt also. But the small businesses have really historically been the engine, and they still are the engine of the country. And you'd be amazed. The workers love those businesses, and the workers contact us, and they want us to help those businesses because that's where they've made their living. That's where they've been paid a lot of money over the years. And, you've been seeing what's happened over the last 3 years where salaries and wages have gone up very substantially for those workers. And then we got caught by this sudden craziness coming into our country and coming all over the world. So we need to make sure that the companies are strong and that the workers are strong, and that's what we're doing. And, hopefully the Republicans and Democrats are going to be able to make a deal, and they're actually fairly close, but we'll see what happens. Please.
But does it still need to be $2 trillion is my question. Can it be
Well, one of
smaller
the
at this
things you're
point?
going to have to save companies that have been shattered. You're going to have to save various, you know a lot of the companies yourselves. We have a company that was, I think, the greatest company in the world, named Boeing. Boeing's going to need some help. Now, Boeing had some difficulty before. That's unlike others. We have other companies that didn't have a problem coming in. Boeing had the obvious problem that everybody knows about from a little more than a year ago, a double problem, and it was a big one. And then on top of it, as they're getting ready to really show their stuff, on top of it, we all get hit by this. And obviously, the airlines are going to have a problem, but the airlines aren't going to be buying from Boeing or from anybody else right now because of this difficulty. So we have to work with the airlines. We have to work with the cruise lines. We have to work with the companies like a Boeing, because Boeing's potentially, again, a great company. It had a very rough period of 13 months, a very rough period, a horrible period, an unbelievable period. If you would have told me this would have happened to Boeing, I wouldn't have believed it, because to me it was, truly one of the truly great, probably almost 1 point of GDP, if you can think of that. It's hard to believe that a company could have that kind of an impact. But Boeing, we have to work with it for two reasons. Number one, it's a great company that we have to save. Number two, it produces unbelievable numbers of jobs. And so, the numbers have to be reflective of that kind of a thing. Please, you know what I'm going to do? We have wonderful people behind us that are working very hard, and we want Bill to get back to the Department of Justice, and we want the Admiral to start going and doing your job, and the same thing with Deb. If anybody would have any questions, maybe I'll ask Mike to stay around, but if anybody would have any questions for the group, and otherwise I'll let them go back to work, please.
If we just clarify with Dr. Birx, we seem to be talking about different geographical slopes on this. The curve would be changing. And yet you just said that 28% numbers coming out of New York gives an indication that we don't quite know when the seeds, to use your metaphor, were planted. So how confident are you on the start dates of each curve for each of the geographical areas that the president seems to be indicating we'll be adjusting the policy for?
So that's a very good question. So what we do know is now we can backtrack from people who get very seriously ill to when they probably got infected versus when they were exposed. And so when you start backing out each of those pieces, when you start seeing hospitalized patients, you know that the virus has probably been there for 3 to 4 weeks, substantially circulating within the population. So that's what we're looking for. Now, as all of our testing is improved, and we want to really applaud the group who has worked on it. If you look at the pandemic flu preparedness, all of this was built on a flu platform. It was never, ever thought that you'd have a simultaneous respiratory disease hitting at exactly the same time as your flu hits in the country. And so when you're doing all of your flu surveillance, you could have small cases of these pneumonias and flu-like illnesses characterized as a flu-like illness for the last 4 to 6 weeks. And so that's really a caution to all of us. And so when we get through all of this, we'll be looking at each of the pandemic preparedness plans. A long way of saying we know Washington State is a little bit ahead of New York because of the hospitalization records. What we will get to as a country with the amount of testing that will be available is being able to do what the president talked about simultaneously doing containment contract tracing at the same time you're doing mitigation. And I think right now we put everything into mitigation. Yet if we geographically get specific data by zip codes and counties, we'll be able to approach this in a very laser-focused way, making sure that what we're doing in each of those areas is absolutely appropriate for where they are in their own little bell-shaped curve.
Dr.
Dr. Brooks,
Go ahead, please.
Dr. Brooks, when will the government roll out the antibody test so people can know possibly if they've been exposed?
So several of them have come to the FDA, I believe. Obviously, that's something I'm very interested in for two reasons. One, it will give us a retrospective on where these infections were, who was actually infected, and how really asymptomatic versus mild versus all of that comes into the spectrum. Secondly, by people who have high titers of those antibodies, those can become our solution with plasmapheresis for those in need and the making of hyperimmune globulin. So knowing who they are becomes really critical. But I think we're still a couple of weeks out. I have to go back and talk to the FDA where each of these are, because this is what saved us with when you do flu swabs, when you do strep throat swabs, and now where you do an HIV test. So these are the kinds of tests that we know will be critical in the future. I wanted to say one other thing, because you see a lot of numbers out there about 70% of the population is going to get infected, or 60% of the population based on those models. Understand that the way you get to that number is you do nothing, and it goes through 3 cycles. So they're talking about this cycle that we're currently in, another cycle in 2021, and a third cycle in 21-22 in order to get that level of population infected. And you know we will have vaccines most likely by the 21-22 season. And we're going to hopefully have therapeutics in the fall of the next season. So the reason we're so much focused on blunting the curve for this piece is if the virus comes back, we'll have much more facility both for diagnosis, testing, monoclonal antibodies, treatments, and then the vaccine.
And Dr. Brooks, a question about the serology blood tests, which some people have said hold some real promise here. When will those be FDA approved, and when will they be widely available?
So that's what she was just asking about. So these IgGs and IgM, both point of care, I can tell you it would be no problem making ELISA today. But then you're drawing blood, you're processing blood, you're running plates. That's what we did in the past. We really want a finger prick type assay where you can just put a finger prick on and get your IgG and IgM. So that's what we're working on right now.
Realistically, how long until that's approved and available? Would you?
I can't answer because I have to look at where each of the companies are that are in their development processes.
Sounds like a while then.
Well, there's some that are developed now that they were using in Singapore. So we're looking at those to see how those work.
Should be fairly quick.
So we're looking at those, but you know, we're very quality oriented because we want to make sure we don't give people false negatives or false positives.
I have a question for you. So we have a lot of very angry media all around this room, and they want one of these seats. But because of social distancing, we are keeping them empty. And they are keeping them empty. Will there ever be a time when all of those really angry people who don't like me much to start off with, but now they really don't like me, will there ever be a time when these seats are full, like full to the brim like it used to be, where people are almost sitting on each other's lap? And this whole row over here is packed, and now they're outside wanting to get in, and they're very jealous of all of these reporters. Will we ever have that again, or is that something that will be, you know, it'll look like this forever?
So we're learning a lot about social distancing and respiratory diseases. And I think those are the discussions we have to have in the future. It was what you were talking about, changing our whole behavior patterns of what we touch and being conscious of that. I remember when I was worried Saturday morning, I was trying to think, what all did I touch on Friday? Did I touch a doorknob? Did I do this? Did I do that? Did I not wash my hands? I mean, you go through this whole piece. Did I touch my face by accident? So I think this awareness that we all now have that we didn't have before, where we would have pushed through that door or turned that doorknob because we were in such a hurry. Now I think all of us think twice. I think all of you think twice.
But when the virus is gone, will the people be allowed to sit next to each other again, in your opinion, in a tight room with a tight?
I don't know. You'll have to look and see if we have a new respiratory piece. Certainly, this is the way we set up every clinic all around the world when we're worried about TB and TB transmission.
Dr. Brooks, I'm wondering if you could comment on the new measures that Britain has put into place. Also, Germany has said he doesn't want to have crowds of less than 2 people except for families, which is a pretty restrictive number. Does that inform your thinking as you are coming up with advice for this next period for the president and the vice president?
The president and vice president have asked us to look at every single scenario in every single country. Because the more data we have, the more our decisions can be completely data informed and really understanding what impact that has. I mean, we're interested right now. I mean, Italy obviously waited until about March 7th. The virus had been circulating for almost 4 weeks before actually going into that methodology. But for the first time, it looks like their mortality rates are starting to decline, which would be an illustration that things that they did 2 and 3 weeks ago may actually have an impact. Those are the kinds of data we're looking at very carefully, as well as very careful data within the United States of exactly where the virus is, what's the attack rate, has it moved out of its more confined geography, and really looking at each of those pieces of information. It's a lot of data to go through.
What do you make of Germany and Britain's moves?
Well, I think if you remember just a week ago, Britain had a very different approach. So everybody is adapting to their data. I haven't looked at the data that informed that decision, so I can't really comment on how they got to that decision there or in Germany.
Just to be clear, do you agree with the president's push to reopen the country? He said some of his doctors that he's talking to about this, he says, I think they're okay with it. Are you okay with that?
What the president has asked us to do is to assemble all the data and give him our best medical recommendation based on all the data. That's what he's asked us to do. And so that's what we'll be doing this week. We were going to have to do it this week anyway, because we had to make a decision come Monday about the 15 days to reduce social spread. So this is consistent with our mandate to really use every piece of information that we can in order to give the president our opinion that's backed up by data, not our perception, but our opinion that's backed up by data.
Data now, you think you could in a week? Like, what would your assessment be of right now?
Well, we're pulling all of the data pieces in now, and that's really critical. I will never speculate on data. I will have to see the data in order to really understand it.
And I think a big factor is the mortality rate. We're talking about the mortality rate. You know, when we first started, people were thinking about 3 and 4%, and now we're talking about a much lower number than that. I think it's a number that will be a lot different than people thought.
The mortality rate is driven almost exclusively, as we have talked about, by people with pre-existing conditions and older. So that has become, from the very beginning, that was our emphasis. You know, when we started 2 or 3 weeks ago talking with one another, our focus has been on how do we protect those with pre-existing conditions and the elderly. And I think these steps were about protecting with pre-existing conditions. So the whole key to changing the mortality rates is not just the hospital care, but preventing them from going into the hospital to begin with, because you don't want them to be infected.
But it's much lower than we originally thought. I mean, frankly,
yes,
it's a lot
Do you have
lower.
an estimate? Do you have a number?
Well, you know what the estimate in Wuhan was originally? It was over 3%. When they look outside of Wuhan, it was about 0.7%. It depends very much. In South Korea, it was about 0.7, 0.8%. But I don't want, that's like a tyranny of averages. And that's not having, that's probably missing 50, 60% of the data because no one was testing asymptomatics. Remember, in every country, you had to be symptomatic to get a test. So we're making case fatality rates when we're missing a significant part of the data. So if anything, it will go lower, but I don't want that should not be reassuring, because the death rates escalate with age and pre-existing conditions. So I really want to be clear that although it may be very low if you're under 40, or very low if you're under 50, and very low if you're under 70, there is an inflection curve. The average age of the person who's dying in Italy is in the mid-80s. So there is really a significant issue in our older generation that we feel strongly about protecting.
But Doctor, because it's just very interesting, the whole thing. It's an incredible subject. When somebody is very sick, they go to a doctor, go to a hospital, they record it, they're very sick, and then they live or they don't live, see what happens. But when somebody isn't very sick at all, I've heard people that they don't even know they had it and they're healing. Then I've heard people they have like a cold or they have a running nose, or even people that stay home and they think they have the flu, or in some cases they think they have a really bad case of the flu. But all of those people, that vast majority of, I mean, beyond vast majority of people, they're not reporting. They're not calling the doctor. They're not calling him. They're just getting better. So you would think it would have to be, because the people that are sick are going to a doctor or they're going someplace and they're going to say, make me better. The people that are just short of that, and people that aren't even, I mean, you know, we have many people where they literally don't even know that they have it. So now you're building up the number of cases that we talked about before, and yet, so you don't know you don't know how many there are. It could be a vast number. But what you do know is all the people that are really sick, because all of the people that are really sick are going to a doctor in some form, and the doctor is reporting it in all cases. So,
but that's why your
I think the
question
number is
about
much
the
lower than
antibody
we think.
test is so critical, because that will give us really a much better baseline to really understand.
So, Mr. President, when you talk about how it could be a much bigger problem, you said that at several stages on whether or not we keep these guidelines in place. You talked about higher death. Are you talking about suicide? Like, help us understand.
I'm talking about many forms.
Is the risk here a depression? Is that what you're getting at?
We're talking about tremendous. Look, number one, it's the country itself. You're talking about tremendous disruption economically, but you're talking about massive depression, massive numbers of suicide.
You mean economic depression?
No, I'm not talking about economic, although you could be talking about that too.
So you could
what
be
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
economic
is
depression.
people suffering massive depression because they had a fantastic job and now they have no idea, you know, what's going on. Now, here's the good news. If they get the bill passed, we're taking care of those people. We're going to really take good care of those people beyond what any country has done for people. But there's never been anything like this. No, I'm talking about where people suffer massive depression, where people commit suicide, where tremendous death happens. Now, in addition to that, we're talking about economic, where you really hurt a country. It could take years and years to recover. And the longer you stay out, the harder it is to recover. I happen to think that you're going to have, they call it the V. I think you're going to have a very big bounce back. I think it's going to be very big. We'll see. Well, I think the bill should pass. It should pass quickly. Take care of our workers. Take care of the companies that pay those workers. Help those companies over this rough patch. But the longer it takes, the harder it is to come back. I'd like to be able to bounce back to where we were. And ultimately, I think we're going to be even further than that. But I'm just saying that what's happening when I say the cure, and the cure could be worse than the problem itself, right? That's we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. We've learned so much, and so many good things are going to happen for our country. We can't let this continue to go on. So what we're doing is we're meeting with the doctors, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx, and others, and we've already started the discussion. And I can say that, I'm a student like your students. We're all learning this together. I learned a lot from Deborah. I learned a lot from Tony. I learned a lot from a lot of people that this has been their life's work. I've learned a lot. We're going to come up with a date, and we're going to do two things. We can do two things at one time. At the same time, we're going to be very vigilant. We're going to be so vigilant in terms of all of the things that we have to do that we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks ad nauseum. And I think it's going to be ultimately a far better solution for our country. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What advice is Dr. Fauci?
Deborah, why don't you go back? And we want her to go back to work immediately. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, Deborah.
Can I have one more question?
Yeah. Deborah?
One more.
Come on. They won't let you go.
So there's still 1 week left to go and 15 days to slow the spread. Doesn't talk of reopening the government quickly undermine that? I mean, why would anyone today still social distance or not run out to see the cherry blossoms?
Actually, it should reinforce it. Because if people know that we're considering and trying to understand the impact of the good work that they have done, I think it reinforces them to do good work for the next whatever it is, days, weeks in the future, because it says to them, we're looking very carefully of the impact that the work that you did, the selflessness that you brought to this, the ability to stay home with your fabulous children, your ability to social distance, the ability to give up on going to restaurants and just having takeout, all of those sacrifices, the ability of your protecting our elder generation, the greatest generation, and making sure they're safe in nursing homes but not seeing them. All of us have made sacrifices. I haven't seen my grandchildren in 3 weeks. I know other people are like that they have really made those personal sacrifices. What we're asking every American to do is to make those personal sacrifices for these next week and now, so that we can evaluate the impact of that sacrifice. So I think, if anything, it strengthens the willpower to say, yes, I can do this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Sir, can I ask, where is Dr. Fauci today?
Go ahead, 1 second, please.
Sir, one thing some public health officials have said would be helpful is to open back up the ACA exchanges so that people who are worried about perhaps getting treatment could go sign up for insurance now, even though the open enrollment period is open. That's something you can do with
Well, it is. It's something we're talking to a lot of people about. We'll see what happens, but we're talking to people about it. Go ahead, please.
Where is Dr. Fauci right now? Why is he not at this briefing? Will he attend future ones?
Well, I was just with him for a long time. And, he's at the task force meeting right now. We have a task force meeting. He was there.
Does he agree with you about the need to reopen the economy soon?
Well, he doesn't not agree. I mean, we had a long talk, and he understands there's a tremendous cost to our country, both in terms of lives and in terms of economics and in terms of many, many years of rebuilding something that was a fine-tuned machine. It was nobody's fault. It just happened. This horrible virus came from wherever, and it just happened. It just happened. He fully understands that. No, he's a good man. I like Dr. Fauci a lot, just so you understand. No, he's not here because we really weren't discussing what he's best at, but he'll be back up very soon. Yeah, please. And we'll be discussing dates and times with him. And we are talking about I don't want to use the word abbreviated because so much has been gained by what we've done, but we're talking about not during the period, during the 14 or 15 days, but not too long after that. Which I think is going to make a lot of people happy. It's going to make a lot of companies happy. It's going to make a lot of workers happy. Yeah, John?
Mr. President, so ultimately, will you take Dr. Fauci's recommendation on this, or are you thinking he's just looking at one set of inputs?
I would certainly, he's very important to me, and I will be listening to him. I'll be listening to Deborah, who you just spoke to. I'll be listening to other experts. We have a lot of people that are very good at this. And ultimately, it's a balancing act. But, the expression, we can do two things at one time. And we've got an incredible country. We have to keep it that way. And that includes not just economics, that also includes life and death. We have to keep it that way.
Mr. President, on the social distancing,
I'll get you.
You're talking about social distancing amongst us reporters, and you mentioned that one of our own has come down or potentially come down. Even if someone does come down in the White House press corps, would you pledge to the American people that you'll keep this room open? We're clearly 6 feet apart.
Well, I've gotten to like this room. This room is very convenient. I can say, from the standpoint of being president of the United States, this has been a very convenient room for all of us. You people have set up. So I never even thought of closing it. So you're asking me a question that I never thought in terms of closing it. Can you give me a good reason to close it? We could build a larger room.
Opportunity to keep. I mean, you see.
I don't want to make commitments like that because it's not something I've ever really thought about. There are certain people that would like to see a larger room built. We need a larger room. Other presidents didn't need such a large room, but we need a larger room. And there are some people, but it's not something that is really on my mind, to be honest with you. Yes, please.
All right, so Q2, we know it's going to be brutal. Who are you listening to? Where is the brain trust to help get us through that period? And also, has your opinion of the chair...
Which period?
Quarter two, the second quarter, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, they're
Sure.
all predicting a pretty dire second quarter. So who are you listening to? Where's the brain trust? You have all these medical
Well,
advisors.
I think we're listening to many people. I mean, that was my world. I know many of those people. I have many people that are friends of mine, some enemies also, by the way. But, you know, it's been a good world for me. I like that world. I like those people. They're tough and they're smart. But I listen to many of them. Ultimately, they all go into that computer, and I say, this is what we're going to do. I have to make a decision. This is a very important man right here to my right, our great vice president, because he's got a great instinct about things, too. So I'm going to be listening to Mike. He's headed up the task force, I think, brilliantly. I think it's going to go down as that because he's really done a job. He's been not only has he been good, he's been soothing. He's really been great for the American public to watch it, and I mean that in the most positive way. There is a solidity with Mike that you don't find in many people. He's been soothing. He's been good for the American public. They have confidence in him. I think he's done an incredible job. And his advice is very, very important to me. So he's going to be making, I mean, he didn't come from that world, the world of finance, but he understands the world of finance. He was a great governor in Indiana. They did very well financially, too.
But you won't give us even one name of someone else you're listening to?
Well, I could give you a whole list, and we'll probably even set up committees. I'd rather not give you one because then I'm going to leave out. I have spoken to so many people, and I'm.
Turned on the spigot today.
What?
Are you happier with the Fed now that he's turned on the spigot?
I am happy with him. Yes, I think he's. I really think he's caught up, and he's done the right thing. And I think ultimately, we will be rewarded because of the decision he made over the last. He's really stepped up over the last week, and I have to tell you, I called him today, and I said, Jerome, good job. You really did it. It might be. He was, you know, a little bit slower than I would have liked in the sense of what he was doing. Now, other people might have liked it. But today I called up Jerome Powell, and I said, Jerome, you've done a really good job. I was proud of him. That took courage. And ultimately, you're going to see the fruits. Now, he's not finished. I mean, he's got other arrows in the quiver, or whatever they say. I will tell you, he's got plenty of arrows. But no, I'm very happy with the job he did.
President,
go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, you said that you'd bring the Secretary of Education here either yesterday or today. Why isn't she here today, and can we expect her this week? Also, yesterday you said you'd have some guidance for us on people who had potentially been exposed to the virus returning to work sooner. Do you still
Yes.
expect that guidance?
Yes, thank you for the question. I spoke to the Secretary of Education today, and we're going to have her at the podium very soon. The Department of Education has created a very easy waiver application for every state. It's virtually an automatic application for states that want to be excused from national standardized testing requirements. We reviewed that with all of the governors today. And also what's called distance learning, the accreditation process for higher education. The Secretary of Education, at the President's urging, has loosened the rules around distance learning. You're seeing many colleges and universities embracing distance learning now, putting it into practice. We've allowed for that. But also the Department of Education is setting up a website and best practices information for K through 12 distance learning. And she actually told me that the state of Florida and New Hampshire are really setting the pace on distance learning for K-12. My wife is an elementary school teacher. Obviously, there's different challenges for distance learning for K through 12 students, particularly younger kids. But the Department of Education is determined to continue to make those best practices available. We talked about the website that's being built, and she'll be coming and making a presentation on that, because as the President reflected a little bit ago, as Dr. Birx did, we understand there's a lot of kids out of school, but parents are anxious. A lot of kids out of college and university, like my daughter, who's been dismissed from what remains of this semester of grad school, but is still doing the work, and the Department of Education is working earnestly to make that a reality.
See her this week?
I'm sorry?
We'll see her this week?
Yes, I'll have her here this week. She, given the issues that we were dealing with today with the Attorney General, we thought it might be just as timely in a few days. With regard to the guidance that you asked about, The President's Coronavirus Task Force is in the process of reviewing recommendations from CDC. We're working with the Department of Homeland Security. We'll be bringing those to the President as recommendations of approval. We're specifically looking at people that work in critical infrastructure, people in law enforcement, people in critical transportation. You can go right now to the Department of Homeland Security's website for a very useful definition of critical infrastructure. And if you look at the second page of 15 days to slow the spread, you'll see the President's recommendation for this 15 days is for people to stay home from work whenever possible, except for people working in critical infrastructure. And the guidance that we're looking forward to unpacking is how people who may have come into contact with someone that tests positive for coronavirus would be able to, if they have no symptoms, would be able to return to work, wear a mask for a certain period of time, but otherwise go back to business. It's a focus on critical infrastructure jobs. We should have that guidance before the President and before the public tomorrow.
Mr. President, we have understandably a patchwork of plans
By the way,
at the moment.
I just want to say while we're thinking about it, China has very much stepped up, as you probably know, the agricultural purchases from our farmers and some other purchases too. So they have a difficult time also right now, but they very much stepped up their purchases and significantly. So we're very happy about that. The other thing, you know, I'm standing here in this case with our Vice President, trying to let you ask anything you want having to do with the subject, which frankly is pretty much all anyone cares about right now. But because I think it's very important. I don't want to stand here for 2 hours and do this, but I think it's important that, you know, I call it get it out of your system. Give us any question about it, because I think it's important for the public to know. So we don't want to answer 2 questions and leave. We want to answer your questions. That's why we're doing this for so long. And I think it gives our country confidence, and it gives, I think we're giving, you know, we're all gaining knowledge. This has been an unbelievable process, but we're all getting out. So I want to, you know, stay here. Sometimes we're here for 2 hours and we're answering questions. At least you will say that I'm very transparent. I think you're going to have a hard time saying he is not transparent, but we take a lot of questions from you. Unfortunately, some of them are repetitive, and some of them are fantastic questions. Some of these questions are great. Some of the questions lead to us solving a problem. You bring up problems that people didn't know existed. But I just want to let you know, so we're doing this so that we can be transparent, so that we can get everything out. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, we have a patchwork of plans, understandably, at the moment. Are you coordinating an economic response with the leaders of the G7 at the moment? You are?
Yeah, we're very, very close to them. We had a couple of great talks, plus I've spoken to a number of them individually. Yeah, we're very, very closely aligned. Please.
One for the Vice President real quickly, and then one for you. Vice President Pitts, we were talking about those self-swab tests. When will those be available? They said this week, but do you know which day, and do you know where they're going?
The FDA just announced that decision, and my understanding is that they'll be now going directly to market. I'll have a good estimate for you on timeline, but and what the President has charged us to do at the task force is to promote as much creativity and as much innovation as possible. And frankly, Dr. Hahn, as the President said, at the FDA has done a remarkable job going through the review and approval process for these new methodologies really in record time. We reflected a little bit ago about the fact that we're pretty sure we set a record. I think it was 62 days to be in the phase 1 clinical trials of a vaccine that's actually in clinical trials today. But this new approval from a study done by United Health Group and the Gates Group means that now self-collected nasal swabs will become available. We're going to be working through FEMA with governors around the country to make sure and distribute those methods, as well as the swabs or any other supporting material, and get those into this vast array of labs that are now stood up around the country.
That's going to make a big difference too, because that really is a process that's easy, as opposed to the current process, which is not as I've said, it's not pleasant.
My other question for you, I just want to get clarity on this. If we get to next week, we're deciding, or you're deciding what to do with these guidelines, whether to ease them or reinstate them for another 15 days, will you follow the advice of Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci if they say you should maintain them for
And
2
others,
more weeks?
yeah. And then ultimately I have to make a decision, but I certainly listen to them. I listen to a number of people, and I have a lot of respect for Dr. Fauci and for Dr. Birx, and I'll be listening to them and others that we have that are really doing a good job. John?
But are you worried that if you do this too quickly, if you lift these restrictions too quickly, the virus will start spreading unabated? And how can you be sure that that's not going to happen?
Well, you know, we have now a system, and the system's in place. And we have two very, very powerful alternatives that we have to take into consideration. And as I said, one of the things that has really gotten me thinking about this, number one, I'm looking at what's going on. And, you know, life is fragile and economies are fragile. But one of the things is the mortality rate, John. When we first started this, nobody knew anything about this particular virus. Very, very little. I mean, we started off, we were hearing numbers of 5%. That's an astronomical number when the flu is 0.001 and 2 and 3, right? And so 5% would be an astronomical number. Now we're seeing numbers that may be less than 1, and that's not including the exercise that I just went through where many people don't report. So everybody getting very sick is reporting, but nobody getting, you know, not very sick. And that should be part of that equation. So that just keeps reducing the number. So the mortality rate is it's a big, to me, that's a very big factor. When we were hearing 3 and 4%, remember we had one day where we thought it was 5%, and we were getting a lot of bad numbers from countries that, I don't know why, but we were getting a lot of bad numbers. I do wish, our relationship's very good with China, but I wish they could have told us about this a little bit sooner, you know that. But the mortality rate's a big thing for me because I think we're very substantially under 1% now. That's it's still terrible. It's still the whole thing. The whole concept of death is terrible. But there's a tremendous difference between something under 1% and 4 or 5 or even 3%. So that's something that we're learning now. And I think the number may be lower than people think because of what I've been saying. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, have you instructed Secretary Mnuchin and the others working on this bill with Congress to meet some of the demands the Democrats have made with regard?
Well, I thought we had a deal last night, and then the Democrats changed the deal. So we had a deal last night that was going to be phenomenal for the workers, which is my number one aim. I want to take care of the workers. And we had a deal. I was pretty sure we had a deal last night. If you would have told me at a certain time, like about 9 o'clock, I would have told you we pretty much have a deal. And then all of a sudden it changed fairly rapidly. And, you know, it was unacceptable. It would have been bad for our country. And they were asking for things that would have not been good. I mean, things that bore no relationship to what we're talking about. We said, that's not the game. We can't play that game. So we'll see. Look, the Democrats do want to make a deal. But, Jeff, I thought we had a deal last night.
And if you come further into this process weeks or months from now and decide that further stimulus is needed, will you be able to work with Speaker Pelosi on that?
I'll work with anybody to help the American people. I will. I don't care who it is. I'll work with anybody if I feel I'm going to help the American people and the American worker. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, some states are still reporting a shortage in materials needed to actually process the tests. So what is the administration doing to get all the states the materials that they need?
Well, you just saw the Admiral, and you just saw the FEMA people, and you just saw the Army Corps of Engineers, and, you know, we're building hospitals in New York and California and state of Washington and New Jersey. I just made a commitment to Phil that we're going to help him out with some of the areas in New Jersey, which is very important, a great state. So we're doing a great job, and we're there to help the governors. But, you know, the governors are on the front line, and they can do some of it themselves. Governor Cuomo, he's been working very hard, and he worked with me on the hospitals and medical centers, because it's not just hospitals, it's called hospital, and another is medical centers, of which we're building numerous for New York. And we have it all laid out. We have Javits Center, and then we have other locations throughout the state. And I think it's really a great plan, and we're going to have FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers involved, and I've worked with them, we're building a wall. We're up to over 150 miles of wall on our southern border, which is now turning out to be even more important than we originally thought, but I always thought it was very important having borders. And so I'm working with the Army Corps of Engineers, and I see what they do and how they do it. And that used to be my business, and I know it very well, and they're very professional. They're really good. So you're going to see a lot of good things happening in many states, beyond the states I just mentioned. In many states, we're working with Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida. We're working with Governor McMaster, right, in South Carolina, where they have a little bit of a breakout, not by comparison, but a little bit. We're working with many, many governors in many, many states. Actually, states where you almost would think that they have it under pretty good control and they've done a great job. But we're working with many states, and that's primarily FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers. And they're capable of doing it.
Mr. President, back to the stimulus. Can I ask a question on behalf of my radio pool colleague, Tamara Keith from NPR?
Sure.
She asked me to ask this to you.
Sure.
You just mentioned that there were some things last night that were unacceptable, which would have been bad for the country, that the Democrats were bringing into the stimulus conversation. Her question was, what provisions would you absolutely not support in this plan right now?
Well, a lot of the provisions that they wanted, like stock buybacks, I agree with that. That's good with me. I mean, I don't like them buying back stock. I like them spending money on airplanes and on their employees and their real business, not buying back stock. And I don't know if that provision is going to be put in one way or the other, but I'm all for it. And many Republicans, I can tell you, are for it, and I think many Democrats are for it. But they were putting that out like it was a problem last night. Not a problem for me, I can tell you that. Please.
She also wanted to know, how much would you want the cash relief directly for Americans? What number would you like to see?
Well, I think what you're talking about right now is at least $3,000 per family of four. Isn't that correct? $3,000 for a family of four, which is bold. And if this continued, we have to build this up. And if this continued, we'll do something else, and we'll do more at a later date. But that's a big number. If you remember, they were talking about $500 and $600, and we are all for that. As of this moment, it's $3,000 for a family of four. Please go ahead.
When you're looking at some of the economic headwinds that we're facing, I'm wondering if one of the things you're concerned about is the strength of the dollar, and if there's something that we should do to address that, including possible.
Well, we have a very strong dollar, and a strong dollar is good in many ways, but it's also tough in many ways because it makes trade much harder. It makes it much harder for Caterpillar Tractor and other companies to sell their goods to Europe or China or wherever they may be sold. So having a strong dollar is good, but it really sounds good. But the truth is it makes certain things like trade much tougher. And our dollar, I don't know if you've seen, but our dollars remain very strong, especially against other currencies, very, very strong, which, again, makes that trading more difficult. But there's something nice about having a strong dollar, right? No matter what. I'm president, it's nice to have a strong dollar. But it does make trading more difficult.
Just to go back to stimulus, you're confident you're going to get a deal?
Well, I think the Democrats want a deal, and I think we want a deal. So it would be very foolish if they didn't make a deal. The American public is demanding it. I can tell you the Republicans want to make a deal, and we want to make a deal that's good for the workers, good for the country. And I really believe the Democrats want to make a deal, but they have to stop asking for things that bear no relationship to what we're talking about.
And you've had a lot of laudatory things
that
to
are
say.
actually bad, that are actually not good for the country.
You've been very laudatory to the Democratic governors. You mentioned Governor Cuomo. You mentioned some others.
Yeah.
If you'd get a stimulus bill, I'm wondering if you'll extend this bipartisan goodwill to Speaker Pelosi and invite her here for a signing ceremony.
Well, let's see what happens. I have to see what happens. Right now, we don't have a deal, but I think we're very close. I mean, when I left, which was quite a while ago now, because again, we're trying to answer every question, so there's no, it'd be nice if you were just exhausted and said, that's it, we can't do anymore, but there's always hands up. But, and maybe one of those questions is great and unique. But no, look, I want what's good for the country. And if that means meeting, I think that's great. I just want what's good for the country, great for our workers, great for the citizens of the United States. That's all. It's pretty.
Spoken with Pelosi.
Well, it's been a little while. Yeah, please.
Both you and the Vice President have been tested for the virus. Also, Mrs. Pence. Has the First Lady been tested?
Yes.
And?
She's great. She's fine.
Negative?
Negative, yes. Okay? Negative.
One of the
sticking points on the stimulus. Who's going to hold Treasury accountable for this $500 billion corporate rescue fund?
Well, you need that to help all of these companies that have a chance of not being companies anymore. And that's going to be a good thing for the country because deals will be made, and we're talking to certain people, some of the greatest people in the history of Wall Street, frankly, where when they do a deal, we'll have stock for America. We'll take back stock for the United States. At the same time, most importantly, we'll keep those companies healthy. But we can also make incredible deals for the country so that number will increase exponentially. I mean, this is a great thing.
The fund is about the lack of oversight for Treasury having this unilateral authority to dole out all of this money.
Well, look, I'll be the oversight. We're going to make good deals. We make good deals, but these companies need it. Even if it was just a simple loan, which would be, but we can do better than that. And the companies are willing to do better than that. I mean, they got hit. Most of these companies, it was through no fault of their own. There are a couple where it was, they were troubled before they came in. We talked about one. It had trouble. Nobody can believe it, actually, in that one. But these companies are, through no fault of their own, they have difficulty. I mean, 2 weeks ago, these companies were among the most solid institutions in the world. You'd want to buy their bonds. Their bonds were rated AAA or whatever their highest rating is today. And now all of a sudden they have difficulty because they've been closed up. So you need something to keep them going. But that money is not going to be wasted money. That money is going to be seen, and we could multiply that number by many times coming back to the American public. That could be a phenomenal thing. But most importantly, it's going to keep these great engines of jobs and ingenuity going. Very important. Yeah, how about one or two more and we'll go. Go ahead, please. And then Jeff.
Thank you, sir. Are there things you regret in the way you handled the crisis so far? Are there words you regret?
I don't think so. I'm looking forward. I don't look back. I guess there's always something everybody regrets. There are things in your life you regret. We all regret things, but I really like to look forward. I'm a person that looks a forward thinker, I guess they would say. No, I think that we've handled it really well. It seems to be the American public thinks that we've handled it well if you look at polling data. But I'm not interested in myself. I'm interested in the American people. We have to get this going. We have millions and millions of jobs that were solid as a rock 3 weeks ago, and today there could be questions. And the faster we get it going, the more likely it is that those stores, little businesses, big businesses, medium-sized businesses open up. And we'll get it going very fast. I really believe this is a pent-up demand. I think that as soon as we say, let's go, and it's going to be pretty soon. It's going to be pretty soon. It's going to be sooner than people would think. We're in a position to take care of our country, but at the same time to have the country really go up like a rocket ship economically, and that's great for jobs. It's great for everything else. Yeah.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask a question for a colleague who can't be in the room because of social distancing.
For who?
A colleague who can't be in the room because of our social distancing about Florida. He wanted me to ask, should Governor DeSantis have closed all of the beaches in his state?
Well, that's really up to the governor. I mean, I think that, first of all, he's a great governor. He's done an incredible job, Governor DeSantis of Florida. And on the beaches, I guess he's recently made a decision, but you do have a lot of room on the beaches. And, I think it's just a decision that he made originally, and then he's refined it, and then he's done something that a lot of people agree with what he's done. But he's done a lot of things right. And he's been truly, he cares so much about health care. He cares so much about the cost of prescription drugs. He's been a fantastic governor for Florida. They're very happy with him. The whole concept of the beach, it's a very interesting issue. There are a lot of open spaces that includes parks and other things. But rather than relying on social distancing, they're probably going to do that one a different way. But I would imagine when we make our decision, things like that would be opened up. And then people will remember what they're supposed to be doing. Well, I want to thank everybody very much, and we'll see you tomorrow sometime. And we'll get this going, I think, really well. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Do it tomorrow. Thank you very much. Been a very busy day. I want to thank the American people for the incredible sacrifices that they're making on behalf of our nation. And I want to encourage everyone to keep following our guidelines on social distancing. avoiding large gatherings and hand washing and all of the other things that everybody knows they're supposed to be doing. Ultimately, the goal is to ease the guidelines and open things up to very large sections of our country as we near the end of our historic battle with the invisible enemy. It'll go on for a while, but we win. We'll win. I said earlier today that I hope we can do this by Easter. I think that would be a great thing for our country, and we're all working very hard to make that a reality. We'll be meeting with a lot of people to see if it can be done. Easter is a very special day for many reasons. For me, for a lot of our friends, that's a very special day. And what a great timeline this would be. Easter as our timeline, what a great timeline that would be. My first priority is always the health and safety of the American people. I want everyone to understand that we are continuing to evaluate the data. We're working with the task force and making decisions based on what is best for the interest of our fantastic country. In order to defeat the virus, we must continue to be very strong. Your resilience and spirit has been inspiring to everyone. Right now, this virus is attacking 149 countries, but everybody looks to us and they're watching us. And I'm very proud to be your president. I can tell you that. There's tremendous hope as we look forward and we begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Stay focused and stay strong, and my administration and myself will deliver for you as we have in the past. Let me provide you an update on critical preparations and supplies in our war on the virus. Through FEMA, the federal government is distributing more than 8 million N95 respirators, 14 million surgical masks, and many, many millions more under order, and they'll be arriving soon. 2.4 million face shields, 1.9 million surgical gowns, 13.5 million gloves, and more than 4,000 ventilators to the areas of greatest need have already been sent, and we have 4,000 being delivered to New York. The federal government is using every resource at its disposal to acquire and distribute critical medical supplies. The core element of this strategy is my executive order authorizing the use of the Defense Production Act, which has, as you know, already been activated actually a long time ago, quite a long time ago. Private companies are heeding our call to produce medical equipment and supplies because they know that we will not hesitate to invoke the DPA in order to get them to do what they have to do. It's called leverage. You don't have to use it from the standpoint of actually it's been activated, but you don't have to use it. But the threat of it being there is great leverage, and companies are doing as we ask, and companies are actually even better than that. They're coming through and they're calling us. And it's been really something to see. This morning, Ford, 3M, General Electric Healthcare are making tremendous numbers. They've already started of respirators, ventilators, and face shields. They're working together. We didn't have to exercise or utilize the DPA in any way. The fact that we have it helps, but we didn't have to, and for the most part, we won't have to. We're receiving full cooperation from companies with the understanding that the federal government stands ready to compel cooperation if need be. We haven't found that to be the case. It's been really amazing to see these big, strong, powerful, in some cases very small companies, family-owned companies, step up and make a lot of great product for what we're going through and what we will continue to be going through for a while. The Army Corps of Engineers and the National Guard are building 4 hospital facilities in New York City at the Javits Center, which will be operational very soon. They've already started. In addition, they're building 4 separate medical facilities in different parts of the state. We're dealing with Governor Cuomo on that. So you're going to have 4 hospitals and 4 medical facilities at the highest level, too. Really incredible facilities. Temporary, but incredible. We're also deploying the U.S. Navy hospital ship, and that will be arriving in New York Harbor in the not-too-distant future. It's finishing its maintenance. They're doing a very big maintenance, and what we did is we condensed it very seriously. And as you know, the other hospital ship, and these are incredible ships, it's already on its way to Los Angeles. So we're in frequent contact with state and local officials and getting a lot of work done. We're likewise building hospitals in Los Angeles. We're working also the state of Washington. We're working with the governor of the state of New Jersey. We're building a medical facility, a hospital facility, and doing a lot of work. I want to thank the people from FEMA, the great people from FEMA, and also the Army Corps of Engineers. Secretary Mnuchin and the members of my administration continue to work closely with Congress. I'm pleased to report that we are working to pass the biggest and boldest financial relief package in American history. Senators will soon hopefully vote on a $2 trillion bill that will deliver direct cash payments to struggling Americans. No fault of their own. This came out of nowhere. Nobody can imagine this even happened, but it's not their fault. We want to protect, and we will, all of the things that a person needs protected and a family needs protected. We're working on job retention loans for small businesses and extended unemployment insurance for laid-off workers. The legislation will also include billions of dollars for additional resources for our, and really heroic, these are incredible doctors, nurses, brave, and hospitals, as well as support for hard-hit industries such as the airline industry and the cruise ship industry, which employ tremendous amounts of people and obviously serve very important functions beyond that, with very tough protections for the American taxpayer. The loans will be very secure and they will be very profitable, and at the same time, they'll bridge, they call them bridge loans in many cases. They'll be bridging these companies back into very good health. And some of them are very important companies that 4 weeks ago didn't have a problem. I'm also confident that the Democrats will do the right thing. I feel very confident. They're working very hard together right now, Republicans and Democrats, and they're getting very close to a very fair deal and a great deal for the people of our country. Today, as you probably saw, the Dow surged over 2,100 points. That's the all-time record history of the exchange. This is very encouraging, and I think part of the reason is they are looking at what is close to being passed, and I think a very big part of it is they see that we want to get our country open as soon as possible. They see we're working very hard on that. That's a very big factor, I think, in today's historic gain. The legislation developed in the Senate is the first step to restoring confidence and stability to America's economy as we look ahead to the time when we can carefully and responsibly reopen our country for business, and we hope that's going to be very soon. I want to assure Americans that we have a team of public health experts. We've gotten to know them as well as I know them. They're great people, incredible, talented. They love our country. Also, economists and other professionals working to develop a sophisticated plan to reopen the economy as soon as the time is right. One based on the best science, the best modeling, and the best medical research there is anywhere on earth. Our great people have been, especially when it comes to our public health experts and officials, have been helping other countries, dealing with other countries, constant touch with other countries, helping them out, because many of them have never seen anything like what's happening. But our decision will be based on hard facts and data as to the opening. I'm also hopeful to have Americans working again by that Easter, that beautiful Easter day. But rest assured, every decision we make is grounded solely in the health, safety, and well-being of our citizens. This is a medical crisis. This isn't a financial crisis. But it's a thing that nobody has seen for many, many decades, nothing like this. Marshaling our economic strength is a key feature of defeating the virus, producing the materials, supplies, and equipment that we need, and they're doing a really fantastic job. We're helping the governors. We had a conference call the other day with the governors, and we allowed the press to join us on the call, and the spirit between us and the governors has been really great. We should never be reliant on a foreign country for the means of our own survival. I think we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot. This crisis has underscored just how critical it is to have strong borders and a robust manufacturing sector. For 3 years, we've embarked on a great national project to secure our immigration system and bring back our manufacturing jobs. We brought back many jobs, record numbers of jobs. And this really shows, this experience shows how important borders are. Without borders, you don't have a nation. Our goal for the future must be to have American medicine for American patients, American supplies for American hospitals, and American equipment for our great American heroes. Now both parties must unite to ensure the United States is truly an independent nation in every sense of the word. Energy independence, we've established that, and something incredible that we've established. We're energy independent, manufacturing independence, economic independence, and territorial independence enforced by strong sovereign borders. America will never be a supplicant nation. We will be a proud, prosperous, independent, and self-reliant nation. We will embrace commerce with all, but we will be dependent on none. Above all, we know that the best thing for our economy and the world right now is a very, very powerful victory over the virus. Every day, the American people are showing the unity and resolve that has always defined the character of our nation. In New York, citizens are using 3D printers to make hundreds of face shields. They're making them by the hundreds. In Texas, businesses and churches are uniting to collect gloves and thermometers for hospitals. In the selfless actions of our amazing citizens, we're seeing enduring strength of our magnificent nation, a spirit that can never be broken, and a victorious future that can never be denied. It never will be denied. Now what I'd like to do is perhaps ask a person who has really established herself as maybe the world's great expert on what she does. If I could ask Deborah to come forward and say a few words, and then I'll ask Tony to come up and speak, and then our Vice President, and then we'll take a few questions, and we'll do it quickly, and we'll probably see you again tomorrow. So, Deborah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think those of you who heard the town hall, we are continuing to accelerate testing at a record rate. We now have 370,000 tests that have been done. The majority of those, over 220,000 in the last 8 days, which those of you who have been tracking the South Korea numbers put us equivalent to what they did in 8 weeks that we did in 8 days. This was made possible because of the HHS team working together, bringing together the strength of the FDA with the CDC and under the leadership of Secretary Azar. We're very proud of those numbers, but we know that we have to do more, and we continue to accelerate in testing to ensure that those who need the test are tested first and have access. As we talked about yesterday, we're working on the ability for people to take their own sample. That does not mean home testing. That means taking your own sample in the front of your nose with available swabs into normal saline that can be transported to the laboratories. That will allow and free up all of the drive-thrus to be very sparing on PPE, because you'll be able to do that with gloves rather than the full PPE outfits. This will allow for more of that PPE to be dedicated to our hospitals. I think those of you who are tracking this epidemic closely, like I am, you will begin to see that there is encouraging results coming out of Italy. We are impressed by the decreases that are seen in mortality, the number of people succumbing to this illness, and the number of new cases. Our new cases will continue to surge because we're still working on our backlog, although we will be in touch with the laboratories after this press conference to really find out how many are still in backlog and how many were run in the last 24 hours. Until we can get into a 24-hour cycle, we're going to have disproportional number of new cases compared to the actual new cases, and we will let you know when we've reached that equilibrium. Finally, and I know Dr. Fauci will talk about this further, we remain deeply concerned about New York City and the New York metro area. About 56% of all the cases in the United States are coming out of that metro area, and 60% of all the new cases are coming out of the metro New York area, and 31% of the people succumbing to this disease. It means, because they still are at the 31% mortality compared to the other regions of the country, that we can have a huge impact if we unite together. This means, as in all places, they have to be following the presidential guidelines that were put out 8 or 9 days ago, and this will be critical. But to everyone who has left New York over the last few days, because of the rate of the number of cases, you may have been exposed before you left New York. And I think, like Governor DeSantis has put out today, everybody who was in New York should be self-quarantining for the next 14 days to ensure that the virus doesn't spread to others, no matter where they have gone, whether it's Florida, North Carolina, or out to far reaches of Long Island. We are starting to see new cases across Long Island that suggest people have left the city. So this will be very critical that those individuals do self-quarantine in their homes over these next 14 days to make sure they don't pass the virus to others based on the time that they left New York. So if they've already are 4 days out, then it's just 10 more days. So I thank you if you help get that message out to others. Dr. Fauci?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Deb. I want to just talk very briefly about 2 or 3 things. First, the issue of testing and how that has really changed the complexion of the approach that we're going to be able to take. Testing was an issue. We had many questions of testing in this room for a number of times. Now that we literally have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of testing out there, there are a few things that we can do with that. One of the things is that when we make policy about what we're going to be doing with the rest of the country, particularly those areas that are not hot spots, we need to know what the penetrance of infection is there. So we need to put a light on those dark spots that we don't know. We have to act policy-wise on data, and we're going to be getting more data, a lot more data. The other thing is that the areas of the country that are not hotspots, that are not going through the terrible ordeal that New York and California and Washington State are going through, they still have a window of significant degree of being able to contain. In other words, when you test, you find somebody, you isolate them, you get them out of circulation, and you do the contact tracing. When you have a big outbreak, it's tough to do anything but mitigation. We have an opportunity now that we have the availability of testing to do that. So you're going to be hearing more about how we can inform where we're going, particularly because we have the ability to test. The second thing is I just want to reiterate what Dr. Birx said about New York. It's a very serious situation. They've suffered terribly through no fault of their own. But what we're seeing now is that understandably, people want to get out of New York. They're going to Florida. They're going to Long Island. They're going to different places. The idea, if you look at the statistics, it's disturbing. About 1 per 1,000 of these individuals are infected. That's about 8 to 10 times more than in other areas, which means when they go to another place, for their own safety, they've got to be careful, monitor themselves. If they get sick, bring it to the attention of a physician, get tested. Also, the idea about self-isolating for 2 weeks will be very important because we don't want that to be another seeding point to the rest of the country wherever they go. And then thirdly, just one comment about drugs and the testing of drugs. You know, you heard yesterday about drugs being out there that physicians on an off-label way can prescribe it to give people hope of something that hasn't been definitively proven to work, but that might have some hope. I don't want anybody to forget that simultaneously with our doing that, we're also doing randomized clinical trials on a number of candidates. You've heard about candidates, but there are others in the pipeline. where we'll be able to design the study, and over a period of time, particularly since we have so many infections, we'll be able to determine definitively, are these safe and are they effective? We're talking about remdesivir, other drugs, immune sera, convalescent sera, monoclonal antibodies. All of these are in the pipeline now, queuing up to be able to go into clinical trial. So I'll stop there and talk.
Thank you, Connie. Good job. Larry, how about just a quick few minutes on how we're doing over at the Hill?
Thank you, sir. We're gaining great progress on this Phase 3 legislation. Negotiations continue. We've had continued reports. I've been up there with Secretary Mnuchin. Secretary Mnuchin continues today with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, checking in with the President. They're getting closer and closer. They expect to vote as soon as possible. I just want to walk through a couple of key points. This legislation is urgently needed to bolster the economy, provide cash injections and liquidity, and stabilize financial markets to get us through a difficult period, a difficult and challenging period in the economy facing us right now, but also to position us for what I think can be an economic rebound later this year. We started the year very strong, and then we got hit by the coronavirus in ways that probably nobody imagined possible. We're dealing with that as best we can. This package will be the single largest Main Street assistance program in the history of the United States. The single largest Main Street assistance program in the history of the United States. Phase 2 delivered the sick leave for individuals, hourly workers, families, and so forth. Phase 3, a significant package for small businesses. Loan guarantees will be included. We're going to take out expenses and lost revenues. As the President said, eligibility requires worker retention. We will maintain, the people eligible will maintain their payrolls during this crisis period. And on top of that, we will have direct deposit checks of roughly $3,000 for a family of 4, and that will bridge to enhanced, plussed up unemployment insurance benefits that will essentially take those up to full wages. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, a strong workforce requires strong business. You can't have a job without a business to work for. And the hope here is that the companies that were operating very well at the beginning of the year when the economy was in good shape, we will help them and their employees get through this tough period so they will come out the other side, let's say this later this spring or summer, and will continue their operations. That's the key point. Now, don't forget, there's income tax deferrals for individuals and corporations without interest and penalties. There's student loan interest and principal deferrals without any penalties. And finally, I want to mention the Treasury's Exchange Stabilization Refund. That will be replenished. It's important because that fund opens the door for Federal Reserve firepower to deal a broad-based way throughout the economy for distressed industries, for small businesses, for financial turbulence. You've already seen the Fed take action. They intend to take more action. And in order to get this, we have to replenish the Treasury's emergency fund. It's very, very important. Not everybody understands that. That fund, by the way, will be overseen by an oversight board and an inspector general. It will be completely transparent. So the total package here comes to roughly $6 trillion, $2 trillion direct assistance, roughly $4 trillion in Federal Reserve lending power. Again, it'll be the largest Main Street financial package in the history of the United States. Liquidity and cash for families, small business, individuals, unemployed, to keep this thing going. We're heading for a rough period, but it's only going to be weeks, we think. Weeks, months, not going to be years, that's for sure. And hopefully pave the way for continued economic recovery after this crisis departs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I've been hearing that voice for so many years, like 30 years or more maybe, and it's a great voice and it's a great man. So Larry Kudlow, thank you very much. I want to say that that package, and we went over parts of it, but pretty big parts, it really sets us up to, I think, even supersede where we were a month ago. I think we can get up there quickly, and I think it allows us to supersede. It allows us to help these great companies that need help, like Boeing, which is, had a problem, and then on top of that problem, it had the virus come in. But we'll be helping Boeing, we'll be helping the airlines, we'll be helping the cruise lines, we'll be doing a lot of things, and the money will all come back to us, and it'll come back to us in a very strong form. And before we take some questions, I'd like to ask our great Vice President to say a few words, if you would, Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met again today. And on behalf of the President of the United States, everyone on our team, I know state leaders, let me just say thank you, America. People across this country, businesses large and small, are responding to the threat of the coronavirus in ways that are deeply inspiring. People are acting on the President's 15 days to slow the spread, and it is making a material difference. Our experts standing beside us told us that if every American, regardless of whether you're in an area that's impacted by an outbreak of the coronavirus or not, if every American would embrace these guidelines, that we could significantly reduce the number of Americans that would contract the coronavirus and protect the most vulnerable. And as the President reflected earlier, tens of millions of Americans are doing just that, and we're grateful. The focus of our task force, of course, is to slow the spread, to promote mitigation strategies. Beyond that, though, the President has us focused on testing and on supplies, and making sure that those that are enduring the symptoms of the coronavirus and those who are ministering to them, our extraordinary healthcare workers, have the support that they need. In the category of supplies, you just heard Dr. Birx indicate that we've made great progress. We have done more tests in the last 8 days than were done in the previous 8 weeks, and it's because of the public-private partnership that the President forged with commercial labs. And I would encourage people around the country to remind your family members and friends, if you don't have symptoms, don't get a test. We want to make sure people who are having symptoms, who have a concern, have the ability to be tested and to have those tests processed. We're continuing to urge all county hospitals, all labs around the country to report to the CDC all the results of the test, as it'll give these experts around us the ability to continue to advise the President on best practices. As I mentioned, we all continue to follow the outbreak around the country and the test results. But as several have mentioned, we're particularly focused on New York. The reality is the New York metro area was 60% of the new cases in the country. And specifically, as a layperson, I can tell you that the infection rates are roughly 1 in 1,000 in the New York City metropolitan area, where they are 0.2% per thousand or 0.1% per thousand in places like Washington State. It is the reason why today the White House Coronavirus Task Force is calling on any American, first and foremost, if you're in the New York City metropolitan area or elsewhere, to take the guidelines that we issued and avoid non-essential travel. But for anyone in the New York metropolitan area who has traveled, our task force is encouraging you to monitor your temperature, be sensitive to symptoms, and we are asking anyone who has traveled out of the New York City metropolitan area to anywhere else in the country to self-isolate for 14 days. We have to deal with the New York City metropolitan area as a high-risk area. And for that reason, we're taking these steps and asking for the cooperation of the American people. Because of the spread in New York City, we will continue to surge resources. The President has described this. FEMA is coordinating with New York State for the arrival of the USS Comfort in just a matter of a few short weeks. Over the next 24 hours, more than 4,000 additional ventilators will be delivered to New York State as well. New York State has prioritized 3 alternative medical facilities, and at the President's direction, the Army Corps of Engineers is working on plans to build those facilities out. You've heard the President speak about the Javits Center, the addition of 1,000 beds, and will continue. I want the people of New York City and the greater New York City area to know that we're with you. We're going to continue to provide resources to support your state and local officials as they confront the spread of the coronavirus in that great city. On the subject of supplies, we had team meetings today at FEMA, which is working on identifying the critical personal protective equipment and ventilators. At this point, FEMA informs us today that they are distributing 7.6 million N95 respirator masks, more than 14 million surgical masks, and FEMA has already shipped 73 pallets of personal protective equipment to New York, 36 pallets of personal protective equipment to the state of Washington. We'll be meeting again tonight. As you know, the President stood FEMA's National Response Center up, and they are in the lead for the approach to the coronavirus, which is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. And we'll continue to surge those resources and make sure that they're available. One last word, if I may. The President reflected on the response businesses around the country have brought to this moment. It truly is extraordinary. The President did initiate the Defense Production Act last week, but as the President has reflected many times, we will use the Defense Production Act if we need it to mandate production of critical supplies. But so far, no one has said no. And in fact, we see industries stepping up. The President mentioned Ford Motor Company working with 3M and GE Health to expand production of medical supplies. We heard that McDonald's is now offering curbside delivery to truckers who are unable to use the drive-through to pick up a Big Mac. And I spoke today, and the President spoke last week with Tim Cook of Apple, and at this moment in time, Apple went to their storehouses and is donating 9 million N95 masks to healthcare facilities all across the country and to the national stockpile. There is a level of generosity that I know is inspiring to the President, and it's truly inspiring to all of us who are working on the White House Coronavirus Task Force. The President's made it clear that he hopes, in weeks, not months, to be able to open up the country. But let me make one last encouragement to every American. We will get to that day quicker if every American will put into practice the President's coronavirus guidelines for our nation. 15 days to slow the spread. If every American will do this, I have no doubt that we will slow the spread, we will protect our most vulnerable, and we will heal our land. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you just reiterated that you hope to have the country reopened by Easter. You said earlier you would like to see churches packed on that day. My question is, you have two doctors on stage with you. Have either of them told you that's a realistic timeline?
I think we're looking at a timeline. We're discussing it. We had a very good meeting today. If you add it all up, that's probably 9 days plus another 2.5 weeks. It's a period of time that's longer than the original 2 weeks. So we're going to look at it. We'll only do it if it's good, and maybe we do sections of the country. We do large sections of the country. That could be too. But no, we're very much in touch with Tony and with Deborah on everything we're doing.
Who suggested
I
that
just
date?
thought it was a beautiful time. It would be a beautiful time, a beautiful timeline.
So that was
It's a
based
great
on
day.
any of the data?
It was based on a certain level of weeks from the time we started, and it happened to arrive. Actually, we were thinking in terms of sooner. I'd love to see it come even sooner, but I just think it would be a beautiful timeline. John?
Mr. President, if you look at what we've just seen in the last day or so, you've seen the number of known coronavirus cases in the country double in just 2 days. Another 95 people have died just in the last 24 hours. New York's governor is saying this is spreading like a bullet train across the country, and the governor of Louisiana is saying that his state may not be able to handle the cases that they're facing by early April. So what are you seeing in all of this that leads you to think that we could reopen by Easter or even earlier?
Sure. We're working with all of them. We can be talking about large sections of our country, because there are sections of our country that you didn't talk about that are doing unbelievably well. They have very little incidence or problem, very small numbers. It's very possible that they won't be ever subject to what's happening in New York. New York is definitely a hot spot. There's no question about it. And you know what we're doing in New York to try and help. And I think we're doing an incredible job. We're going to have the hospitals up quickly, the medical centers also quickly. But we'll just have to see. We have to follow it. We have to see. We're going to look at that curve. We're going to see when it starts coming down. And we'll do the best job that can be done. John, please.
Question for you, Mr. President, Dr. Fauci, if we could. Just when looking at this idea of an Easter timeline, and I don't know that's probably flexible, what are the metrics by which you will make the decision as to whether you can say, yes, we can open up this area of the country, or no, we can't open up that area? I mean, will you be looking at disease numbers? Will you be looking at possible containment, isolation? What
I
will you
think we'll be
at?
looking at a lot of things. We'll also be looking again at very large portions of our country. And I will be guided very much by Dr. Fauci and by Deborah and by some of the other professionals that work with both of you. And we're going to see what will be. But that would certainly be, I think that's a goal that perhaps can happen, or at least for a very large portion of our country.
Fauci, since, as the President said, you and Dr. Birx and others will be guiding him in making the decision, where are you now with this timeline of 19 days from now?
So, I mean, that's really very flexible. We just had a conversation with the president in the Oval Office talking about, you know, you can look at a date, but you got to be very flexible. And on a literally day by day and week by week basis, you need to evaluate the feasibility of what you're trying to do. And John, you asked for, you know, what kind of metrics, what kind of data. When you look at the country, I mean, obviously, no one is going to want to tone down things when you see what's going on in a place like New York City. I mean that's just, you know, good public health practice and common sense. But the country is a big country, and there are areas of the country, and I refer to this in my opening remarks, that we really need to know more about what the penetrance is there. So if we do the kind of testing what we're doing, and testing will always be associated by identification, isolation, and contact tracing, and you find after a period of time that there are areas that are very different from other areas of the country, you may not want to essentially treat it as just one force for the entire country, but look at flexibility in different areas. So I think people might get the misinterpretation, you're just going to lift everything up, and even somebody's going like that. That's not going to happen. It's going to be looking at the data. And what we don't have right now, that we really do need, is we need to know what's going on in those areas of the country where there isn't an obvious outbreak. Is there something underneath the surface that says, wait a minute, you better be careful and really clamp down? Or what looks there that you don't really have to be as harsh as you are in other areas. So it's looking at information that up to this point, John, we never had. So it's a flexible situation.
Was New York becoming on more? Is New York becoming the epicenter?
Well, it certainly is by far the, if you call it hot, if you call it any word you want to use, it is at a level that I was speaking to Tony before. It's a level that no place else is close. It's very unfortunate. You know, one of the things that's happened that we've done, I think, a really good job on. I think that it's something special. What's happened is I learned from Dr. Birx a little while ago when she said, I learned it actually this afternoon. In 8 days, because we kept hearing about South Korea, they had a very tough time at the beginning, if you remember. In 8 days, we're doing more testing than they've done in 8 weeks. That's a tremendous turn. And with our testing, it's going exponentially. It's going up, up, up every day. So we're going to be able to do things with this very highly sophisticated testing. And it's also, the test itself is considered the best test. So on top of doing now more than anybody else, we have a very high-quality test. That makes a big difference. It also makes a big difference even in terms of opening, because we're going to see those areas like the hot spots. But New York City definitely is a very hot spot. Steve?
When you talk about areas that you could open up, what specifically are you looking at? What states? Are you talking about out west?
Well, you can talk about
Where
the
exactly?
Farm Belt. Take a look at the Farm Belt. Take a look at areas out west. Look at big sections of Texas. I was talking to the great governor of Texas. They've done a fantastic job out there, but they have very big sections of Texas where, you know, it's like numerous states, frankly. But we can have large sections of, if we want to do it that way, we can have large sections of the country open. I think it's very important that we start moving on that and start thinking about it, because our country wants to be open. our people want it to be open, and they're raring to go. And I think it's one of the reasons that we're going to have a tremendous bounce back. I think it's going to go very quickly. Also, I want to thank, while I'm here, I want to thank Larry for the job he's done, Steve Mnuchin for the job he's done. If you look at Peter Navarro, he's sort of doing different things. He's really, he's a force in terms of getting masks and getting all of the ventilators and all the things. He's been fantastic, Peter. But I also want to thank Congress, because whether or not we're happy that they haven't quite gotten there yet, they have been working long hours. I'm talking Republicans and Democrats, all of them. The House, the Senate. I want to thank Congress because they are really trying to get there, and I think they will. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Did
Thank
you
you.
give Governor Cuomo a heads up, Mr. President, about the quarantining for people who left New York? Did you give Governor Cuomo a heads up about quarantining people?
We're talking to them about it.
Did you have some
Okay, we are now recording. This is conference call, what is this, 6 or 7? I think
Sure.
it's number 7, right? Yeah, number 7. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, that works.
That works. I'm going to try to share my screen here just in case we need it. I was looking at the Apple Valley Police Department. I was looking at their website and looking at all of the fun stuff that they've been doing over there. I did call Detective Gummert. They once again confirmed that he is on leave, on medical leave, and they transferred me to the guy who's in charge, the new, what's this guy's name? Let's try to pull him up here. Nick Francis is the guy who's taken over for that. So I've been trying to just get one answer, just a yes or no, you know, a syllable, a single syllable that would just say yes or no. Were their dog feces tests done? That's it. So I even left him that. I don't know if I did last time, if I told Captain Nick Francis what I really wanted, but I figured, okay, he hasn't gotten back to me. It's been about two weeks, I think. So called him again today, and my plan is just to call him once every week until we get some type of answer, and hopefully just we'll get something. I mean, they're very responsive usually, so this is a little unusual
Well, maybe
for me.
he's just overwhelmed and swamped with trying to catch up and get up to speed with what Gummert was doing.
It could be. I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking about something that's closed, right? I mean, I don't know what other tasks they had going on too. So that is true, and that's why I'm not trying to overwhelm them, not trying to call them on and on and on. But you know, I mean, it's just like I said, it's just a simple question, simple
Yes,
Q&A.
yes or no.
Yes or no? Yes. Come on, give me an answer. That's all you have to do is answer what is.
Well, if Detective Gummert is listening, I really hope he gets better. Whatever's going on, I hope it's okay.
Yeah, I do too. I hope he's all right, and it's just, you know, personal time that he needed off. But for a medical leave, I just definitely have been keeping him in my prayers.
Yes.
So, all right. Well, I guess we should begin here. We do have some other people on the line as well, so everybody is free to kind of join in and say whatever you want to say. Catherine, is there anything that you would like to say right now, or any topics you want to make sure that we bring up, anything like that?
Other than I'm really tired. Oh, boy. Not really. I have really kind of dropped the ball this whole week, and I'm sorry. But you had sent a link to the research documents. Now, was there something in there you wanted us to go back and look over for tonight's discussion?
No, I just kind of put those in there. I just figured if I was going to share anything with the people who are going to join this call, or anybody who was going to look at anything related to this call, I think I just wanted to show them that we have a lot of these these research documents all in one place that you can get to in case you haven't seen any. I know there's a few that I've even gone back through, and I'm like, oh, I haven't really looked at this one. I haven't really gone through this one. So it was really good that we got to bring up the search warrants about a week and a half ago or so. So I've been kind of going back through all of those. The Apple Valley Police property receipts that show everything that they took from the house. I think all that stuff's good too. I've been looking more into some interesting stuff that I hope we get a caller on who's gonna kind of help us with that. Maybe discuss some angles that we haven't discussed too much here. So I'm just gonna ask right now. I'm gonna ask if there is some background noise. If I hear some background noise, I'm just going to put you on mute. You should be able to unmute yourself if you do want to speak, so I don't want you to think because I mute you that means that you can't talk or anything. This was always meant to just be a place where the group, where real researchers could just come here and kind of chat, ask questions, bounce off topics. So there's nothing off topic. There's nothing that we shouldn't be able to talk about here. I don't want anybody to feel like, we're only going to cover certain things. So I just trying to pull up my agenda here that I have.
Okay, well, while you do that, I did remember something that I want to give everyone an update on, and that is the cell phone bills. There's been someone, and they have been contacting me. We've been going back and forth via email, and they just about have it explained to me to where I can explain it to everybody else.
Oh, nice.
What all of those phone numbers mean and how to actually read the report. So they had written back, but I didn't get back to them in time today. So hopefully by the next time we actually do a conference call, I will be able to explain to everyone what all of those loop-de-loops mean. Because that's all it is just a constant loop, and maybe try to figure out why.
Do you have your spreadsheet that shows the list of inconsistencies? I
do. Let me pull that up.
I'd like to go through some of those. I think that would be a great place to start. I mean, by this time, I think everybody kind of knows what the cops said, right? What the what the police think is true, that David Crowley killed his wife, killed himself, and killed his 5-year-old daughter, is responsible for all of eating all of these bones. The dog is pretty much responsible for all of the missing limbs, all the stuff, probably the missing blood and who knows what else. But I think we've been asking relevant questions, and I think it's always been a lot of us who have been just trying to ask the relevant questions based on what we are told by the cops, based on what we are told by investigators, based on what the documents say, nothing else. I think that's been the biggest, strongest point, and I think that's what real researchers are also looking for too. They're just looking for data, and I'm finding that we're having a lot of new people, a lot of people that are just getting involved in this case. And I went back through my videos, and I was like, I made all of these videos. Not one of them really goes through it step by step and kind of breaks it down A, B, C, D, which is kind of what I'm working on. Well, it is what I'm working on for my book, but I do think at some point, a video like that would definitely be very, very helpful. And the more that we go back and look at all of the strange things that happen from the very start, you can just add these things up, and you can see that there's much more than what we are being told. And if there wasn't, I do believe that the investigators would have it. I do believe that they would have made a bigger fuss out of it, and they would not have quietly closed this case after 1 year.
Right. It just seems so strange, especially with all of the information that they had access to. How did they look at that and then close it? That still doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we do have the chat room open too, so if anybody wants to join in there, and we'll have that chat open. If you're in the chat and if you'd like us to bring up any topics, we'll try to make sure that we bring up anything that's in the chat room. Figure we'll go about maybe 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, kind of play it by there and see how far we get. Let's see.
Okay, and I have that list up now. Is there something you wanted to talk about in particular? Oh, somebody has written something. Someone states, a guest, and I can't see the name, it just says, recently listened to discussion about suspicious persons call a neighbor. Seems like a huge point to ponder. I'm not quite sure what they're saying.
I think they might be talking about the suspicious person that was in the house on January 19th, 2 days after the bodies were found. There was a 911 call that was placed by a neighbor, and that 911 call is what led the cops to Chris Klein, and then from Chris Klein, that leads the cops to the missing bullet, item 57, that was found in the living room attic, or in the attic above the living room. So I think that's probably what they're talking about. And to me, when I first heard about that, that was the big smoking gun. You know, that's still like one of the biggest things that I cannot wrap my head around what logical reason this would be for. And I've heard it all, and I've looked at it all, and I've taken it all seriously, and I just don't get it. There was no Christmas tree blocking it. There's no way they should have missed a big hole in the living room. No way. I don't care if it was.
Especially when they say when they go back to check it out, their exact words were an obvious bullet hole in the ceiling.
Yeah.
Well, if it's obvious the minute they opened the door, why wasn't it obvious between how many people were there? I mean, there were, 15, 20 people, maybe more, for how many hours, and nobody saw it?
That's right.
Yeah, that still gets me.
And of all of the people that contacted us, that contacted Dan and myself, I know that we brought that up. Nobody mentioned it. It wasn't mentioned in the city pages. It was an article by, I think his name is Corey Zorowski. He didn't mention it, even though he found it odd. When the documentary film crew came to my mom's house, I made sure that I mentioned it to them. Well, they found it odd, but they didn't put it in this sloppy-mentary, documentary, whatever you want to call it. There was another guy, Alec Wilkinson, who contacted me, and he didn't put it in what he wrote. So it was just like everybody knew, they all knew this is like the biggest piece, but you could tell they did not want to go there. They wanted to go down the conspiracy route, but they didn't want to go down the real conspiracies here. They just wanted to focus on, well, the government did it, just stick to their scripts, the things that they were using to try and discredit anybody that was simply asking questions. And I'm talking about days in, before anybody is supposed to know anything, before the police have closed their case, all of that stuff. And we're getting hit. We got hit by just a bunch of random people that I've never heard of, and they're telling me just all this weird random stuff. Anyway, like somebody's breaking into a car.
I know. Is that at your house?
That's not at my house, but please, if you're breaking into somebody's car, please try to mute yourself while you're doing that. If you could.
Okay,
you can unmute yourself once the cops start chasing you and all that, but at least for this purpose, help us out, please. Once you get in, you drive away. Yeah, I could just hear it now. The Justice for David Crowley group wants people to break into cars. They're
advocating criminal activity.
All right. Anyways.
Okay, and Angela from Wyoming says, living in a smaller community, lots of PD staff know lots of people from childhood, high school, college, etc. Anybody research ties between AVPD and the key characters?
That's a great question. That's a really great question. The answer is yes, obviously. because there are questions about if there were any type of informants involved in this case. I haven't found anything conclusive. What I find kind of strange is how the whole Gray State team seemed to know everything before anybody else did.
Right.
They were pushing it out to anybody who would actually listen and take them seriously. The people that wouldn't take it seriously, they pushed them harder. So yeah, I think that's a very, very valid question, and I'd be curious to know if there are ties, if there are any ties.
Well, wasn't Kate's brother or something, David's uncle or somebody, they had a family member who was a police officer, correct, who died in the line of duty?
Yes, I think his name was John Bergeron, if I remember correctly, which is Kate's maiden name, something like that. But he was, and I forget what department he worked for, but I do believe it was in Minnesota. Very close with David, from what I was told by third-party people, he was very close with David. You know, they were. It was just there were no issues or anything like that. And it sounds like the whole family, in general, both sides, Kate's side and Dan Sr. It sounds like both sides had a very high respect for cops in general. So that was a feeling that I kind of got. But yeah, so there might be ties. As far as I know, I haven't found any, but I think it's a great question, and I do believe it's probably a question that a lot of people asked that were getting cyberbullied within those first couple days or whatever. And I think hopefully a lot of that stopped once we stopped going through these people who were telling us lies and stopped just listening to what they were saying and started to create a dialogue with the cops ourselves. I think that's, I learned a lot more. I learned a lot of what to do, what not to do, how to treat people. Obviously, you don't just call people up, start yelling at them, right? It's all about how you treat them, and that's generally how they will treat you. So.
Yeah, and I'm interested too, and I know I haven't done any research between those who claim to have been David's friends and if they have any ties with the Apple Valley Police Department either. I haven't really looked into that myself. I just know that Kate had a brother who died. Have you done any research on the friends, Greg?
Possibly. Maybe.
Okay, we'll say no for now.
I don't want to lie, but you have to go down every angle. You have to look at everything. It doesn't mean you have to be a stalker. It doesn't mean you have to, even there's ways that you can do this. And I think the first thing you have to start with is prayer. With whatever you do, start there. That's where I start, and then I just kind of just let God guide me to wherever I should be going. And it's been quite the journey, quite the spider web of just going down all these different trails, going down so many trails that sometimes I forget to, how many trails I've been going down. So it's, yeah. This is definitely, this case is, spiritually, I'm not saying there was any demons or anything like that involved in this case, but for me, spiritually, it's been a very tough case. It's been a very trying case because it does dwell on my soul. It does dwell on my heart. And there were times where I could not sleep. There were times where I felt that anxiety and other times where I felt like I was spending too much time on this and I had to kind of take a few steps back, and it actually helped me. If I would have just kept going forward full speed, I probably would look back right now and see, and see a lot of the faults that I made. I still made many faults, but I think if I would have moved faster and been a little more hasty, I probably would have messed up a lot more and probably would have damaged a lot more too. So it's all a learning process.
I think that's true for everyone, and I don't know of anyone who can research any type or investigate any type of case and not make mistakes. That's to be expected, but it's how a person handles those mistakes. It's like, okay, oops, that was the wrong track, scratch that off the list. Now let's turn around and go back and look at this at a different angle. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's when someone gets their head stuck in one direction and one direction only, and then refuses to acknowledge any other evidence. That's when I think it becomes a problem.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, we got 7 people on the line right now. I know we got Sophia, and I think Pansy is on the line too, and maybe a couple other people. If anybody wants to join in and say anything, you're more than free to. It's okay if we start talking over each other. It's all a learning process that we have to get over, and it's been that's been one of the bigger challenges, I think, because we have so many strong people, and so far we haven't really had any major issues on the call live or anything like that, and even after the call and all that, I haven't really seen it. So I think this is a great opportunity for all of us to just chat. There is no wrong thing that you can say here, unless you're just being totally just rude or mean or cyberbullying or anything like that, being a stalker or just a freaking weirdo or something. But as long as you're not doing that, as long as we're talking about this case, I want people to feel free to just jump in here. Just go ahead and jump in.
Yeah, and Angela asked another question, but she's asking, what was the mention of Judy's job as a civilian surveillance? And she says, I'm not even sure I'm remembering it correctly, and also her son's legal problems and pot trafficking. Since Dan really was the one who did all of the research on that, should we wait and see if Dan can jump on and let him answer that?
I think that would be best. I know this was talked about in one of the last calls, I believe. It might have been the last call we had kind of talked about that. And Judy was a part of some neighborhood watch thing that surveilled their neighbors or something. It was, it was something like that. And I was like, what? And then he said it again, and I was like, what? And so, now I'm glad it's being brought up again because I need to understand exactly what that is too. And about Eric Prochnow, I think we've covered that too. There's a video that Dan has done on that. So if you haven't seen Dan's video on Eric Prochnow, I definitely go and watch that. I think it just that kind of gives you all of the public data that is out there, and it isn't like Dan is trying to make any ties where there isn't. It's just looking at, well, here's what happened. Here's, the case, and here's he got off, basically, for whatever he got, whatever his legal problems were. He doesn't have those now. And he was carrying a lot of weed, Yeah. So that was odd because it was just like, okay, you're carrying that much weed, you get off because of because you got a good lawyer or something, I guess, but...
Yeah, and I still don't understand that. I've read several of those documents, and, it's like, I guess, more power to him. However, the officer who stopped him and pulled him over had a very long history, and in fact, that was his job, was drug trafficking. And I am not saying that's what Eric was doing, so don't anybody put words in my mouth. But the police officer's experience was drug trafficking and how to stop people and how to spot those who are transporting drugs illegally. So the fact, and from everything I read on his stop, it was a completely legal stop. So to have him say that it was an illegal stop and then get the case thrown out is just beyond my comprehension. But like I said, more power to Eric. He got it to work for him.
Yeah, because I think first they said that the cop could search the car, and then they kind of backtracked. And I think that was the legal issue that got them off or something. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like, it's just weed, first of all. It's not like, it's not like he was carrying real drugs, what I would consider real drugs or anything like that. But it was an interesting case. The reaction to it, I think, was even more curious because it was just craziness, right? Eric Prochnow comes into the group talking all this smack and all this stuff, and, you know, it was just like, I don't know. I even tried to give him a chance to tell his side, and things went kind of crazy. And, you know, I grew up where people were screaming and cussing and yelling. I'm not going to go through that. I'm too old. I'm 40 years old. I'm not going to sit there and get into a screaming match or an argument or anything like that with somebody. You know,
Right.
I don't care how old they are. Nobody's going to get to me like that ever again. Let's put
Right,
it like
and
that.
good for you, though. No, really, that's a good way to handle it. So
Now,
do you want to start going over? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, just on that, and let's move on to the last one. But you know, if he does want to have a conversation, if he's cooled down, and if he does want to chat in the future live, it could just be us, just he and I. He can tell whatever he wants to say and call us whatever names he wants to call us. That invitation is still open to him. I just need to have a little clarification with him that we're not going to be sitting there cussing at each other and all that. So.
Right. And it would be good. That way he wouldn't have to worry about anybody trying to, you know, jump on him or bully him, and he could still say his piece.
Yeah, we do that here. We've done that here with people. You know, if you want to jump on here, say your piece and all that, and do it. You know, if it's relevant. Which really, with Eric Prochnow, to me, it's not, his stuff is not really relevant to this case. He made it relevant, more relevant than it really should be. So, you know. Anyways.
Yeah. So now on this list of inconsistencies, do you want me just to read them off, or should we read one and see if anyone has any comments?
Let's read one off, see if somebody wants to comment on it, and see how far we get.
Okay, so everyone type fast or jump in and talk, because otherwise we'll move forward. The first one on the list that I found is the gun. According to the reports, they have it written several different ways. But one of those ways is the gun is either a couple inches or 1 foot from David's left hand, and David was right-handed. So the fact that the gun was on the left side of his body when he's right-handed is inconsistent with where the gun would have fallen.
Right, because there's no photos, we haven't seen anything that would show us that David Crowley was left-handed. Shouldn't that have been part of what the police were actually looking for? The fact that was it even possible? Was it plausible? What are the odds that David shot himself with his left hand when most of the photos and videos and everything that you see show him clearly holding the gun? His trigger is on the right hand, not on the left hand.
Yeah, especially, yes, and then having the exit wound on the left parietal, in the left parietal bone, close to where the ear was. So that would be really difficult with a left hand.
That's right. So he would almost have to have it curved.
Yeah.
Kind of into his mouth with his left hand, and then shoot himself kind of with the gun pointed towards the left side of his face, kind of.
Well, and I know a lot of people, and I even read it in one of the articles where the police state that David shot himself in the front, in the front of his head, or the front of his face. Now that is, I'm going to take huge issue with that, because the autopsy report clearly states that the trajectory is they can't determine where that bullet entered. They only know where it exited. So for the police to say that he shot himself in the front of his face and then have it exit through the left parietal bone, that just doesn't make sense.
Could that be because because of where it actually exited, that's where it would be the only logical thing? Like, it couldn't have come from the back of his head, right? It couldn't have come from the side of his head. It's kind of what it sounds like they're saying, because there's no wound or anything, because the whole right side of his head is still there.
No, I thought part of it, only his left side was there, part of the left parietal bone. Most of the right side was missing, and some of the back was still attached to the spine. So I'm assuming it's the occipital region, which was still attached to the spine. But since the right side of his head was pretty much missing, and the front of his face was missing.
I thought it was the other way around.
Well, if it's exiting, if they see an exit wound on the left parietal, the left side has to be there.
I'm gonna have to go back and look, because when I look at that image, it looks like you can see through his left eye. There's nothing really there, and the whole left side of his cheek, like the cheek and all that stuff, looks like it's all gone. There's nothing there. That's the left side, right?
That's the right side that's facing the camera.
I don't think.
You're talking about the one photo we do have?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the right side that is facing the camera. I can pull up. I'm going to get the autopsy reports real quick.
Okay. Let's see. There was another question about the toxicology. Why those results didn't show any weed, any alcohol, any shrooms, anything. So based on the toxicology that we do have, which to me is like, okay, this is great. I see what the toxicology, what the report is. It doesn't tell me much because I have no idea what I'm looking at. This might as well be French or Spanish or something. So when they say spleen volatile screen, the ethanol 0.109 G-DL within propanol and decomposition peaks present, I'm just like, I have no idea what you're talking. Just, were there drugs? Yes or no? You know?
No.
No. Okay, nothing.
It says that the immunoassay negative, no basic or neutral drugs present, or present on chromatography.
That's on the liver drug screen.
Right, but the spleen is just basically stating that there's the typical amount of alcohol found in the system upon decomposition, and that they found decompositional peaks present in their test. But there were no drugs found, no basic or neutral drugs present that they could find on the chromatography.
And those tests should have been a part of this too, right? Or is it just? I don't know how the whole toxicology test works, I guess, either.
You know, and that was something I forgot to check. I was going to call and check with BCA to see if marijuana is a standard drug. I'm pretty sure it is. It's one that they automatically test for. And
well, let's say, I mean, in this case, because there was weed found on the table, they should have at least tested for it, I would think, if it's out there.
Yes.
Now, because the bodies were, let's just say, let's say that they were there for 3 weeks. Let's just say that for 3 weeks, okay? What are the odds that weed would even show up or anything like that would show up when the bodies were so badly decomposed as they were found? Even with 1 week, would there be a difference between 1 week and 3 weeks?
I think that they would, since there was enough hair left from both David and Kamel, they could have easily done testing on the hair, but it doesn't look like that's what they did. It looks like they only tested the liver. Now, the liver, I think, would probably metabolize most of any drugs that may or may not have been taken at the time. So most medical examiners during the autopsy will take the vitreous fluid from the eye, but since they were all missing their eyes, that was not possible. So they had to test what was available, which was the liver. But at the same time, again, they did have access to hair, which would have told them for sure how often they at least smoked pot, if they did at all. Now, and according to the autopsy reports too, and I'm reading this directly, and this is off of David, it says gunshot wound at the head. Entrance, indeterminate. Pathway and trajectory, indeterminate. The exit is the left parietal bone with external beveling and radiating linear fractures and scalp. So it's the left side of his head that was still there. Now it says on the external examination, it says, let me find it. The back scalp is intact with patchy short brown hair. Fragments of skull and additional small bones recovered separately from the body at the scene are described in a separate section.
Wow.
So there was just part of the back of his head and then the left part of his head.
Okay. It looks different than what I see here, but I'm gonna go with what the autopsy results say.
Well, and you have to remember that photo you are looking at, taking a photo from the right side of his body. So what's closest to the camera is the right side.
Well, I mean, you can see his, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to go back and look at it or something, but all right.
Yeah, it says the entrance, this is also part of the autopsy under a gunshot wound of the head. The entrance gunshot wound site and trajectory are indeterminate due to absence of the majority of the head. No projectile fragments are recovered.
But the exit is in the left, okay.
Yes, on the left parietal scalp, centered approximately 9 inches above the left shoulder and 4 inches left of the posterior midline is a gunshot wound.
Ugh.
So that's strictly the left side.
That's odd to me. Okay.
Well, when you're looking at that photo, it's like you're looking on the inside of his head. Does that help?
And you can see through the left side, right? Maybe it's the right side. I don't know. I haven't looked at the image in a while, so I really try not to look at it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so since no one else has asked a question, we'll move on to number 2, and that is where the blue blanket is over David's legs. Now, they're saying he shot himself, but yet there's a blue blanket over his legs. Quite neatly, by the way.
Yeah, do you know where the blue blanket is mentioned?
Yes, that would be in... that would be the final BCA report. Let me get the other one. Hold on.
The 40-pager?
I think so.
This has a portion of Kamel's sweater.
Yes.
Was draped over his lower right leg.
Yes. That I mentioned in another section, the inconsistencies, because he has not only the blue blanket, but her brown sweater covering his legs.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Okay, I am trying to find that report. It's the long one that has, it said BCA final. I know I printed it out.
Yeah, I think it's the one we're looking at here.
Okay, I'm trying to find it in my notes.
Okay.
Oh wait, here it is.
I also love how they just mentioned the item 53 and item 57 as if they found it that same day too.
Right,
That just blows my mind.
I know they should have added, that those items were found later on. But yes, it says David Timothy Crowley was lying on his back with his arms spread to the side. His right hand was missing, and only the back portion of his skull remained attached to the spine. He was wearing a long white sleeve T-shirt with a gray short sleeve T-shirt over it, a navy blue undershirt, exposed light blue underwear, navy blue athletic pants, and rope bracelets on his left wrist. His left bare foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot was partially exposed. But
that's odd too, because his left foot is closest to the window.
Yes. Yeah.
But his right foot was not.
Right. Yeah, the foot closest to Kamel was partially exposed. The left foot is covered. And
which first thought for me would be, well, maybe the dog moved things, but if the dog is allegedly eating all of these body parts, I think it might have tried to eat David's feet or something like that too before some of the other body pieces, especially the skull and all that, the bones.
Right. Right. They're saying that the dog supposedly ate all of her head. His foot's right by her head, but it's interestingly completely untouched. It just cracks me up. I'm like, wow, okay. And Amy in Wyoming, I'm sorry, not Amy. I think, was it Angela in Wyoming? Oh, there we go, Angela. She wanted to know if the picture of the legs and blanket is out there. Now, I think you have one, correct? You have a photo that shows some of that, like not his whole body, but some of the leg and feet?
The only one that we have, if you go back, and I think this was a part of the original 464 photos, it does show there's an image where it's kind of further back. You're looking at the blood wall, right, the writing, and at the very bottom you can see David's his right toe, his big toe. So you can see some of his feet in there, and it's interesting because you can only see his right foot. You don't see the left foot. So I'll have to go back and look at that. But that's the only one that I know of that shows any part of David's feet.
Yeah, I think so too. I just remember seeing someone had zoomed in and cropped it. So I think that's the photo I'm thinking of. Same photo you're talking about, but it was the cropped out part. Yeah.
Yeah, which is that's another odd thing. Definitely odd. Anybody want to jump in here before we move on to the next thing?
Okay.
I know you're out there.
I know. The next one is.
You just want to say, just waiting for the right moment. I get it.
I know, maybe they're waiting for the right one to come up, the right topic. Okay, number 3 is blood spatter is medium velocity due to blunt force trauma and flows in at least 4 different directions on the floor. So, we know that gunshots produce high velocity blood spatter, but that blood spatter on the floor that I have seen and on the wall is medium velocity, and medium velocity is due to blunt force trauma, and especially on the floor, it goes in 4 separate directions. So either the person being attacked is moving, they're on the move, or the person doing the attacking is moving around.
So a struggle.
Yes, some type of, or maybe they decided they wanted to, I'll hit you while I'm facing the left. Now I'm going to hit you while I'm facing the right. We don't know, but we definitely know there are 4 different directions of blood flow.
All in the same area?
Yes, all in the same area.
And all medium to low, would you say?
Medium velocity.
Medium velocity.
And there is some what they call passive, which is where the blood just kind of drops. Say, just for example, and I'm not saying a bat was used, but if a bat were used and there was blood dripping from the tip of the bat onto the floor, just the drops. That's called passive. There are some passive as well.
Would the blood by the dishwasher, would that pass? Is that passive?
Yes. That's like somebody who was walking, and that's what I told you before. I'm one of the medical examiners or a coroner, deputy coroner I was speaking with. I can't remember which one, but they were saying that more than likely the blood in the kitchen by the dishwasher was probably belongs to the person who did the attacking. They probably were injured in somehow, some way. But they said that that is definitely passive, and that's usually where that type of blood comes from.
And, of course, that wasn't tested.
Correct.
Add that to the list.
Yeah.
Pansy, anything else on this one?
No.
No?
Okay, we'll move on to number...
I'm just taking it all in.
Okay.
It's a lot to take in, right?
Yeah.
Can you picture people who are just like learning about this case? Like at some point, I think some people are just like, you know what, this is just too much for me. I just don't want to even get involved.
Yeah.
Well, I'm passive about this.
Well, I'm glad you are.
We definitely need it.
Yep. Okay, number 4, being the quote-unquote bloody footprints, show cleaned up blood when it was sprayed with the luminol-type product. Now, they didn't use luminol. They used another name brand that shows blood that has been cleaned up. When you look at the photos, you don't see that blood, but as soon as they spray it, you see you see the blood on the floor. And it had been cleaned up previously. And the police knew this. When, as soon as the BCA sprayed that floor and it showed up blue, I mean, they know that's like blood spatter 101. Police detective work, 100. That tells them right away that somebody cleaned up that blood prior to the new quote-unquote prints being put down on the floor. But they never even took a second guess at that. They didn't even look twice at it.
Well, that seems odd.
Okay. And number 5, we're going back to the bullet hole in the ceiling. The bullet hole in the living room ceiling was not documented or seen until February 18th. A whole month later.
Yeah, and I got something to say on that one.
Okay.
You think that bullet could have been fired the second day when all those guys were there? Maybe with a silencer or something?
It would have to be with the silencer, I would think, because there's, neighbors would have heard something. They're on the lookout at this point, I think, because they're
Right.
spotting people in the house days later.
That's how they knew about the bullet hole.
Right.
Yeah, how else could they?
They did it.
Yeah, and especially to call the police and say, oh, we found a bullet hole you missed.
Right.
How do you know they missed it?
Exactly.
Right.
That was the oddest thing. Which is like they're watching the police very closely. Yeah, I didn't understand that, but I think it would have to be I guess my question would be why would you risk that? Why would you risk going into the house and creating this? What would be the goal of that?
Unless they knew they were being protected, you're right. Why would they risk it? If they knew that what they stated would not cause anyone to question them,
Yeah, there's a lot of setup going on there.
Yeah.
I believe.
I mean, that's definitely one thing that would kind of make the police want to close the case as quickly as they could, and kind of gloss over those key factors, those facts. Really what they are.
Now, who was it that stuck their finger in the hole and made it bigger?
That was Joe Cooksley from the BCA, crime scene team.
That was really stupid.
Yeah, I don't know what that was for. What he was trying to accomplish. If it was just an accident.
No, he knows better. This is what he does for a living. I'm like, why would he put his finger in the hole?
To see how deep it is. To see where it goes.
Yeah.
Is it really a bullet hole? We don't know.
Is this an illusion?
Okay, and number 6 is no bullet or bullet fragment was found associated with a gunshot wound to David's head. In other words, the bullet that killed David was never found. Not even the one that was...
Go ahead.
Okay, the one that they found supposedly in the attic only had David's DNA. There was no blood, hair, or tissue in that bullet fragment.
Right.
Is it possible that one of the other bullets was one that killed David?
No, because they tested them all, and they either had Kamel's or Ranya's blood and or tissue on them.
Right, but there's several times where David can't be actually ruled out, right? So that kind of leaves the door open, doesn't it?
Well, no, because you're talking about the blood on the bullets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's stay there for a second. Let's look at those.
I am pulling up that report, or getting to that report. Okay, so
what, 42, 43.
42 and 43 do not match David or Rania.
Okay, so it can't be that. What about 44?
44 does not match David or Rania.
Okay, what are the other? Well, there's like 6.
Number 53. Major profile does not match David or Kamel, but it matches Rania. And then the only other one left is 57 from the attic. It is male DNA, and that is what matches David.
What's 40? 41? No, 41 is not. So
41 is the page from the notepad.
41 is the page. So 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57. And the only one that even has David's DNA on it is 57.
Correct.
So,
and 45 had nothing. They could detect no DNA at all from anyone.
okay, so we're just talking about 42, 43, and 44.
Yeah, 42. Yep, 42, 43, and 44 belong to Kamel, do not match David.
Gotcha.
Number...
What about 53?
53, I think that is, that's the one that is Ranya's. Major profile does not match David or Kamel, but it does match Rania. So 53 is Ranya's. And 57 is the only one, that's the attic bullet, the mystery one, that only has David's DNA.
The magic bullet.
Yeah, the magic bullet.
One of the magic bullets. So I see what you're saying. There's no bullet here that you can tie to David.
To this day, they do not have the bullet that killed David.
And it's not one of these ones that say, well, it was two or more, but it wasn't him. So, okay.
And we have a guest that wrote, didn't the gun and clip have unknown prints? Yes. On the inside, that when they removed the magazine from David's gun, when they picked it up off the floor and they ejected the magazine, they found David's blood. They tested that blood, and it was David's blood on the magazine, but the latent print in that blood was not David's, and they do not know who it belongs to.
They could not conclusively tie it to David.
Well, I saw no print match at all. Did you see where it was a possibility? I saw no print match.
Yeah, if you look, it's in that same 40-page, or that 40-page document has pretty much everything, not everything, but most of the stuff that you'd want to start with, right? As long as you know what you're looking for. But There is, I believe it's one of the last pages on this too. Yeah, it's actually the very last page. So if you look at the very last page there, you can see the results of those latent prints, and you can also see why. So it's not, the why it was inconclusive to David is also weird to me too.
Okay, so 1B. Okay, this is what it states for latent print 1B. Inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. Now, I don't know about you, but that was a pretty darn good latent print. Latent print 41, that's on the, okay. Latent print 1B2 were searched in the Midwest Automated Fingerprint Identification Network, and no suitable candidate was generated. Now, they had David's fingerprint there. They had his print card. So when I'm reading this, one latent fingerprint designated LP1B-2, and they say that it's inconclusive, it didn't match David.
Yeah, and they don't even bother with the item 1A with the palm print on the actual gun, right? It just says no known palm prints for David Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to LP1A, which is the gun.
Yes.
Well, I mean, who has a palm print? Who takes a palm print? But how would you? What would you need to tie that palm print to David or to anybody? And if you can't tie it to David, why would you think that David had his hand on the gun? Because of the blood?
Well,
let's look at the blood found on that gun.
And that's the thing, how did David's blood get on the magazine inside the gun? That is not something that could happen if he shot himself. It wouldn't drop on that magazine like that and then have a print stuck in that blood. He was injured prior to whoever loaded that magazine into that gun. They were somehow dripping his blood.
Yeah, I mean that's really all it is his blood is on the trigger. His blood is on the magazine. So by their logic, that's their tie to David on this gun.
Yeah.
Right.
Blood where it shouldn't have been by someone who supposedly killed them all. That makes no sense.
Yeah, and I thought it was weird that on the trigger of the gun that they said that that Rania could not be excluded from a possible contributor to that gun, to the blood on the gun. Let's say that. But
which means they had to have shot her at a relatively close range for the blowback.
Yeah, and this would also, yeah.
No, again, so that means that they maybe use some type of, again, which we've all thought, was there a silencer or was a pillow or something used? But when she was shot, she was close enough for her blood to blow back onto that gun, or a possibility that it blew back onto the gun.
Okay, I can see that. But here you have on the magazine, item 1B-1, the magazine has a mixture of 2 or more people with David's major DNA profile, but Kamel and Rania, again, could not be excluded from that, which, again, I thought was kind of weird. And they go out of their way to say that if David had the major DNA profile, if it matched him, then there's no way that there's a very less likely chance that it's going to match anybody else within his family. The way that they phrase it is really weird too. I found that confused me.
Yeah. And so when it says mixture of 2 or more individuals, when they're talking about major and minor profiles, we know they were looking for someone else. But to have it say that the major DNA profile, which is the blood on the trigger,
which is a male DNA profile. It's a major male DNA.
Major male DNA profile matches David, and the major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. and a major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
Right.
So Rania cannot be excluded from being a possible contributor, and Kamel is excluded.
Not on the magazine.
Right, no, I'm talking about the trigger.
You're talking about the trigger. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But what this is saying is that the blood, the people who contributed to that blood are related to David. So when it says the major profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals. So they would expect to see it among related individuals.
But how many? But it's a major DNA. So if it's a major DNA profile, then the second DNA profile wouldn't be a major DNA profile, right? So there's only going to be one major DNA profile that's going to match his blood, right?
Well, no.
That's why they call it major.
Well, you can have, yes, there are major.
You
can have 2 or 3 people who are still bleeding, then they'll all contribute. But what they're saying is that this blood that they're finding belongs to someone related to David. They would not expect to find it in anyone unrelated to David.
But that's only talking about the major DNA profile. It's not talking about just a DNA profile in general.
Well,
correct?
it says it is estimated that 99.9996% of the general population can be excluded from being contributors.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, based on less genetic information obtained from the known sample of Rania, it is estimated 99.5% of the general population cannot be excluded, or can be excluded, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, yeah, I mean, that's it, because this is the weird thing, because this is where the major DNA, where it kind of threw me off, because I was like, I was expecting, if they're going to mention major DNA on one of these things, I was expecting them to mention major DNA on everything, and that's
right.
not the case here.
Correct.
Why is that? Why maybe that's what's throwing me off here. Well, one of the things that's throwing me off. Let's put it like that.
Well, and I look at it as, they're writing it a certain way, but why are they writing it a certain way? So to me, it's like if they're going major minor, I think I saw minor DNA on one of them, or maybe it's just all major. But if it's talking about mixture of 2 or more individuals, and then they bring up major profiles, then that tells me they're looking for someone else as well, but they didn't find that someone else.
Because they mention major DNA? I didn't think of that. That's interesting. I guess, yeah, just because, then I would think that should be single source, or if there's 2 or more, if there's a mixture of 2 or more, by that logic, shouldn't they always mention major DNA, or could that be because the blood DNA is so small, like a couple drops, like on item 8 on the actual knife, they literally say it's like 1 drop, and it's not even in the blade, it's like in the hole of the blade, and that was tied to 2 or more people, and they don't know who that is. I don't know.
Right, and then when you look down at the next one on items 11 and 44-1, which is blood from the west living room wall and the bullet, it says single source DNA. So they're very descriptive as to when it's one person who is a contributor versus 2 and or possibly more contributors to that blood, mixture of 2 or more. So when they say mixture of 2 or more, I know some have said in the past that we're not understanding it right, and that's just standard lingo. But I don't believe that, because if they are going to single out and say single source DNA and then mixture of 2 or more individuals, I think they're looking at 2 or more individuals.
Yeah, I mean 2 or more, not 1 or more. 2
Correct.
or more.
Yes, yes.
Could be looking at multiple people, sure. Anything else on that one?
Not for me.
Somebody asked, anybody know if he kept the safe closed at all times? I wonder if it was only opened after hearing commotion. And then someone else wrote back, I think he would have kept it closed since there was a child in the house.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it was a locking one. In fact, it wasn't even his prints or blood found on the gun safe. It was Kamel's, correct? Buttons on the safe, which was Kamel's blood, does not match David. Okay. Okay, and number 7, I'm going to jump now to number 7. The kiwi on the counter still looks fresh. Now, we've gone back and forth on this one because I don't know much about kiwi. I don't know what rotten kiwi looks like, but it definitely doesn't look like it's been sitting on a counter for over a month. And that's just me. No, other people might not agree with that. Does anyone else have anything to add to that? Okay. On to number 8. The back door was ajar, which the police didn't seem to find a problem with that whatsoever.
Sorry, can you read that one? Read that one more time.
The back door was ajar.
And they didn't find any prints on that door. Or did they even test it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, you just read my mind. Like, yeah, did they even test it? Would they test it? It seems like they only tested where there was blood, right?
You know what? Yeah, and I don't recall seeing any fingerprint dust on any of the windows or the doors or anything. Do you have any photos that show that was tested?
No.
Well, they had to use that back door and that handle. They had to have prints on that handle.
Right.
I didn't see anything in the paperwork about them doing prints on elevators or even testing.
Which is really weird.
That is weird.
It's like a lot of things they didn't want to find.
Right. Okay, and now number 9 is back neighbor noticed back door open during the time frame but doesn't remember when. And this was during one of their, I can't remember who the neighbor was that the police interviewed, but they said they did notice that the back door was open, but they couldn't remember what day it was.
I think that was Teresa Shepard, and I think she actually says that it was when she got home on December 23rd.
Okay.
So I'm pulling in my book right now, so hopefully I can have that a little.
Okay, while you're looking that up, Angela, you want to know how far open, a little bit or more than in the pics? All we know is that they said it was ajar. I think they said a quarter of an inch, right?
Yes, yeah, 1/4 inch. Yeah.
Okay.
Which again is not. No, it is in the police reports. That was the biggest one, I think. Somebody posted that into the group. I want to thank whoever did that. They grabbed the audio of the cops going through the house. It's about 5 minutes long. You can tell that it's kind of clipped, so that I don't know if there's everything or if there's more or whatever. But that audio, everybody needs to listen to that audio. I think that audio is very important for many reasons. You can hear the family dog barking there. You can hear a lot of different things. So.
Yeah, and the thing with that is that we don't know if it was cut off because they move awfully quick, like within a second or two from upstairs cleared, now we're in downstairs. And it's like, really? You can't walk that fast. It was 2 seconds. So I don't know. Angela, when they were talking about seeing the door, they actually saw it open, not just ajar.
Well, and they also said that, you're talking about on January 7th when the bodies were found.
No, I'm answering. They're asking more questions on the chat.
Okay.
So how did the neighbor see it from that far away? And I think it's because she actually saw it open. She's not saying she necessarily saw it the 1/4 inch ajar.
No, she saw the back door open. Now she wasn't sure if it was the the patio sliding door or if it was the actual door. So if it was the screen door or if it was the actual back door, she wasn't sure about that.
Okay.
I'm just pulling that up now. I think that was Teresa Shepard, though, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the neighbors, what the neighbors heard and what the neighbors saw leading up to that is very crucial because nobody seems to have seen them after Christmas, even right before Christmas, what it sounds like.
Yeah. So are you looking up something, Greg, you want to add to it?
No, I think that I was just looking up the thing about the neighbor in the back, but I know we've covered the main points that I was going to bring up anyway. So.
Okay, so then we'll go back. Now we'll head to number 10, and it was knife tested positive for blood of all three, yet it was not visible, appears to have been washed, and no prints on the knife.
Why do you say appears to have been washed? I haven't heard that one.
That's my opinion because you don't see blood on it. And they had to swab it to find the blood. And they found it in that little hole that where they do the drawing of where the blood is. That is my opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion, my observation. There's nothing in any of the reports that state that is a fact. I would just, with where the knife was located and the fact that it had all three of their blood in one little tiny section, like what it said in the hole of where, when they opened the blade, and it was in the hole of the blade. Now, if it's there, it should have been over on more than just that spot.
Yeah, that made me think about that there was some possible signs of a struggle because the knife was open. It wasn't like the knife was closed or anything like that. And they're very careful not to really talk too much about that knife.
Yeah,
but the
they
knife
totally
was
really ignore it.
Yeah. And they're very, I mean, how many times have they mentioned there were no signs of a struggle, no signs of anything like that? And an open knife, to me, would think that there would be possible signs of a struggle.
Yeah, I mean,
that would be the first thing I would think.
Right? I mean, that right there tells me someone was trying to defend themselves or someone was using it as a weapon. Hence, there's a struggle.
Let's see. Yeah, the knife was closest to David's left leg. The blood on the knife came from a mixture of two or more individuals, and David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded. The knife, yeah, I think that was because where the knife was found kind of really threw me off first, too, because I had expected it to be closer to Kamel, and it wasn't. If it's closer to David's left leg, it's on the other side, then it's completely there. So it's like, well, how did the knife get there? You have the knife and the gun, you know, next to David's left side, next to his left leg, and next to his left hand. I don't know.
And here's the thing. This is number 11. To go with number 10 is that there is no apparent blood in the area around the knife. There's stuffing, there's hair, there are fibers, but no blood. So where did the blood come from that was in the hole on the blade? Was that you, Sophia? Did you want to say something?
Well, I always thought the knife was just odd because you don't really see any knife injuries on the victims, or at least it's not mentioned. They only really mention the gunshots and the conditions that the bodies were found in. So why was the knife on the ground? Why was it open?
Yep.
I mean, that's the biggest mystery. Well, not the biggest, but for me, it really does add a lot of questions. Because you would think if he didn't have the gun or access to the gun, what would be his next best resort? Whatever was on him?
Right.
Sorry, I'm kind of trying to get the laundry started.
There is a second knife too. In his master bedroom, there is a second knife that's found under the the gun safe.
Yeah.
So that was another thing too. It's like whose knife is whose. That's why I first thought that it had to have been Kamel's knife. Even though it's a camel knife, it makes more sense for it to be David's. But yeah, I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah. And Angela in Wyoming is asking, once deceased, and this is off topic, but that's okay. It says, once deceased, does hair fall off the scalp naturally? The amount of hair on the floor seems unusual to me. The answer to that is yes, it does, but it doesn't normally fall out of a head until like gets toward the skeletonization aspect of decomposition. But since their heads had sustained so much damage and the brains were missing, the hair would fall out sooner because the scalp is going to decompose faster. The scalp tissue is going to decompose faster. But yes, there is so much, but a lot of what's on the floor, I thought it was all hair. It turns out that there's some black fiber as well on the floor. Now, did that come from a chair cushion or what?
Well, there was a stuffed animal, like a lemur type animal that was black and white.
And did that have the black stuffing?
I think it was white stuffing. It had like white cotton stuffing.
Yeah, something had black stuffing in it because you can clearly see black stuffing on the floor as well as the hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see
And
that.
I just don't have an answer for that one.
Because I know there's a little black piece of, like, it looks like maybe Velcro outside of the slider on that patio.
Right,
there was a little
yeah.
black piece there too, and I wonder what the heck was that? How'd that get there?
Could that have been tracked by the officers when they took Paleo out of the house?
It could have been. It'd be important to see if that's there in the photos before they take him out. And most of the photos that we have of that, I think, are before they take the dog out.
Yeah, I think so. I think we need to go back and look.
Yeah, because there's several photos that you can clearly see that dog, which is good. You can get a good feel of what type of shape that dog was in.
Yeah, and I think he was pretty traumatized, and he may have pulled out a lot of that hair.
That's
Trying to
possible.
get a reaction.
Trying to wake him up, trying to move him, trying to help him.
Right.
You know. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure that little dog was frantic a lot of the time.
Oh, I bet.
So there was a little blood found on the blade of the knife. If looking at that image there. But I know it wasn't tested. I don't think it was tested. So it's item A1, item 8-1 through item 8-4. It says, yeah, maybe that's weird. It looks weird, but it's not really mentioned.
Yeah, they really skip over the knife altogether quite a bit.
Yeah.
They don't test it. They don't really do anything with it.
So item 8-1 is a blood swab inside the hole of the blade. Item 8-2 is a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade. Item 8-3 is the handle of the knife, where blood is not present. And item 8-4 is a hair sample found on the handle. But if you're looking at the photo, you can clearly see on the photo that there's something, they like kind of marked in something there, which made me think that it was like a blood stain or something, but that was weird.
Which photo are you talking about?
The photo of the knife, not the photo, but the drawing. There's a drawing that they do.
Yeah, that's
of
what I'm
that
trying
knife.
to find is that drawing again.
That's in the 488, the big 488-page document.
Oh, okay. I think I printed that one off, though. Yeah, and so that's that. Okay. So should we move on?
Yeah. Anything else with the knife? Anyone?
Let's see. Okay. And now we're going to go on to number 12, where the writing on the wall doesn't match David's handwriting. And that's something I was doing. I was looking at the, there are numerous places where you see a sample of David's printing and or writing, and his A's and his B's and his K's are nothing like what is written on the wall. I mean, they're different like night and day.
And Catherine, if you look at the really large file that Greg and I got from the BCA back in, I think, August or September, there's lots of samples of David and Camille's handwriting, just as an FYI for comparison.
Yeah, and they don't even match.
Okay, so you've already checked.
Yeah, I did look at some of those. Yes, they were taking some samples also. I can't remember where they were taking the samples from David and Camille, and I was looking at that and comparing that with the wall, and I'm like, okay, these are nowhere near as close. I mean, they're not close at all. Okay, and then anybody want to say anything else about the handwriting on the wall?
Yeah, I would say, isn't it hard to how do you compare handwriting on the wall to handwriting on a piece of paper or anything like that?
Well, people's handwriting, you're going to print in the same general way. It's not, you're not really truly going to alter like David's A's are fluid in one motion, and they go up, down, and then kind of up in an upward slant, and then they're slanted. The A on the wall is done in like, what, 2 or 3 separate moves? I'm trying to find the writing on the wall again.
Yeah, up or down, and then down, and then across. Yeah, that was 3 moves.
Yeah, and on the first A, on the Allahu, it slants to the left. David's A's slant clear to the right. And he doesn't make a straight line across on his A's. He goes up and then down, and then it's continued line from the downward motion to make that line to cross over his A's. And these A's on the wall are all done in 3 separate moves.
What about?
Well, in the
Go ahead.
slant of the A, the first A, that would have to have been a right-handed person or left-handed person.
Yeah, it looks like a left-handed person to me too.
Yeah.
And I had the same impression.
Because of where they...
Because how the A is slanted.
Yes, the slant of the letters.
They couldn't do that with the right hand?
Most right-handed people don't write like that. That's a left-handed person's signature type of signature, in the sense that it's a clue as to it's a left-handed person.
Hmm.
And we know David was right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
So where did they get all that blood at?
That's Camille's blood, yeah.
Yeah, but where did it come from?
They don't say.
Yeah. There would have had to have been a humongous amount of blood for that much blood to have been smeared on the wall.
Yeah.
And it's all Camel's blood, so I mean the only part that's really missing is her head, well, her hands, I guess, too. Maybe the bloody hands.
They had to have used her body somehow or other to have bled it out into something.
Yeah, because there's definitely not a pool of her blood that they could have, that there shows any type of dipping fingers into and writing on the wall. They had to have collected it into something.
And yet they didn't find anything like that, or didn't show anything like that.
Nope. Oh.
It's just all a big setup.
I know.
And this has run through my mind. I was wondering, none of the family ever saw the bodies, did they?
The sister claims to have seen Kamel.
And she recognized her.
And I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if this was set up to look like them, but it really wasn't them. And if nobody saw any of their tattoos, and family-wise or anything, and you can only go by what they're telling you in these notes. And
she raises a very good point.
It all sounds ridiculous.
It does. To me,
Maybe
it
they're
does.
still alive somewhere.
Could be. I mean, you can't rule it out, right? Or I can't rule it out.
Yeah, right now we can't rule anything out, I don't think, other than the fact that I know David didn't kill these bodies in the house, if that's David on the floor.
That's right. That's right. And go along with that. But that sticks in my mind.
Yeah.
That this was all, it's all too stupid to sound real.
Yeah.
It's a big movie, and we're all living in it.
We're in the Matrix.
My nightmares.
It's one movie I want out.
It's just too unreal.
Yeah.
Wait, what would be the motive for that?
Cover up for something else. Well, maybe they're hiding. Maybe they're in what do you call it?
Witness protection?
Yeah, maybe they were in danger. I mean, the family thinking like they do, and the friends, reacting like they do. There's something weird going on there. Maybe they know more than what anybody else knows.
But if they would have had to made a deal, right? They would have had to
stuff's
made a
been
deal or
planted.
something.
It made look like they were murdered when actually maybe they weren't. Maybe these were bodies that came from a morgue or something.
Why not
I don't
just
know.
make it look like they, drove over a cliff or something? Or, I mean, this is taking it to the. This is pretty
I don't think
extreme.
Well, because they're wanting people to forget it.
I don't think whoever did this was expecting us to go over it quite so closely.
Right. Right.
Well, they must have been smoking then.
Somebody must have been.
Somebody must have.
It's just all too ridiculous to be true. I mean, there's just the more I think about it, it seems like it's all just stand out like a scenery that they didn't think that anybody was going to go investigating it.
Yeah, it scares me to think that this is how a lot of investigations are done. If most of them are done like this, I don't think anybody's in jail that needs to be.
Right.
Maybe they really are all innocent.
Could be.
Well, faking your death is also a crime too.
Yeah, unless somebody else is in on it that.
Actually, it's only a crime if you try to collect on life insurance. Other than that, if you don't, it's not a crime.
Faking your own death is not a crime? That's ridiculous.
Nope, it's not.
It should be a high crime.
It should be. I agree. But only if they try to collect money or insurance policies or anything like that, that is when it becomes a crime.
There's another
So-
story. Did they
Mhm.
have any insurance?
Oh,
Would
the
there-
house
would
went
there
into
be
well, the house
Go ahead.
went into foreclosure. If they had insurance,
It'd be
I don't know.
it might be in the financial documents,
I'm talking about life insurance.
life insurance. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had something through USAA, whether it was automobile and home, but I am not 100% certain on life insurance. Now, he did have the option to continue to pay for life insurance once he got out of the military, but that's up to him whether or not he continued to make those payments.
So they actually let that house go into foreclosure?
Yes.
Everyone wants to try to grab a hold of the script, but they let that, instead of selling the house, they let it go into foreclosure.
Mhm.
Wow.
Remember the paperwork that we were looking at, and it said Dakota County Sheriff or Deputy Sheriff's Office on it?
Yeah.
That's what it was meaning.
Whoa.
Really?
Yeah.
That's low. Okay, that's my opinion. And anybody, if you want to get mad, you can send me a nastygram. Don't get on Sophia or Greg. I'm saying that was low. Wow. I'm shaking my head. Holy cow.
Oh. Yeah. This whole case has us shaking heads in it. Yep.
What did you say, Sophia?
This whole case has me shaking my head.
Right? Oh.
Yeah, it's considering the amount of money that the family had. I mean, I why not just sell the house?
And he
Why
was
did it go into
expecting all this
foreclosure?
money. He was expecting
Mhm.
all this money too to come in, and so why go that far?
Yeah.
Someone could have helped him to hold on to the house, but he wasn't wanting any help, I think.
Wow.
And it wasn't like David or Kamal were hurting for money. David had funds that he could have, it could have been available to him. And Kamal supposedly had money, although we are not able to see her accounts with the records that we have from Apple Valley. So I don't have any information in regards to that.
Right, but they definitely were not hurting. Looking at their spending and their lines of credit, they were not hurting for money, which is another rumor that has been spread by somebody, and I really think that needs to be put to rest. Their money situation was just fine.
But why foreclosure on the house?
That's a very good question.
Now that's
why would they let it go? I don't understand that one.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead to number 21 on the list, where it says, because a lot of this other stuff is things we've already covered tonight. And 21 is, the medical examiner did not rehydrate David's left hand or feet to compare to other evidence in the house. Now, they're trying to say that David made the quote-unquote bloody footprints, a.k.a. kindergarten artwork, on the floor, and there's a latent print in his blood on a magazine, but they did not rehydrate his hand or feet to compare that to. And that, to me, was that the medical examiner was slacking in her duty when she didn't do that.
What do you guys know about her?
Well, not a lot, other than she left not too long after Kate died, and she's now working in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee. I have tried to reach out to her, but she has not answered any attempts.
Is it true she's 36?
Yes, when she was working in Apple Valley, she was, I think, just a
31?
few years out of medical school.
That's really young. I didn't realize that until recently. Somebody
Mhm.
pointed that out, and I was like, that's really young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she could have easily been manipulated, or they could have told her stuff she didn't know because it was probably her really first big case. But since she's not talking, we don't know.
She published a manual on forensic practices dated January 2018. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've read it, but yes.
Oh, I'd like to read that to see how extensive
Well,
it is.
I hope she went back to school and learned some more.
Yeah.
She did a slow job, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that brings us on to number 22, where David's feet were not tested for blood. Again, they're trying to say he made those so-called bloody footprints, and now they don't even test and swab his feet for blood.
Well, you and I talked about that one time about the footprints, and we don't believe they're footprints.
Oh no, yeah, no one can convince
But
me.
there wasn't any blood on his. Probably wasn't any blood on his feet.
Right. I mean, right? So this way, I mean, they have plausible deniability. Oops, we didn't test. Yes, there was blood, but we can't prove it. Well, we're telling you there wasn't blood.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. Okay, and number 23 is when the police left the scene, they had 6 casings, 1 unspent cartridge, 3 fragments. Without having knowledge of whose blood, tissue, or brain matter was on the evidence, it was determined to be a murder-suicide. Once tested, the evidence retrieved that night showed the blood belonged to Kamel. The police chief called it a murder-suicide without the bullet that killed David.
Right.
It's true. Now, I think it was 4 fragments, right? Because they left the house with 4 bullets.
And the reports I read was 3. They didn't find the 4th one until it was rolled out of the carpet the next day, right?
Right.
Well, they found 3, right? So they found item 42, 43, 44.
Which were Kamel's.
Okay, and the 45 is the one that was shot into the basement. So they have 4 there.
Okay, you are correct. Let me change this. I probably meant to say 3 fragments with blood on it, but I'll put 4.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're correct because the one in the wall had nobody's DNA. They had 3 fragments that had blood on it, and they all belonged to Kamel. They didn't find Ranya's until the next day. They left with 6 casings and 1 unspent cartridge, and they still called it a murder-suicide without knowing which bullets killed who.
I think that's also weird. What you bring up there too is they found Kamel's blood on 3 bullets, which to me was kind of weird too. It was like, oh, how do you do that? Looking at where these bullets are found, maybe.
Well, they tested the blood on the fragments, and it was tested to be Kamel's.
Right. But could that just be because of where these bullets were found?
I don't think so, because looking at least 2 of those fragments, and I can't remember the 3rd one, but I know 2 for sure show hair entwined in them. So if there's hair in there, there's got to be brain tissue or something else in there as well.
Mm. Yeah, because 42 and 43 are kind of closer to David. And, on one side of Kamel, and then 44 is on the other side of Kamel. 44 looks like it's almost underneath Kamel. It's kind of odd.
Yeah, so how could she have been shot in the head and then have the fragment be underneath her? I'm
Well, it's
trying
kind
to
of like the
figure
blue
out their...
blanket.
I'm
where
sorry,
there's,
what?
like bone fragments. It's kind of like the blue blanket where there's bone fragments underneath the blanket or the edge
Right.
of it.
Right. Oh, but it's paleo. You forgot paleo's, he's magical.
Yes, exactly. I forgot our conversation last week.
I know, I'm sorry, I'm snarky, but...
Was there just one blue blanket, or were there two?
There was one blue blanket, which was under Kamel on top of David, same blanket.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was another blanket that was rolled up and put in the position of where Kamel's head was. But yet they say the dog ate her head, so I guess he rolled up the blanket too and then stuffed it there after he ate it. He didn't want anybody to know. He was being a bad doggy. And yes, I'm being snarky.
You are. You're vicious today.
I know. I
What
have
happened to you?
no sympathy for these people sometimes, right? I'm horrible. But when I read that in the new report that you got, Greg, or you and Sophia, where they said that they found a blanket rolled up in the position of Kamel's head, and that's why they didn't know her head was missing at first. Because, they first came in and it was dark, and yes, they have to go through everything, as is, with no lights on. And it's like, wow. And they still believe the dog ate her head. How? If there's a blanket in the way, how does a dog get to the larynx?
Yeah, I was thinking the blanket was a little bit above her head, because if you look at where David's foot is in that photo, which to me I always thought was a hand. It looked like a hand at first, but that's got to be his feet.
Yeah, it's his feet.
But that should be about a little south of that foot. Should be where Kamel's, whatever was left of Kamel's head was. I don't think it was under the blanket. I think that they would have mentioned that if it was under the blanket.
No,
right?
it wasn't under, but the blanket was rolled up and in the position where her head was. So that's why they said they didn't know her head was missing at first.
Mm.
I'll have to read that in that report, and I'll
Yeah.
send it to you again.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd like to read that.
Yeah, that's one I missed.
Yeah, that was in the new reports that Greg and Sophia obtained just recently. There was some new information in there.
Oh.
Greg, do you have it on your website?
Yeah, it's all up on there.
Okay.
It's in the David Crowley research document.
What did you need, Brooke?
If you're searching for it on the website under the gray stage stuff, it should be. Trying to see what the actual name of it. You could just Google the name. It should pop up. BCA data request files full. So if you search for my name and you put that in, it should come up. Or if not, I can send it to you. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm curious more about that blanket too. I'd like to hear more about that one. Because of where
Greg,
they say
I'll send
David's
you the photo
Okay.
of what I was referring to, so you can add it to the video.
Okay, I will find that and I will send that to you. Okay, so, and on one of the police officers' handwritten notes, and I'm not sure whose this is, but as they're writing what they saw, they write male, and in parentheses, no head, a female, and a school-aged child. So they didn't even note that Kamel's head was missing, but they did note David's head was missing.
They didn't say about David's head or about Kamel's head?
Not on this. This was not in this report. Not in this handwritten report.
Who's that? Who's that one by?
I don't know. There's an asterisk by the name of S.A. Olson, so I don't know if this is Olson's report or not.
It's Special Agent Olson, Chris
Yeah.
Olson, I think. But he was in there later.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not sure whose handwritten notes belong to whom.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't make that easy.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, is there anything else anyone else wants to talk about? You got something you want to say?
Any other peeps?
Not at the moment.
What do I have here? I had
I'll have
more.
to go in and digest all of what I've just heard. So.
Too much for you?
No, give me something to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through, and a lot of this stuff is stuff we've already talked about on the inconsistencies.
Looking at the first responders for what they say about the bodies. Let's see, it's Greg Dahlstrom, Sergeant. He's now a captain. Captain Greg Dahlstrom, by the way. It's interesting too.
I think they all got a promotion after all of that.
Yeah, they all kind of moved up for sure.
Yeah.
Or they left.
One or the other.
I'm just looking at it. Let's see, where are we at here?
Oh, and this is what kills me, because I did highlight this on a lot of them, and I'm going to be jumping ahead here while you're looking through that, how everyone states dog poop all over the place. Piles of dog feces everywhere on both levels of the residence. Dog feces everywhere. And I looked through all of the photos, and all of the photos which give us almost the entire floor plan and almost every part of the floor, and I counted each individual dog dropping. There were only 29. Now, that to me is not dog poop everywhere.
29, that seems really low.
Yes, I know. That's what I said. Like,
well, I don't know. My dog only poops once a day.
I have a little tiny 5-pounder, and he can poop sometimes up to 4 and 5 times a day. Sometimes he'll only do one little one, and other times he does 4 and 5.
Yeah, you don't ever know.
Yeah.
Where is this? I'm trying to find exactly what they say about the bodies, just inside. Yeah, they're more focused on the blood wall.
In that video, did it show the bodies?
I don't think it.
First came in?
I don't think it did. Are there any videos of the bodies at all? I don't think so.
I mean, they have them. They have video.
But they haven't showed them to anybody,
No.
correct?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of, anyway. This is so weird. This is frustrating.
It's all frustrating.
It really is. What the hell? Where are we here? Just
it's not like there's just one thing. It's not like there's just one thing that we got to unscramble. It's the whole thing.
Right.
Mm.
So, Detective Brian Bone, I noted 2 of the bodies were missing their heads. It appeared that the two adult-sized bodies did not appear to have heads or skulls attached to them. So that's why I thought they could see where their heads would be. They should be able to see it all.
I will, yes, like I said, I will find that. I'm looking, but I'm not finding it at the moment. I did read it, and I will find it again and send it to you. And it was in the new information. At least I'm almost positive it was in the new information.
Yeah, that's interesting. That would make sense. And I'm trying to see if I have any quotes from Olson. Maybe from Cooksley. There's a few from Cooksley I have here. Cooksley, only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. He was barefoot. He's the one. Cooksley is the one who mentions the blue blanket a little bit over David's foot. What else does he say here? The adult female body. Go ahead.
In order of their death, it looks like David was laid down first. Blanket on top of him.
But Camilla is lying on the blue blanket, and the blue blanket is over David.
Right. She had to have been laid down second. And then Rania on top of her.
And she was between Camilla's legs, lying on her left side.
One place it said that she was laying over her left leg.
Right, that's what they show. But when you look at the initial drawings and you look at the first picture, she's lying on her left side between her mother's legs.
Oh. The picture I got shows her over her mother's leg.
Yes, yeah.
Like
and that's the thing. That's why I'm like, when they moved her, somebody moved her before they took that photo.
Yeah. There was a lot of things disturbed, out of place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Detective Booth. Tommy Booth said the head of the female body could not be seen on the initial view. Also, the female did not have either hand. But see, remember, the hand is over her head.
Yes, her right arm is over her head, and her left hand is under her body.
I don't know if it's under her body.
According to the drawings, it is under her body.
Not according to what they're saying here. And really, the hand it's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, like a part of the hand, like where her hand should be, but she didn't have any hands. But where the hand should have been, if she had a hand, it probably would be under her body.
Right.
It looks like. Detective Bone also at first said that Camille was missing one hand. I noted that here,
yeah, because
too.
they couldn't see it initially. They couldn't see the left one initially.
Mm. Oh, right. Perhaps she was not in a position to see both hands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Joe Cooksley's description, Camille was found with her left arm under her body, extended towards the right,
mm-hmm.
and her right arm extended over her left. So it was under the body. So her left arm was under the body. Okay.
Yeah.
Cooksley also noted neither hand was visible.
And that was one of the things that I brought up to Gummert. I'm like, okay, how is it that you can say that the dog ate her hand when your reports clearly state her hand was under her body and there is no movement of her body by the dog? Where did her hand go? It had to have been missing prior to body placement. And he just wouldn't answer anything.
This also says that Camille was found lying on top of a blue blanket.
Yes, the blue blanket that covers David.
And an early note states that there were blankets above head area of Camille.
Did you just read that?
I wrote this. I just decided to just pull up my book, but it's from the BCA, the final exam. BCA CST final exam, page 5 of 11. So it's. I'll have to see where that is in the bigger documents. It's probably a different page.
I know
Yeah.
There is a children's blanket that is over Camille's head. It's like a white and pink one. If I have the colors correct from the photo.
Oh, I see. I don't know. A white and pink one, huh?
Well,
This
just thinking
one's...
off the top of my head, it looks kind of whitish and
Yeah, I know which one
beige,
you're
maybe.
talking about. Yeah. I think that one later on, that one shows up on that couch.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, and it says blankets above head area, multiple blankets. Yeah, I think all the blankets that are up on that couch are probably where this is, I guess. This also says about, with Rania, the bullet was behind her right ear. Okay.
Yeah, that was the entrance wound, correct?
Yeah. The bullet hole was behind the right ear. Okay. And that was the decomposition, I think, was another big question too, because these detectives keep saying a later state. The bodies were in a later state of decay, or they were obviously 3 heavily decomposition bodies or something like that.
But they weren't, and that's the thing. I mean, they should never have stated that because they're clearly still identifiable, and their bodies had just begun the bloating stage. That is not advanced decomp. That's like 2nd stage, starting the 3rd stage out of the 4 or 5 stages that they have. I mean, later decomp is when they start to lose all flesh, and it's just gone.
I read some things in the autopsies in regards to the skeleton. Please help me with this word. Skeletonation of the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
I can't pronounce it correctly. I'm sorry.
Skeletization.
But, yes. I think I read it in both David and Camille's autopsies. And they were referring to the bones like around the neck area. I believe the hands for Camille and possibly the feet for David. Not 100%.
Well, his feet were mummified.
Mm-hmm.
And so were his hands. So, and again, that's just due to the fact that it's such, thin skin in there and there's not a lot of fat. But I couldn't hear you. So what were you trying to say?
Greg, can you help me out with that word again, please?
Skeletonization?
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, because I didn't read anything about skeletonization in the autopsy reports. And you said you found that somewhere?
Yes. Oh, it was in the large BCA file when they're talking about the description of the bodies.
Yeah, because when I'm right here, as I'm looking at their autopsies right here, I mean, the medical examiner is able to, they say the chest is symmetric, the abdomen is flat, the genitals are those of a normal adult male. So there's no skeletonization going on, so I don't know why they would say that.
I'm not exactly sure, but I can get the screenshots of it for you.
Yeah.
It was handwritten notes.
Yeah,
and it's in the large file.
They're able, the back, buttocks, and anus are unremarkable. The left hand is initially sealed. The right hand is absent. The distal right forearm shows intact smooth ends of the radius and ulna. So the skeletonization aspect is when the skin actually is gone from the body, and what is really showing through is a lot of bone. And that is clearly not what is happening and had happened by the time these autopsies were done. They have internal organs which are intact. They're able to cut them and dissect.
Now, I do have a question in regards to the autopsies. For both David and Rainey, I believe for David, it was his liver that had mold on it, spots of mold. And Rainey also had the same thing, but Kamel didn't, for internal organs.
Okay, so the smooth capsule with postmortem mold growth, and that's normal.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
It's just part of the decomp process.
It just gets moldy after a while.
So it's just the capsule is the membrane that covers the liver.
Mm-hmm.
And so yes, and on Ranya's it says with postmortem mold-like growth. But that's the same thing. But you said, let me look up Kamel's, because that would be interesting that they wouldn't note that on Kamel's. Why not Kamel's?
And that raised some flags with me because it was mentioned for David, it was mentioned for Rainey, but Kamel didn't have that.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. The hepatobiliary system, the 445-gram liver has an intact capsule. The parenchyma is soft and has a green discoloration. The gallbladder contains trace amounts of bile. The biliary tree appears intact. So yes, you're right. So hers had not reached that point, or at least it hadn't started to quote-unquote mold. I don't know if that's normal or not, to be honest with you.
It just struck me as odd. That's
yeah.
all.
Yeah. I'm going to see who did whose reports. Okay. All three had to sign off on Ranya's. Oh, okay. Well, Dr. Lelinski did both David's and Ranya's, and Dr. Mori did Kamel's. So maybe that's why. Just a difference in writing technique, or what they noted, or how they write.
Okay.
I'm guessing. I have no idea.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, it does. This one is more detailed than the other.
Yes, I agree.
But how David's left hand was found is pretty odd too, right?
Yes. I have never seen a hand in that position. And I even went through a whole bunch of autopsy photos and then photos of dead people all over the internet, just trying to find someone with a left hand, and like a hand, period, in that position, and I couldn't find one.
That was odd. That's still really very odd to me.
Yeah, most time hands don't make the OK or the 666 sign. That just doesn't happen.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see.
Okay, I must have the new your new report saved on the other laptop. So when I find that, Greg and Sophia, I will send that to you.
Okay, thank you. I just found the handwritten notes off of the large report, and I'm taking screenshots of it for you right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in those handwritten notes. A lot of stuff that isn't really mentioned later on. So
yeah, it doesn't make it to their typewritten report.
Yeah, didn't make the final cut, pretty much. Just too bad.
Okay, and basically everything left on the inconsistency list is everything we've been talking about.
Oh.
So there's really nothing else.
Okay. Well, I know one of the things was, if we could, what's the thought process on creating some type of a list and sending it to possibly Kamel's family, Kamel's side of the family. Is there any value in that? At this point, do they just not even want to be bothered with it anymore? I don't know. I've been praying about that, what the best course is.
Yeah, I have not. Of course, I don't really see much of anyone's response, but I don't see any communication from any of the family members at all, not from either side, which I still find really odd.
Like I said, I think they know more than they're letting on.
Any idea what that could be? Just your opinion? What do you think that is?
I think they know what's going on, and they don't want to let it out.
So, and what I struggle with lately is because everything we've been finding, especially with those phone records and other documents that we've been going through, it's like, should we let it out what we know? You know, it's like, are we going to get somebody hurt? I don't want to be hurt.
I made that comment today on a post. That maybe we're delving into something we shouldn't be.
You know, and I'm beginning to wonder, you know, and the only thing is I hate the fact that, you know, Sean Wright, who has been, he was just so nasty and so rude to me, and he so desperately wants us all to stop looking into this, and because of that, I don't want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. I think they know more than what they're letting on that they know. There's something going on. That's the reason why they're so staunch in what they believe. Or they're wanting everybody to think that.
Yeah, and see, that's something I just have never understood. You know, why allow the police to blame your family member of a double murder and be okay with that?
Yeah, just accept it and move on, pretty much.
Because I think there's more of a story behind that than they're letting on that they know. I mean, they know. I think they know more about what went on and what it's all about than they're putting out there. That's why they're wanting us to live alone. It's the only thing I can reason with.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Yeah, because the information, you know, we've been getting on those phone records, you know, and this is from people who, from a person who actually works at the phone company, and they looked at that and they're just like, okay, I can explain to you what this is and what it's saying, but I can't tell you why it happened. They said this is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah. It just loops, and they're like, why is it looping? And I said, that was my question. I was hoping you could tell me. So, yeah, just too many weird things. And the fact that the police don't even want to address any of the issues. The Minnesota Attorney General doesn't want to address it. The Dakota County Sheriff doesn't want to address it. Nobody is addressing anything in this case. Everybody's just completely shut down. It's just
that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Oh man, I was hoping Dan would be on by now.
He's hiding.
He's hiding.
Yeah, he's hiding.
It's like, come on, Dan, you said you could make it.
Yeah, we're going to be on a show this Tuesday, Dark Docs, and they usually cover a lot of things dealing with like you know, children and stuff like that. So I guess this kind of fits in with that because there was a child, you know, a 5-year-old child involved in this. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But so I know Dan's got a lot on his plate, and you know, all of us do. We all have stuff that's going on.
Oh, yeah.
This is not our full-time job. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we're just doing whatever we can just to keep this case going until we can get some answers here. I think sometimes that gets lost in this whole thing.
Will we ever know when we get any answers?
Well, even a non-answer is still an answer. So even a stonewalling is still going to give us, I think, is going to give us the answers that we need, answers that we're looking for. Some of the smaller some of these answers should be very simple.
Well, we already know David didn't do it, so.
Right. And it just seems like,
one.
yeah, with every question.
We got one answer.
Right. And with every question we have answered, there's 50,000 more.
That's right. But that's one for sure right there.
Right. Okay, Angela is asking a question. Has anybody had a psychologist review the footage of Rania?
No. To see if what her, like if she was autistic or something like that. I guess
or what her demeanor would mean.
What her demeanor was, yeah.
That's another good question.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, shouldn't we be looking more at David and trying to figure out his, I guess, or I'm curious about why.
I don't think there was anything wrong with him. I think the family was scared.
I mean, he looks perfectly normal to me, and I know weirdos.
Right. Right. I've got a few of them in my family.
Right?
Yeah. No, I think they feared something. I believe there was something going on that they began to fear. I really do.
Do you think they were planning on leaving?
No.
Think they're going to stay in this state?
Unless something happened, like the 1st of December or something like that caused them to react in some way or other because of it. Now, they could have been scared because that may have been why they were backing off from the family. There was something going on that we don't know.
Well, yeah. Well, one thing we do know that was going on was the whole thing between David and Danny Mason.
Right.
Where they were trying to get, David was trying to get Danny Mason to sign this stuff. It sounds like Danny Mason was kind of stalling.
Yeah. Now who knows how he really began to feel.
So I was wondering if maybe David was kind of distancing himself. Like, what if you could make a strong case, I think you can make a pretty strong case of Danny Mason having some type of rights, and maybe he felt like he should have gotten more. Maybe some of the family, maybe the friends sided more with Danny Mason than they sided with David, and this could have been a big court battle. I do believe this would have went to court. I don't see how they would have figured this out without something like that. I mean, if you read the last time that David and Danny kind of go back and forth, it's a little heated, and there are jabs thrown.
Yeah, see, but David had no problem giving everything that had to do with the rise to Danny. But as far as Gray State, he was very adamant about that was his. And why Danny wanted to fight that, because it's already been published and copyrighted in David's name. There's no way Danny could have won that, and David was just trying to get I see it as David was trying to throw out an olive branch, like, okay, here, I'll give you the rise, sign off on Gray State for whatever the reason may be, but he just wouldn't do it.
And the weird thing about that too is that when Dan Hennon talked to Mike Boggio, I don't know how to say his name. When he talked to one of the Mikes who was working with David, that Mike was like, I don't know why David did that. He didn't understand why David even went down that route and tried to get those forms from Danny Mason. So it sounds like they didn't even know about these forms.
Well, and I think that was just because David was trying to appease them, because I'm telling you, it's already a done deal. It's copyrighted. It is It's in David's name. There's no claim that Danny August, I mean, he would have to take it to court and truly prove that he came up with that and would have to show, it's hard to do that and win a case like that. So I see David as trying to do something nice because, you know, like you had said before, Greg, that there was no way that Danny was going to get the lead in the Gray State for TV. There was just no way. They were going to go with A-list actors or even D-list actors, but Danny August Mason isn't even a D-list actor.
Right, but David promised him that.
Right.
David says that, so David's lying to him there.
Well, and maybe he thought he had more pull than he did. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, he said he was going to make Danny the main actor in that with the same character, and there's no way that would ever happen. I'm sure Danny Mason knew that too.
Yeah, and Angela here is saying that she listened to the Mike B interview and that he is an A-list director, so there was no way that they were going to put Danny August Mason in the Gray State TV series.
Don't you think that would make him pretty upset?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said, don't you think that would make him pretty upset?
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. And Angela was also saying that she was talking, well, maybe thinking about as far as the psychologist goes, to look at Rania to have the psychologist look at her body language, because she thinks that there are tells in nonverbals, and she says she sees fear in Rania.
That I haven't heard. I haven't seen that either. She seems like her mom, just very perky and very outgoing. Of course, I mean, I've only seen a few videos, but
that day she was at school, she was pretty scared.
Right, but that was one time out of months, right? So school probably started in September. That happened in October. Once out of 4 months was the only thing that they noticed. And that is a big deal, though. It is a big deal with whatever happened, whatever she was going through. Something happened, definitely. But what was going on around that time in the Crowley home? I can't really see it. Well, that was when Kamel's sister was coming around and all that. I don't know.
Okay, and Angela's talking about a video of Rania talking about death and dying. Were these the video clips that were in the slopumentary? Because I don't recall seeing any of that. Okay, so
I haven't seen any of it either.
Yeah, they're just talking it's just her talking, and but I really think a lot of that was taken out of context. I think David and Kamel are trying to let her talk, and they're also trying to explain to her why we don't do that, why we don't kill people. Now, if you guys have seen somebody sent me in the group, somebody posted a video from David in 2012 or 2013, and it shows them filming a bunch of cops running into two houses, storming into the house, taking people out, holding them at gunpoint, and taking them off. That's the whole scene, right? Well, if you look, not only is David's wife there, his daughter is there too. And this is a very violent scene, by the way.
And that's enough to scare a child to death.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll traumatize a child.
But she was not traumatized by it. She understood, as far as, because there's a couple spots where, you know, she's there and she gets it. You know, she's not like traumatized by it. You can totally tell that she understands that this is all fake. This is just a film. So I don't know. I mean, she also might have been set up to be part of the Gray State TV series too. You never know. It could have been a child actor in the works.
That would sure traumatize me.
It traumatized me watching it. But then because that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if David's wife and his daughter, if they were actually there, and they were both calm. And just if you look at that's what if we're going to get a psychologist, I don't want the psychologist to actually look at that and see how calm that this daughter is treating all of this stuff.
But
Yeah.
see, she may not have seen these scenes that we're talking about. Or was she in the house that the cops were rushing into?
She was in the house. She was outside. I think she was part of this scene, so she might have been one of the kids that gets dragged out and everything.
Well, I know one scene was where both of them were sitting on a couch.
Yeah, that's from the trailer. This was filmed later on.
Okay.
Yeah, because for whatever reason, they're filming. Once the trailer comes out in 2012, they're still filming scenes. They're still filming a lot of other things after that. And I think heavily in 2013 they were filming a lot of different stuff. But
yeah, and this kind of goes along with I think, Sophia, you and I were talking about this, or all three of us were talking about this, or four of us. We were talking about the how David was filming these, the aggressive, violent scenes for his movie, and how some people were saying that David suffered from PTSD, which, severe enough to make him quote unquote snap, but how someone with true PTSD would not be able to, they wouldn't be able to direct it, they wouldn't be able to watch it or hear those fake gunshots going off. There's just no way.
That's right.
Yes, we were talking about it last night.
Okay, thanks. I couldn't remember.
You're welcome.
I know a lot of people who were in Vietnam that have PTSD, and I guarantee it don't take much to set them off.
now, back then, did they call it PTSD, or was it just the whole shell shock thing?
They called it shell shock.
Yeah, but it's PTSD now.
But when did that change? Like, why would they?
I don't know.
Just seems ridiculous. Shell shock.
Yeah, if you look here, Angela, she's like saying, I agree about the PTSD. My husband can't handle fireworks. I have a neighbor next door to me, and he suffers from PTSD. And when 4th of July comes around, he freaks out so bad that this last year he actually had to leave and go find a hotel away from where all the fireworks were being lit off. There was a time I lived above, when I lived in Minneapolis, I lived above a man who actually was in Vietnam, and he was in a wheelchair, lost both of his legs, and when he would suffer a flashback, it was horrible. I mean, and he constantly suffered from, back then, what they called shell shock, and I don't see any of that in David. None of it.
No, I don't either. I mean, anybody who's got PTSD couldn't go through what he did.
I agree with you.
No way.
Yeah, and there, I mean, he was out in 2009, right? And there's no mention of PTSD. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody. It was never ever brought up until afterwards, which is also kind of weird. It's like, why even bring that stuff up when you don't really know that had anything to do with this? But it was. But the same people that were working with him didn't have any problem working with the guy who had PTSD that could have went into a dark place and snapped and all of that.
No,
that was fine, just as long as they were making money. It seemed that was okay.
Yeah, and Angela, she goes on to say, she says, my husband's is pretty bad. Even sounds on the highway near our house is troublesome. I don't think David would have been this successful if he suffered from PTSD.
No.
And I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of violent scenes going on. And not only that, David was always going to the firing range with his buddies. You know, with those guys. They were always out shooting at the range and practicing. So, yeah, that goes totally against the whole PTSD and whatever, that theory.
Just the thoughts going through his head would be enough to set him off.
Yeah.
I agree. No PTSD.
Yeah.
No evidence.
We got another one settled there, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Got two.
We're going to get it all figured out. We'll tick them off one at a time.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
that's all I have, Greg. Go ahead.
I see on y'all's post you're going to do this every Friday night.
I want to at least do it once every month. It's hard to do it every week.
Yeah, okay, yeah, once a month. Yeah, okay. As
But
long as
yeah.
I can keep up with you.
Well,
I think
and
you can. You've done a pretty good job so
glad
far.
you're here.
Yeah, I try to keep up with
And what's your name again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it for about the millionth time.
Pansy, like the flower.
Oh, okay, Pansy. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'll remember you from now on.
Okay, good. Yeah, we've had a few conversations.
Yes, we have.
But, I like the way you decipher things. I really do. I've watched all I can get of you. And you too. I really do.
I tell you,
I don't know.
No, go ahead.
I don't know why my makeup is like it is, but I get into these things and I don't let go.
That's a good thing, though. That's a good trait.
Yeah, I guess it is. Anyway.
Hey, Sophia, you've been kind of quiet. You got anything to add?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, we have been talking off and on throughout the week and everything. I was kind of more focused on something else, a different case, and given the Crowley case a little bit of a break after we worked on several things over the weekend. But I haven't really come across anything else since.
Okay. Yeah, it's like we're still trying to tie up some loose ends and figure out if we're really going to come out with everything we found out. Well, I think we will eventually.
I'm curious to see what the PI finds as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Very curious about that.
Oh yeah. Maybe he can clear it all out for us.
I hope so. At least, figure out something. Get some clear answers. Help us figure out how to get some answers. But
I bet he's having fun.
yeah, I'm sure. She's got a lot of stuff to go through. I mean, think about how much data there is. Yeah.
Those kind of things I like to do.
It's stressful. I don't know.
Yes, it is. I have to break away from this.
Yeah.
Sometimes, to clear my mind.
Mhm.
That's the only way you can do it in order to keep things straight.
Yeah, I know. I really feel myself getting there too, where I need to kind of ease back a little bit and just. But it's it's difficult. You just got to pace yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh well, I want to throw something in here. Happy birthday, Angela! Thank you for joining us on your birthday.
That was awesome. That's great. Happy birthday.
Well, you guys, it's storming down here in Texas.
Uh-oh.
It's been raining down here forever.
That's not good.
I couldn't go and pick Dawn up this morning. I was flooded. I almost stalled my car out.
Oh, no.
And I had to turn back.
We've had some bad weather down here.
I'm in Corpus Christi.
And you know what? I went and bought me a fishing license. That's the reason why it keeps raining.
It's all your fault.
It's my fault.
Exactly.
But I tell you, we've had some rain. Really have. So.
Sounds good. Good peeps. Any final words? Any final thing here before we sign off? Anyone?
I think I'm through.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm done too. But thanks for the conversation, everyone, and thanks for joining Pansy and Angela and whoever else was online but didn't speak. Thank you for at least joining us.
That's right.
Yeah.
Always next time.
Enjoy it.
Yeah,
Love
maybe
you
next
guys.
time we'll get some of them out there. Talk a little more. But
You guys take care.
You
all
too.
right, you too. We'll chat soon. All right, everybody.
Okay,
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
my name is Dan Hennon. Today is June 22nd, 2019. And for this conference call, we are joined with Greg Fernandez Jr., Catherine, and Sophia. And so it's the four of us here tonight. It'll be opened up, basically the call line or the chat line will be opened up for other callers to come in and ask questions, and also use the chat room to ask various questions as well. We're going to be basically providing, I think, just updates and just a discussion tonight to get everyone up to speed. We had the final results of the private investigator come out recently, and we did a show on that, and now it's hopefully asked to answer a bunch of questions from that show. But now tonight we're opening it up as a conference call to all those on the Justice page here, the members, to anything that we missed, anything that we could have gone into. I'm in the process of putting together my questions for Kenneth Main in response of what he wrote. So anything that would be helpful for that would be great. But I think we're ready to go. How is everyone doing tonight?
Awesome.
Yeah, doing good.
Doing fine.
Well, perfect. Let's see. Yeah, so where should we, Greg, do you want to, or Catherine, or even Sophia, start off with anything that you've got that relates to updates, questions, or things that have come up since then? Greg, do you want to start off?
Yeah, I was thinking, since we haven't had Catherine really give her side, Catherine, if you want to kind of let us know what your thoughts are now that you've read the 25 pages. And
oh, God bless you, Greg. You're so cute because you remind me of my son. I'm so glad you think I actually read it. I have. In fact, I was
did you start to read it? Did you read page 1, page 2? How far did you get?
I started with page 1, but I got so angry at this. Yeah, I had to end up taking a nitroglycerin, and I had to put it down. And I skimmed through a lot, well, not a lot, but several of, he was doing bullet points of not only the inconsistencies I had written down, but comments others had made that didn't make sense to them. And his comments of, well, it could have been the dog. Well, I don't see it that way. And I'm like, but you said nothing else. He did not, expand on his thoughts, and I kind of wanted to reach through the screen and shake him a little bit. So I was going to ask you guys, what did he say? And I will go and read it eventually. I will, but right now he just, still makes me pretty angry. But did he make any comments at all about the blunt force trauma?
No, pretty weak. Yeah, let me get to that question. You know what? I'm trying to remember what question that one was. But I know that was in there, but I don't think he said too much on that. I think a lot of people are kind of glossing over that, and even myself, when I first heard it, I kind of glossed over it. So it was good that you kept bringing it up and, kept people on it, because the more that you look at it, the more it's like, oh, yeah, there's something fishy there now.
Yeah, it's so clear, and it is so obvious that there is trauma to that skull cap. And the fact that, these quote-unquote professionals just ignored all of that. And I'm not sure why. That I would kind of like to hear, oh, yeah, see, possible dog activity. I'm sorry, I jumped. But reading his comments, blue blanket over David's leg, possible dog activity. I'm telling you, Paleo was really good at putting blankets very neatly over these guys and, moving the bodies quite nicely. That poor dog.
Yeah, he was covering them up, keeping their toes warm. No problem.
Okay, right there. Okay, that's better. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You want me to go back a little bit?
No. I was, okay. My head saw one thing and it said something else, so never mind.
All right. I'm going to force you to read this one way or the other.
I know you are. I see how you are, Greg.
But are you saying there's not one, that you don't believe at all that there is a possibility that what you see as blood blunt force trauma, you don't think there's a possibility that that's from the dog at all?
No, there's no way. I mean, if a dog can make a bite mark in the shape of a diamond with a round circular indentation in the middle and a six-sided, I don't know, what's a six-sided diagram? You know, an impression with six sides that are about 1.5 to 2 inches. I say, wow, that dog is just impressing me more by the day.
Could that impression be from the gun or anything?
No. When you look at that and you look at the gun, the barrel is round. It just has a circular hole. But these impressions on that scalp have they're 4-sided, 6-sided, and one that has kind of a diamond shape to it. But I think that might be the same 4-sided tool that was used that could have hit the scalp in just a different way, where it kind of smushed it together. But those are definitely some type of tool impression, and tool being whatever struck the head.
And Catherine, just to clarify, for Greg, that piece of skull, whether it's the inside or outside of the skull, it's going to be flat and smooth. Think of it like a shell of an egg. When you crack open an egg, it opens up. That inside is smooth, which is also like a skull, and the outside is smooth. There's going to be no dents or anything on that or whatsoever. Now, a gunshot is going to blow, the bone fragments and break it and cause it to go into shards and whatnot. But it's not going to put a dent into the skull itself, and neither would a dog, chewing or biting on it. Those are indentations, is what Catherine is pointing out, and there's like 13 of such indentations, and that is not normal. But I don't think he touched on that at all.
Yes, and Dan is correct. It's smooth to the extent of, well, there could be some rough edges, kind of like a textured wall, but a textured wall doesn't have designs in it per se. It doesn't have a wrench impression. It doesn't have a socket impression. And the only other things that will be on a skull are what are called foramen. And a foramen is simply just a hole. And those are the holes where the nerve endings go through and everything. You have the big, huge one, the foramen magnum, which is the big one where the spinal cord goes through. But I'm talking about in the upper portion of the skull and on the back where the occipital region matches up with the parietal. Now, you'll see one small hole on each side. And those are just foramen. Those are normal. Those are natural. But those are holes. Those are not indentations. And again, I will harp on this too. Again, is the part where you see straight skin. You see smooth, straight edges on the skin from that skull cap piece, and that cannot be done by a gun. Cannot be done by a dog, cannot be done by a human ripping it off, and because that would just be gross. But it is smooth and straight, and that is consistent with a knife. And with the knife being at the scene with blood, you would think that at least this quote-unquote private investigator would have looked twice at that.
So I'm pulling up, we got up question number 3, and I think that's where the blunt force trauma comes in. Blood spatter is medium velocity due to blunt force trauma and flows in at least 4 directions. And he says, I am not a blood spatter expert, but everything I see is consistent with the gunshot wound to the head. Did Kenneth Maines get the actual photo, Dan? Do you know? That shows the blunt force trauma and all that?
Yes, I sent that in a secondary email of the things that we as a group have found or discovered. Yep, not part of the police report, but we have found with the circles of those indentations and whatnot.
Correct.
Okay.
And what I had sent to Dan that I'm not sure if I sent it to you, Greg, and you, Sophia, but when I read his comment about that, I called and spoke with the blood spatter expert, and they are an expert, and told them, because they were the ones that I went in and I did my own research and I did my own schooling, so to speak, on blood spatter, but I made sure I sent what I had found in the photos to the blood spatter expert that I knew. And I read them his comment by, I'm not a blood spatter expert, but everything I see is consistent with a gunshot wound to the head. And the blood spatter expert said, I would stop right there, as I am not a blood spatter expert. And they said, you're right. They're 100% correct. They are not an expert, and they have no idea they have no clue what they're talking about. And their comment about it being consistent with a gunshot wound to the head is totally not in line with what the blood spatter shows at that scene. A gunshot wound to the head doesn't go in 4 different directions, doesn't make, a droplet that has elongated spines. It doesn't, all these things that go along with the blood you see on the floor, that is not consistent with gunshot wounds. And so, he just should have stopped at, I'm not a blood spatter expert, because he clearly does not understand what the blood was saying.
I have a point. This is Dan. For those, if he was, there's four gunshots wounds, 3 to Comel, 1 to Ranny. Your point of saying that they're going in 4 different directions, he may have also, one could argue that if they were high velocity, for instance, they would have 4 different directions, because there was 4 gunshots fired in that room. One could argue that, could they not? Catherine, just a point of contention. I'm just being a devil's advocate. I know it's high versus low, medium velocity.
That's good. I'm glad you brought that up, because the point is in the way that blood is moving. The way the blood is on the floor, it shows movement. It shows someone was running or moving quickly, trying to dodge after, as they're being shot or after they're being shot, or being hit in the head or whatever. And again, most of that blood spatter is not from gunshot wounds. It is medium velocity, which only comes from blunt force trauma. And then that blunt force trauma, again, whichever victim it was or victims, someone was definitely moving. Now, could it be from all 4 of them? Hey, it very well possibly could be, but they didn't test it all. So we don't know. We only know of whose blood belonged to who from the small areas that they did test. I wish they would have tested everything. That would have given us a much better picture of that crime scene. But they just kind of looked at the blood on the floor and said, okay, yeah, it's blood on the floor from a gunshot wound. Again, just a total not doing their jobs. My take on it.
Here's a question, Catherine, and see if with your background you might know the answer to this. But do you think that Kenneth Maines did his investigation from a point of a detective work versus actually doing forensic analysis? Is that fair to say that there's a difference, or are those two the same thing?
Oh, no, they're totally different. As far as investigating, he didn't do it. From what I see, he didn't do any investigating at all. As far as giving an analysis and looking at what was written and then looking at it from a forensic perspective, I think it would be fair to say he did that, which is why I believe he came to the conclusion he did, because he only looked at the documents and looked at the photos and then just gave an opinion based on the forensic evidence of, okay, these documents say this happened, and okay, I kind of think it did. But I see nothing in what he had written and what I had read so far that even begins to prove he did any individual investigation into the case. Didn't you say he said he wasn't able to access other documents, that he could only get what we gave him?
He was. He thought that what I provided to him, which was everything that we have, was enough for what he needed to come to his conclusion. And he didn't think, because I asked him if there's anything more over and above that we received that he, as a private investigator, could have warranted or could have requested to get, and he says, I don't think that's necessary.
Well, I think, well, he may not think it's necessary, but I think it absolutely is necessary, because I'm not sure, because I'm not an investigator, but one would think that he could at least access the actual police reports and not the supplement reports like we ended up with. So he could have gained a whole lot more information than what we did, and not to say that that information would have provided him with a different outcome than what they wrote in the reports. However, because we don't have that, and because he didn't gain access to that, we don't know if there's anything else that is not consistent with this case. So we can't, you know, we're kind of left to say, well, we're just going to have to go with we don't know. And I'm not okay with that. You know, for what he charged and for what he says his credentials are, and I have no reason to not believe him, but he should have been able to gain access to more, you know, he should have been able to get more than what we did with just simple, I mean, and I don't want to say simple FOIA requests, because I'm sure you guys put a lot of work into that, and but at the same time, he knows what to look for. He says that's his line of business. So he should have been able to think of something that we haven't thought of.
Correct. Okay, I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, which he might have had a few things in there. I think that maybe, I mean, not that we haven't thought of, but things that maybe weren't mentioned. But a lot of that stuff, all of it really, goes back to saying that David Crowley is guilty, where, you know, he's talking about, even in question one, where we're talking about, okay, why would the gun be by David's left hand? And, you know, he kind of goes into the same thing. Well, it could be the dog, you know, because of the dog, it's hard to really get that. But he's very clear to say, you know, I will say if it was a staged suicide, the gun would have been placed in David's right hand. But David didn't have a right hand. So that wouldn't, I don't know, it's almost like, it's kind of
and again, I want to take, I want to just say I disagree with his comment on this. The gun would have been placed in David's right hand. I totally disagree with that. And the reason why is because as an EMT, and I even see it in some of the police reports, the way it was written, people tend to forget, unless you do it on a daily basis, when you're walking up to a patient that's lying prone on a floor or sitting up and they're facing you, you're going to assume that their left is their right, because most people, you know, it's just automatic what the brain does. So it was ingrained in us, and we had to constantly repeat, our right is the patient's left. Our right is the patient's left. So the fact that the gun was on the left side makes sense to me. It makes total sense for a staging of the gun, because when they're going to drop that gun on the floor, they're doing it with their right hand, and they're going to drop it not thinking ahead like, oops, that's his left hand. It's going to register to them that it's his right hand because it's on their right side. And he should know that. He's a supposed investigator, and that is like crime scene 101.
All right, let's see here.
Yeah, it just seems, kind of the overall feeling I got, this is Dan, is the overall feeling by reading the report of some of these questions were over his head. And I thought, it made me think that maybe we're asking some of the, maybe the wrong questions or asking them the wrong way, because he was answering those. I think we would have gotten the same answers if we sent this to the Apple Valley Police Department, the detectives there who handle one homicide a year. It's kind of, the answer is kind of similar to that. The reason that I went after and hired him in the first place because he was one of the nation's leading private investigators, and so I guess I was looking for more of a robust response in some of these answers, rather than just yes, no, or I disagree or I agree. To your point, Catherine.
Yeah, and I agree with that totally. And I'm looking at too at number 4, the bloody footprints show cleaned up blood when sprayed. And he says, I do not believe this is true. There were visible bloody prints, but they were enhanced with chemicals, which is standard procedure. And this just leads me to believe he did not look at the photos. Because when you look at those photos and then you compare them with the, I forget what they used, but the luminol type product, you clearly see a difference. There is so much more blood that is on that floor that is brought up due to the chemicals than what you see with your naked eye. And that is not the case with actual blood that's left on the floor that would be visible. It is clearly, I mean, you see swipe marks, you see cleaned up spots, and there's no dog tongue marks in this blood, not to be crude, but they try to blame this poor dog for everything. So obviously the dog didn't lick it up. Obviously,
yeah,
what?
Couldn't that be due to what they sprayed, to how they laid down the little glossy foam or film, right? They laid that down. Everything is going to kind of squish. Now, I really think I would disagree with you on number 4. I don't think that this was cleaned up blood. I don't see that.
Well, and okay, let me go and ask you, how many times have you actually used this type of product to bring blood out to the forefront?
0.
Okay, I have. This is why I'm telling you, I am looking at this from like a clinical standpoint. You are looking, when you first look at those quote-unquote footprints on the floor, which I still don't believe they're footprints.
You're still going to debate me on that. Okay.
I will, yeah, and that's okay. That's what I like about it. You have no problem giving it back, and I love that about you. But the fact still, when you're looking at those prints on the floor and you see circles and then you see a line down from the bottom of that and you see what is an attempt at a ridge, a foot doesn't, the ball of the foot does not make that type of imprint. There will be more included, like more of the ball of the foot, and the toes generally don't leave a line between where the tip of the toe and then the ball of the foot meet. It's usually like the ball of the foot and then you have circles, so to speak, except for the big toe. And then you look at what's on that floor and you see a circle with a line down, a circle with a line down, and it looks, and it's not even skeletonized blood, and that's part of the, so they can't even say that the blood was dried and then part of it flaked off and blew away and then that's why it's not there. Because there is other skeletonized blood spatter on the floor in multiple areas, meaning where drops of blood were, it dried, the middle dried and blew away, either whatever, if the dog was running by or the heat kicked on, but it left a hole in the middle. And when you compare that with these so-called prints, and then you realize there's something seriously wrong with this picture. And then when they spray it, now all of a sudden you see far more blood that was on that floor that you now see because it's microscopic or from being cleaned up. It's kind of, and then you compare that with what you see on the picture previously. They don't match because you go from having a slight print to the sprayed areas now quite solid with blood. That is a huge problem for me.
Catherine, this is Dan. Do you think that some could interpret his response there by saying that there was perhaps multiple bloody footprints throughout the house, but only the 3 or 4 showed up that they elected to spray? Could someone take it and interpret it that way? That's why there's only a few out there?
You know, I don't know if that's what he's saying here, but I think that's a valid point. If there were footprints to begin with, I think that's a very valid point. But again, they didn't spray enough of the house to really find out.
Okay, gotcha. Because all we see in the photos is that's also what raises the confusion level or question for us, our group, is that why would there just be 3 so-called footprints near the kitchen island, and there's 0 footprints down the hall, in the office, in the bathroom, in the kitchen, by the dishwasher. There's just a couple by the laptop that are very convenient that kind of pins it on the person writing these notes, which is allegedly David. Or are there true footprints throughout the house, but the section they elected to spray the luminol, essentially whatever that chemical is, was just in that area that makes those come to life. And I don't have a background in that, so I don't know. Is that something that would also be more visible once they spray it? And maybe there are other footprints throughout the house. I didn't see any, but wouldn't they be easy to see throughout the house with or without luminol?
If it's invisible to the eye, you truly would need the luminol. And so when we're looking at the floor in a lot of these photos, they had, and I don't think the photographer meant to do this, but they did do a pretty good job at taking things at an angle. So if you're looking at that floor from an angle, you see where the blood is, you see where the quote-unquote prints are, but you look further out and you don't see anything other than a clean floor. So in that case, if there were anything, then yes, they would need to spray it. But and my question has always been, what could they have missed or what could they have found if they had actually sprayed more of that house? You know, what story would that have told everyone?
Well, how would that work? Where they just go around spraying certain areas or something, and just to see if there's anything there? How does this process work?
Well, when I talked to the blood spatter expert, they said, in fact, that was one of the first questions. First of all, they would need to take the swabs, which they did, because oftentimes the luminol will ruin the blood samples, so they need to get all their samples first. But then, yes, they said that they're surprised that the vast majority of that living room was not sprayed and was not put under those lights, the blue lights or whatever they call them, black lights or whatever they use to bring up the luminol. And that was something, for one, they said they would have used the string to find out where the blood spatter was leading from, and then they would have, once they would have used the string, they would have taken their samples, and then they would have sprayed almost the entire living room to see if there was more of a story, like was blood cleaned up, or was there invisible blood, or, you know, are you going to see the void patterns? Because obviously, you know, we've talked about this before, where there's a lot of blood on the chair, and there's blood spatter on the floor and a little bit on the rug, but then some on the wall, but then everything else is totally clean. Why is that? And that's what they said they would have looked for.
Or in other words, spraying and seeing if results come up, and then going farther down the hallway until it diminishes, essentially, right?
Correct.
Something like that, okay.
So, Sophia, do you have any thoughts on this so far before we move on to the next question here?
I mean, the whole scene looks staged.
Agreed.
Overstaged, actually.
Yes.
Like they just kept going back and just redoing things, and But the gun placement, I think, was their biggest screw-up.
Why do you say that?
Left hand, he's not left-handed. Even if he held it with both hands, for it to land that way is, I just don't see it as plausible. But, I mean, I've been saying this ever since I looked at all the documents, that this whole thing is staged.
I'm having a hard time thinking about what would take his right hand off. Why would his right hand be missing? Because obviously, to me, it seems like the fact that his right hand is missing is why you couldn't put the gun next to his right hand. That would look kind of like what Maines is saying. That would look staged, right?
You know, that's a good point. That's probably what they were thinking. You know, and then come to realize it's like going, well, no, what you did looks staged.
Right, because when they start thinking about how he's going to shoot himself with his left hand, and then if the bullet is going to where it's going to go through his head and everything, it's a very, very tough shot. It's similar to Philip Marshall. It's a little bit different, but very, very similar to where it's like that's a stretch. That's a big stretch to really say that he would take that risk and not just use his right hand, or just, you know, the way that the gun is pointed and where the bullet travels, from what they say. It just seems like a big risk to take if you really want to kill yourself.
Yeah, that's correct. And the Philip Marshall in California, that alleged suicide, the gun was found underneath his body, kind of essentially the body was laying on the floor in the hallway by the front entrance, and it's almost as if someone kind of lifted up part of his body and kind of shoved it underneath there with their foot, kind of just shoved it underneath. And I've never heard of a gun or a pistol or handgun after a suicide being under any part of a body at all, much less. Usually it's, you know, it's near the scene and also near the hand that was used after the weapon dropped. And his was kind of shoved under the body, which I think also sent a message of that it was obviously a hit. This one was just laying by the wrong hand, and like Sophia said, it was an overstaged scene. So that was strange. I do think that Kenneth Maines did go and not assume, try to rationalize each of the things that we thought were staged, and he kind of came back with the answer, well, you know, well, why would they do this? And if it was staged, it obviously would have been like this, and a suicide note would have obviously looked like this, and the gun would have been obviously here, and, you know, so he kind of went through the steps of eliminating the fact that it could have been staged, because someone staging the scene obviously wouldn't do those things. And I disagree with his analysis, although it's rational, it makes sense. But he kind of used that to kind of back into the fact that, well, obviously David did do it, because if someone staged it, they wouldn't have done any of these things because they did them all wrong. Therefore, David did it. It's kind of how he deduced. He came to his conclusion, and I think that's weak. Weak is all I'm saying.
Yes. But you know, and you know, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sophia.
Were you familiar with the exercises that the military would run like once a year, where they would go into, like, for instance, like mock wars and mock exercises for different situations?
Yes.
And they would set the stage and everything.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this is what this crime scene reminds me of. And how the police went in, they did all the steps that they would for a triple homicide or that kind of thing. I cannot get that thought out of my mind of how this reminds me of these mock wars and exercises that we went through each year.
Sophia, someone in the chat room mentioned that it's similar to a jade helm exercise.
Yeah.
Yes, but for the first responders.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we would have stuff like this all the time. That we would sometimes they would do it at the same time, our yearly test needed to be done to get recertified, or are they every 3 years we needed to get recertified? And sometimes, you know, it would be done at different times, so we'd have to do it twice. But yes, yeah, there are mock mass casualty scenes, and yeah, generally is what we would do, the mass cal scenes. But yeah, I had to take part in several of those, and you know, I had not thought about that. But you're correct. This looks a lot like that type of scenario.
And it's just hard to get it out of my mind when I look at everything and I see all the steps that the police did. They went in, they observed the scene, they went through the motions, but then they took it a step further. You know, they ran the DNA test, they closed up the case, that kind of thing. And that's I'm so torn between this being faked or being real. You know, I just cannot find that extra piece of evidence to prove it one way or another. And I don't know. I'm sure there's other people that feel the same way that I do. I'm not ashamed of how I feel, though. It just has a couple. It's hard to explain. It feels kind of fake, but at the same time, there's still 3 bodies that were in that living room. So, what happened?
Right.
And the way that they're telling us to stop asking questions, to stop digging, and just accept this crappy narrative. Well, give us.
Pansy.
Hi,
Pansy.
I'm a little late coming on, but I'm here.
Yay!
I believe it's overkill. It's too much overkill, and I don't think David would have done that. I really don't.
No, and I agree with you. I mean, with as much as he loved and protected his wife and daughter, and every other place where he's on video, where he's filmed with his family, or, you know, he protected them. He's put his body between him and the people he wasn't comfortable with. That is not a man who's going to turn around and do that to his wife. And,
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you guys, too, this was something I was doing some research on, and maybe somebody who has, like, some soldiers out there or something who were actually over in Iran or Iraq. There was something that they said was called when you Mozambique someone, and that what the research was saying is that instead of a double tap, they're shot 3 times, and that is a special type of an assassination, and it's usually almost virtually done 100% of the time by someone in the military. So that tells me that whoever took part in this, if that's even a thing, or maybe the research I was reading is completely wrong, but whoever was part of this, could that be why Kamel had sustained 3 shots?
I think it was Sean Wright who said that this was a double tap.
Yeah, but you know, clearly there are 3 bullets with her hair and skin on it, and tissue and hair. So, you know, yeah, and yeah, Sean Wright. Oh God, just don't even get me started. I'm trying to be nice, but I don't know. I know, yeah. But if anybody out there who's listening, if you are, you know, previous military, is there such a thing as Mozambiquing someone? And if so, how is that generally done?
Well, isn't that 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, or am I getting it backwards?
No, you're correct. Usually 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. But if you have a target that's moving, I don't know if maybe they just went for whatever was easier.
True. Very true.
So I don't know. That's what I'm kind of curious, because it's just something I started reading about, and I just want to know if there's any validity to that research by actual soldiers who have served overseas. But I do want to say that number 5, I want to bring some attention to that, where we're talking about the bullet hole in the ceiling wasn't seen until a month later. And then I do have to say I appreciate his comment on this one, his response being true. To me, it appears to be an oversight, which happens, does not mean it was done out of conspiracy or malice. And that's how that has always sat with me. Like, the police were kind of embarrassed that they missed it, so they just have always said, well, okay, yeah, it was there all along. When in reality, it wasn't. It was an oversight. I don't know. Was it there?
That
Was
one
it not
bothers me.
there? But
That his answer really bothers me on that
okay.
for so
Okay,
many
tell
reasons.
me why.
Well, one, because every other person in law enforcement that I have asked has thought that is one of the weirdest things. That's one of the strangest things.
Okay.
I don't know how many law enforcement people has everybody else asked, and do they also agree with Kenneth Maines that, hey, this happens? It's an oversight. Really, I have a big issue with that. But of course, I'm not in law enforcement. I have no idea about their training. So.
Well,
But he also
you're right. Go ahead, Pansy.
He also said that was the bullet that killed him, it had his DNA on it, but it didn't. I mean, it had his prints on it, but not any blood or hair.
Yeah, it had DNA, but they didn't tell us where that DNA came from. We only know that it did not come from blood because they swabbed it for blood and didn't find any. So how could that have, and I agree with you, so how could that have been the bullet that killed him?
Yeah, but he agreed that it was.
Yeah, okay, you're right. So I don't agree with him on that at all. Yeah. I think that's a huge mistake. But good points, Greg. Thanks for explaining. That makes so much more sense.
Yeah, that one is just okay. Let's keep moving on here. I guess the other thing that bothers me about number 5 is that it's like nobody said anything about a conspiracy or malice. This is just, this should just be common sense to me. I don't understand that. But anyways, the
Good
fact
point.
is that they
Yeah, Greg,
did not,
that's a good point. This is Dan. When I talked to Kenneth Maines, when I communicated with him, never once did I suggest that it was a cover-up by police or a conspiracy by police or malice or officers not doing their job. I just said, here's what we got, here's what we think potentially happened, and we just want the truth. So a couple times he does mention that he can't believe, or he calls it preposterous, that the police would all cover this up. And that's part of my response back to him is going to cover that exact same point by saying I don't think any of us ever said that the police were involved in a cover-up down to the very level of detail of each detective. Maybe at the higher up level, a very few people at the very top level may have been compromised. I do agree with that, but I don't think there's a cover-up in the police with involving 100 different agents, detectives, and investigators.
And this is where watching that documentary comes into play, because it talks about the group and the admins being conspiracy theories. And I don't think that anything in that paperwork that you sent him even had conspiracy stuff in it. I think it was all the files, wasn't it?
It's just the files from police, and then the various investigative work that the group did, whether it be in video format or other type of research.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing as far as what we think happened as far as theories. I didn't send him anything as far as theories.
No, but he kind of insinuated that we did.
Exactly. That's what I don't like.
Right.
It's probably after watching the documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Because like Sophia said, it really leads down the angle that we're thinking that it's, a police cover-up, and that's not what was done. Eric Nelson himself, went after that angle to make us look like that's what we were saying. We were just saying the evidence doesn't support what the official narrative is, and we want to hire and get someone out there to find out what really did happen. We don't know. We don't know what happened. That's the problem.
Did Kenneth Maines ask for anything at any point, or was it just that you would give him stuff and just did at any point did he ever ask for any specific document or fact or anything like that?
He asked a couple clarifying points, but that was about it, just to make sure he understood, some of the documents. And I was thinking the whole time when I was giving him information and he was responding, that he was very open in doing his job. It wasn't until the very, very last question I asked that he asked me that I got to thinking that maybe he's going along with the official narrative. It really wasn't until the very end. And he said, Dan, do you have anything else that confirms their religion and how they got along with their Christianity and the Muslim angle? And I thought to myself, well, that's strange. Why would he ask? Why would that even come into play unless you're going down the official narrative route? And so that's what gave me the very first inkling that he wasn't really overturning every stone in his case. He was just kind of, if that was his question, which I think is a non-question in this entire case, and that was a bizarre question to me that someone of his caliber would be asking. I kind of figured at that point that it wasn't going as in-depth as what I thought this investigation would be doing.
Right.
I don't think he ventured out very much to find anything any different.
Correct. I do agree with that.
Anything else before we move on here to number 7, to the fruit of our labors?
Jeez. Wow.
I was going to say something else, but I held back. Because what I'm noticing here, okay, in some of these questions, everybody should go through these questions, 48 questions, 49 questions. Go through these, see when he gives more detailed answers. On number 7, this is like a paragraph. This might be one of the biggest answers that he really gives here. And we're just talking about fruit, right? We're just talking about, okay, fruit looks fresh. Obviously, there's other things on that counter that kind of look like, there's egg shells, there's butter out, there's bread out, there's whatever else out, all of this different stuff out. And he spends a lot of time here. I think a lot of time, this might be the biggest answer, the longest answer that he gives, at least so far, it definitely is. So
well, and what I
find,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Go for
off.
it.
But what I find interesting about his answer is he says, I would want to determine that first and then conduct an experiment in the controlled temperature and environment. And that's what we've been doing, remember, with the fruit, some with kiwi, a lot of us with the bananas. And then some have actually chastised us for doing that. And he himself said he would do the same thing, that he would conduct an experiment. But I think even with all of our experiments, even with all the different variances in temperature people have used, those bananas did not last 3-4 weeks. Nobody got, other than I think one person whose house, but they had an average temperature of maybe 60 degrees, which is a far cry from 68. So theirs lasted the longest. But, I find it interesting that, he would have conducted an experiment. And, well, why didn't he? I mean, he was doing this for a while. Why didn't he do an experiment?
Should we ask him to do a 23-day experiment on get some kiwis and put some oil in a frying pan and see what happens. Some coffee, right? We got the coffee there too.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah,
right.
we did get chastised about a lot of that. Go for
What
it.
did you find out about the coffee? I'm sorry, I know I'm off topic here, but I kind of dropped off the radar.
Yeah, my coffee molded at about 2.5 weeks. Of course, I get organic coffee, so I'll have to go back and see what type of coffee they had. But, you know, people do kind of chastise us for these things. But you know what? These are simple tests that anybody can do that will help. It will help. So whether it makes us look, you know, silly for even asking this question, fine. But let's get some clear answers on it.
Yeah.
And you can't do that if you don't take the time to do these tests. So somebody.
But still, you don't know how old those bananas were when they,
Right.
like when they got them. How long had they sat there before they were killed or died?
Correct.
So we have no idea, really.
Yeah, and I know when I did the banana experiment, I bought organic and regular, and I bought like some half green, half ripe, and then I also bought some that were actually on the ripe side to begin with. And so, 'cause like you said, we didn't know, so I figured I'd try all of it.
That's right, and thank you for that. Anything else on the fruit before we move on to number 8 here? All right, so let's look at number 8. Back door was ajar, 1/4 of an inch, according to police reports. This could be signs of something, but again, it could be nothing. Well, it is definitely a sign that there was no need to look for any type of struggle or anybody forcing their way into the house. Doesn't this show that somebody had clear access into the house? Later on, we will get into one of the questions about that there was a kitchen window, which depending on which report he got, if he got the 467 report, that information about the kitchen window might not be in there. But in the most recent one that we do have, the 488-page document, which I would love to give to him and have him actually go through it and read it, that one does show it. And, of course, he doesn't need to read the whole thing. We can send him one little clip that shows that. But that would say you have two things open. Why are the police even talking about, or why are they making such a big deal? Almost every cop, and the ones that didn't put it in their police reports, they were clear to go back and say, hey, I forgot to mention this. We didn't find any signs of people forcing their way in. They go to extreme lengths to point that out, and they gloss over this kind of the same way he's glossing over it.
Yeah, and that right there shows to me that the police were writing from a script or from their crib notes that they have, because, like you said, it doesn't matter. Because they could have, whoever did this could have gained entrance into that house a myriad of ways. Were they let in? Did they come in through the back door while David or Kamel were trying to take out trash? We don't know any of this. And just because there's no forced entry means absolute squat. It's like they watch too much TV.
I think that may be a training thing, because everyone goes to that first. Yeah, the photographer took about 15 photos of that front door, I think, as a checklist off their things to do in training, without taking a step back and realizing we have a back door that's open. We no longer need 15 photographs of the front door. And each of the detectives go out of their way to talk about the fact that there was no forced entry. More of a checklist of their things to do as being a detective, versus the common sense things that we're looking at from a much larger picture, what could and what could not have happened here. No one cares about the forced entry. All these people that we're thinking could have been potential suspects would have been friends with David and Kamel, that would have been easily let into the house in the first place. Correct. Or the back door. Correct. And so none of us have ever spent any time wondering if there was forced entry or not. And another thing that the investigators will do is, if